unemployed people that are supposedly starving all vote for the Democrats because they're the ones that promise free stuff. So all of their voters are starving, but they don't actually care about their voters. This actually is not what pushed them over the edge. Do you know what is what pushed them over the edge? Do you know what was the actual reason why, in my opinion, they decided to reopen the government? John Kennedy said, Senator John Kennedy, if most people stop doing their job, they wouldn't get paid, they get fired. But when Congress doesn't do its job, the checks keep rolling in. My bill would make members of Congress live with the He was trying to push a bill in Congress to stop funding congressmen while the government was shut down. Why should you get paid if you're not working? First of all, completely true and accurate. And all of a sudden, they decided they wanted to vote to reopen the government. Wow. Wow. It's as simple as that. Wow. Chuck Schumer, the day before this, he is the guy that orchestrated the entire government shutdown. I have an insane video planned for that, so definitely subscribe. You are not ready. Bernie shits himself. Chuck Schumer shits himself. It's absolutely amazing. It's cinema. So this is him running out of the room.
So for 1 year, people making millions of dollars would still receive these COVID-era subsidies?
The bottom line is the senator from Ohio ignores that 99% of people
Meow.
50,000, 90,000, and hold us up. We can fix what the gentleman said in a negotiation, but don't have people who are every day being hurt by paying thousands of dollars more that they can't afford. I know that the senator from Ohio cares about the billionaires. We care about average working people.
Sure.
I yield the floor.
So just to be clear, what you heard from the minority leader was the following. I just want to recap it for those of you who might have missed. Number one, he acknowledged that the Democrats have actually not put forward a written proposal that people could look at.
True.
Number two, he acknowledged that his plan would be to allow millionaires, let me just say that clearly, people making millions of dollars would receive Biden-era COVID Obamacare subsidies.
That's right, and that's what Schumer was pushing. Schumer and the rest of the retards were pushing healthcare for illegals, healthcare for everyone, epic socialism moment. Trump said, nuh-uh, it's not happening. They shut down the government for 40 days to make this giant tantrum. They got thousands of people to lose their jobs, thousands of people to lose their benefits, basically screwed the government, potentially caused a plane crash. Actually, I'm not even kidding. They potentially caused a plane crash because they fired the FAA controllers, and now they're just reopening the government, completely humiliated, because now they might lose their pay. Absolute cinema. And it gets even better. It actually gets better. So, you don't want to give illegals free healthcare? No. No, actually, I don't. No, actually, I don't. They could darn well pick their booty up and leave the country. Alright? No, actually, I don't. So this is Bernie Sanders losing his mind. Losing his mind. Oh my god, dude. The boys are actually in civil war right now.
And that the way the process has been developed, it is impossible to delay the vote for place. That were not the case. That is certainly what I would do, because I think it is important that the American people fully understand what is being voted on today.
Agreed. Let's understand.
Everybody in America knows that our current healthcare system is broken.
Okay. It's Obama's fault, by the way. Obama's the one that pushed us into this mess.
Dysfunctional. It is cruel.
Agreed.
It is by far the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and the only healthcare system of any major country that does not guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right,
including illegal aliens that invade our country. He wants as a human right healthcare to illegal aliens. That's right. I have gun rights, but I don't get free guns. Have you noticed that I don't get free guns despite having gun rights? Someone in my chat just said gun rights means that you get guns for free. Wow. You noticed? Wow. True. Yeah. Wow. Like healthcare, right? The right of healthcare.
covering every man, woman, and child. We are unique in that respect. And yet tonight, what this Senate is about to do is make a horrific situation even worse.
No, it's not. It's actually kind of keeping more of the status quo.
So let's be clear what this vote is about.
You know, oh, you don't need to go up there. Oh, damn it, I didn't. Hey, how's it going? I sent half the money.
are going to see at least a
Mike, the money that was supposed to come in today didn't come in today. But I sent you 250. So I sent you half of what I was gonna send you. I'll send you the other 250 when it comes in. And that's actually would be 100 over what we agreed upon. So that should be either tomorrow or Wednesday. I get the rest of it to you.
Didn't we agree your first job was going to be free? Damn, this is all I can spare.
SNAP recipients, government workers, and Capitol Police who haven't been paid in weeks. They should have never come to this. This was a failure. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
I'm gonna make you an. Can't say I'm not surprised. Good luck, kid.
Are literally crashing out. Shame on all of these people.
Think I could do another 6-hour stream today?
Remember when these guys said they need to reopen the government? All of them. We need to reopen the government. It's not fair that we keep the government closed. And now literally all of these retards actually vote to reopen the government. And they lose their mind. They're absolutely just losing their mind. So again, this is a big streamer, YouTuber guy. Fuck these traders. Primary their asses just because they voted to reopen the government.
Hey, no problem.
They finally do it, and it's not good. Turns out it was a giant scam from the beginning, like I predicted. Reopen the government without getting anything. Ro Khanna says, he's another retard of leftoid. Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. Leftoid civil war. If you didn't need to fight to stop healthcare premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for? Now, I was focused for a while on right-wing infighting, okay? So you got Israel versus Qatar, the ultimate proxy war. Happening on American streets. No, Sharia law isn't actually a bad thing. So I was focusing on that skirmish, alright? I was focusing on that. Those are pundits. Those are retard commentators on the internet, okay? Those are retarded internet commentators having a shit flicky. This is the establishment eating each other alive. So nice to watch, I'm not even gonna lie. Harry Thyssen says, absolutely pathetic. I can't believe he came to this one. Thanks to the Democrats who voted no, we'll remember who bent the knee. Schmuck is so mad that they reopened the government. See, none of them cared about SNAP benefits. They cared about poor people. Poor people are not going to be able to get their What about all the poor? All the poor fat people that can't afford food. They're literally dying of hunger. They're all dying of hunger. I don't understand. And here we're at, man. Here we're at. They never cared. They never cared. They literally held the government as a hostage, and now they're all crying. This MFing over so much, dude. We're actually seeing retard civil war. Even CNN acknowledged that this was a giant scam.
How are Republicans going to use leverage to fight with Democrats when the Democrats are actually
Well, I'm sure Democrats will be more than happy to open the government now. The election's over. I mean, part of the reason they shut it down was to get through tonight.
I mean,
They shut down the government so that maybe their random retard leftoids like Zoran Mamdani can actually win his personal election. It was always a scam.
I just open up by the end of the week. He was like, hold the line.
There's lots of rumors of
hold the line. Look, I don't see what is the incentive for Democrats to back down when voters are basically saying Trump's not doing enough, it's the Republicans' fault, and then they basically handed the keys in the last election to the Democrats. Where's the leverage?
Again, these are blue states electing Democrats, not a shock.
True.
Democrats want to get through election day. I do think their internal coalitions, the unions, the air traffic controllers, the government officials are desperate to get the government back open. They're feeling a little bit of internal heat, but again, the election tomorrow morning, phones will start ringing. This was a plan. That's what they did, and now we're through the election.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's where we're at. That's where we're at today. Because he was right. He was right. They folded instantly under zero pressure. before.
Or leave it.
That's right. Take it or leave it, old man.
And given what the enormous consequences is at stake,
I love how he never tells us what's at stake because he refuses to they're trying to pass, which is why and guess what? They didn't actually.
Republicans are refusing to do that. We are in a shutdown.
No, it's actually not. The reason why you were in a shutdown is because leftoids and failed miserably, actually. It's awesome, if I think about it myself. It's awesome. Because Democrats are so retarded. They openly down for leverage.
We need to do this while we have. Of course, there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leveraged times we have.
Bro, you're literally holding starving people to play politics. Is this not pathetic?
There has to be an agreement.
Literally, all these Hamas supporters, every single one of them, they actually took the country hostage to push their bullshit, and you know what? They accomplished nothing.
It's about
Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Frankly, this is our only moment of leverage.
The idea
Oh, you fucking bastard. I don't understand why. And then another one shows up. Con, you need like one more hit.
In her own words, the notion that our leverage right now are our votes.
Solve the problem that we want to solve, but do it in a couple of days or a couple of weeks when we've given up our negotiating leverage. Without that leverage, the minority party, would be stuck in the mud and not basically have anything to negotiate.
Not only do they basically admit on camera that they took the American people as their hostage for their really, really stupid flim-flam, their bamboozle, but they essentially go out and did nothing, and they accomplished nothing. They went out there and they did straight up did nothing. It's amazing. So Donald Trump decided to win over the American people a little bit more. He's taken so much advantage over the Democrat shit show because this is one of the biggest failures in the entire government shutdown. 40 days to report to the yeah, we're going to torture our own country, but at least we're going to get Trump, and then they didn't even get Trump. They just post. And I have a lot of opinions that we're getting. People that are against tariffs are fools. We are now the richest, most respected country in the world with almost no inflation and a record stock market price. For a while, we are taking in trillions of dollars. Plants and factories. Dividend of at least $2,000 a person will be paid to everyone. Everyone that's not a high-income person is getting a $2,000 check as a tariff check for all of them. Realistically, I don't care. Democrats are mad. They're the none of them actually do anything for free. But even Zoran Mamdani is getting paid $13 a beer at his party. They're like, we elected a socialist that wants everything for free, and he's charging us $13 per beer. And then Trump is just like, $2,000 for you, $2,000 for you. He's just throwing it around. Tariffs are great, $2,000 for everyone, unless you're rich. And it's pretty incredible watching the flip here. It's like the actual guy giving free money to people is Trump, not any of these stars. Trump says, no more money, hundreds of billions of dollars to the Democrats and the companies for really bad Obamacare. The money must now go to taking the fat cat insurance companies out of the corrupt system of healthcare phase. It's so good. These healthcare companies got so rich over this garbage for no reason. They support can buy their own, much better policies, much less money, saving from themselves, an absolute fortune. President DJT. He, like, honestly, they exposed social, like, the and SNAP benefits for being largely scams. They accidentally, their whole party, they humiliated themselves absolutely and utterly. And then it keeps getting better. Trump doesn't stop. How easy should voter ID be to get from the radical left Democrats? There should be nothing easier, right? Well, out of the 47 Dems, we don't have one vote for them. That is for one reason, or one reason only. They want to cheat. They are a bunch of scoundrels, cheaters, and Democrats. Terminate the filibuster. Take our country back. Approve voter ID. Make America great again. Dude, he's like cooking. This is diabolical. He has been insane. Now, I'm gonna have to show you a major drama that happened behind the scenes. No one is talking about this, and that's why I have to. It is part of this entire situation, definitely. Senator Kennedy, all right? This guy, this cute from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, dangerous and needed to be silenced. She never expected what would come next. Kennedy didn't fire back with praise. He walked into a nationally televised forum. No edits, no spin, just the truth. It wasn't a debate, it was a record. From the Constitution to receipts, Kennedy exposed double standards and hypocrisy in real time. Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Now, Kennedy has become one of the major arguments of the Democrats because he has found a way, despite being old as fuck, he has still found a way to talk directly to voters. The American guy, because he has been consistently right about almost everything for his entire career. He's one of the really rare. She is one of those people, that's the reason why they have instructions on a shampoo bottle. Like, ever since he said that quote, I knew he was the GOAT. Drywall and Jeffrey Epstein. Christmas ornaments, drywall and Jeffrey Epstein. These three things that don't hang themselves. Dude, I love this guy. I love this guy. So anyway, this was his speech right before. Here's just two little clips. Right, here are just two little clips of the speech right before they voted to open the government. Because realistically, there is no defense for the Kennedy.
I don't know what else to do. I voted 14 times to open up government. I can't change the election. President Trump was duly elected president of the United States in a free election. True. And the American True. And some of my colleagues were upset.
I noticed it.
That they hate so much. They hate him so much that if President Trump came up and said a breathing in the middle, people disagree, and but you're just being too emotional.
You're all feminized whores. True. This dude's the president of the United States. Stop bitching and make the government work. Why are you turning this into a war? Stop, guys. For real. Like, anyway, he had another clip. This one also went super viral, as you can see.
As everyone knows,
this is 150,000 likes.
Folks aren't being paid while we're in a shutdown. Our air traffic control is not being paid. Starting tomorrow, the airlines are going to continue to employ. Our staffs are not being paid. Federal employees are not being paid. These young men and women here, our pages, are not being paid. Our military is only being partially paid. I'm confused about SNAP payments. Some say that payments are being made, some say they aren't. I don't know who's telling the truth, but I do know this. I don't think anybody wants to see anybody. The only people that I can ascertain who are being paid are members of Congress. Now, I said I wasn't going to take a salary. Some of my colleagues are, and I'm not guilty. I'm really, the purpose of this is not to judge anybody. I'm just saying that it's time that Congress set an example. I've got two bills I'm going to offer. The first one is called the No Competitions Act. This just says that while we're in a shutdown, members of Congress don't get paid.
W.
They don't get back.
Base.
The second bill is entitled Withhold Member Pay During Shutdown. That bill says while we're in the shutdown, members of Congress don't get paid, but they will get paid. They'll get their money in arrears.
Amazing. That's right. You have to pay the government back if you take money during a shutdown.
It's fucking hot out there. You think you're pretty smart now, don't you? Here's your pay, Einstein. Chop, chop, dumb fuck.
And so Trump actually watched that speech and posted this. It was so interesting yesterday when our great senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy, introduced a bill in an attempt to withhold a member of Congress from getting paid, and Rand Paul, who never votes for anything, tried to stop it because he wanted to be paid. In other words, Rand wanted to pay the people who stopped the government from working. What's going on with Rand? Fantastic question. Yeah, no, absolutely. And John Kennedy said, thank you, President Trump. If we can't fund the government, we don't deserve our paychecks. That's common sense to the American people, but unfortunately, common sense is illegal in Washington. Absolutely diabolical. Diabolical! So, after Kennedy did this, he basically did a generational media run. Everyone got him on Fox News and on CNN and all the things. And my guy has been cooking nonstop.
Do you ever hear any conversation in the hallway among your Democrat colleagues, maybe the senators from Virginia?
Oh, you want a guarantee, huh? Well, maybe you should try Shamway.
About what's happened to the Democrat Party? I mean, they won, Tuesday night. But where is this going?
A lot of them are scared. They see that the moon wing, the socialist wing, whatever you want to call it, the Bolshevik wing of the party is taken over, and they're scared of women.
Alright, hang on. I'll be right back.
They're terrified. Chuck Schumer was just humiliated because the shutdown was a giant failure. The only win the Democrats actually had was that they elected a radical communist Islamist to the mayor of New York City. That's the big Democrat win that people are talking about. The
record amount of days. This is the largest shutdown in the United States history.
And think about it. It's shut down for nothing. It was shut down for no reason.
And today we're here at the nation's capital talking to people about the shutdown, why it's shut down. A lot of people are being affected from the shutdown. Government workers are not being paid. SNAP benefits have been cut nearly in half. And now airplanes are going to be flying at 10% less than usual here in the United States because of this government shutdown. Right now, Republicans are blaming Democrats while Democrats are blaming Republicans.
Yeah, the Republicans are blaming the Democrats because they're voting for the shutdown. The Democrats are blaming the Republicans because they can literally just look you in the face and lie, and people believe it. Yep, that's what it's all about. They can literally just look at you and lie. This is the reason why Zohran Mamdani, by the way, was elected as the mayor of New York City. He was able to look at his voters in the face and say, I will give you free things. And people were like, free things? Say less! Well, breaking news. Zohran Mamdani retracts his $30 minimum wage promise to voters, saying they will have to make do. Well, color me shocked and surprised. He's not keeping a promise.
And so today we're going to be speaking with all sorts of people, from congressmen to congresswomen to protesters to people on the streets to people losing their benefits from SNAP and everything in between. Today we're going to see what's happening and get the truth about the government shutdown. Here we are here at the U.S. Capitol. And so right now you have some Democrats outside of the Capitol building right now. They're doing a press conference and they're blaming the government shutdown on Donald Trump.
Dude, they do this every single day. It's like their entire day they go out there and they do things on Trump. When it's legal,
Stop healthcare heist. Millionaires got richer. Americans are blaming the shutdown on President Trump. And the Democrats and Republicans don't come to agreement right now. What's going to happen is premiums are going to go up. Trump is saying that they need to pass whatever they're trying to pass, and then they'll talk and there'll be a negotiating.
I'm just saying, I'm going to say something radical right now. I'm going to say something radical. But if healthcare goes away, then that means a lot of women are not going to want to abort their baby. Because a lot of abortions are being subsidized through free healthcare. So we have government-funded child holocaust that happens every single year. So I'm just saying this government shutdown might have saved some children. Who knows? Who knows? Glass half full.
Yeah, Democrats want to keep the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, in place before premiums do go up on Americans. In simplest terms for the American people, can you explain why the government is shut down?
Because Mike Johnson won't negotiate, and John Thune won't negotiate, and Trump won't allow us to see healthcare for the American people.
Look for illegal immigrants.
Right now we have some people getting angry at you. Are you Republican or Democrat? Republican. Look at right now we have some people yelling at right now because of the current state of the government.
Democrats walking around just always surrounded by middle-aged liberal white women with children just screaming at them for no reason.
But
people's grandparents. No, report Abuela. She was in the country for 4 years. That is. She was in the country for 4 years. She didn't become an American citizen.
do you think there's anything the Republicans and Democrats can do to reopen the government?
Yeah, well, we need the votes of the Democrats in the Senate to have closure, and so that we can open up the government. That's what we need to do. Open the government, and then let's get back to work.
I just talked to this lady over here. She said she's also works here in the government. She said it's on the fault of the Republicans here not opening the government and blaming Trump for not negotiating or not talking.
No, look, we voted 13.
Like, it's crazy that this works. Like, you don't understand. They look into the camera and they say it's because Trump. When the fact is, unironically, they voted to reopen it, and the other guys refused. And they got these cockamamie demands, and well, surprise, it didn't work.
Times to keep the government open during the Biden years. We didn't put any.
How insane! Like, Trump is the president, elected by the American people. Right? The American people elected Trump for whatever reason. Mostly I think on the illegal immigration, which say what you want about Trump, he closed the border, and that was probably one of the most momentous things and ever done as efficiently as Trump did it. And I don't see him getting as much respect for that as he deserves, because he did something absolutely
question. There's a platform right now to voice your opinion about the government. Talk to a representative. He says it's because the Democrats are not live right now.
We told you yesterday.
You're a Nazi.
We got a government shutdown. Do you guys believe to reopen the government? There's been over 10 votes so far.
People are going to lose their health care and people are going to die in result to that. So they're holding people accountable for it.
The emergency rooms aren't turning people away that are dying. You've got to
Because of the fact that, oh, you guys don't SNAP benefits, if you don't want to SNAP, then let's take away people's health care? No.
Bro, the Republicans aren't trying to remove people's health care. The Republicans are trying to and actually remove fraud from the healthcare system and remove healthcare for illegal aliens that invaded our country. They're not trying to kill people.
Why would we do that? Why are we the only first world country without health care? Do you want health care? Okay, do you really want to these corporations?
Pay for healthcare. I don't know. Like, dude, universal healthcare is like the fifth grade. I know that this is like the Aspen Gold take. And maybe in the future we don't have to worry about money because we have Android doing everything and we become iPad babies like in WALL-E. Maybe then. But as it stands right now, socialism is cancer. It really is. It absolutely is cancer. Look, I am a dual citizen. I'm Canadian. I'm also American, which means I'm also Canadian. But I'm working. I'm trying every day to be a better person. But I lived in Canada for years. I lived in America for years. I can say without a shadow of a doubt, the American healthcare system is 1,000 times better. 1,000 times better than the Canadian healthcare system. You get socialized, retarded healthcare in Canada, where if you're you go on a fucking waiting list. You go on a waiting list for a year and a half until an oncologist sees you to tell you, well, you should have been here a year and a half ago. Now you're gonna die. Welcome to Canadian healthcare. And if you're poor, for the record, if you're poor in America, you do get free healthcare. You do. You literally do. And it kind of sucks. The same way free healthcare is absolute dog shit. It really is. And I could list you the appointment. It takes forever to get an appointment. It doesn't incentivize doctors to actually be better doctors. Because they're paid by the government. Socialized healthcare means the doctors don't get paid. The doctors are paid by the government. They get paid $1, as they say. Right? Dude, I am not even exaggerating. Never go to a free doctor. Alright? And that's Canadian doctors. I know a socialist, a Canadian socialist. He's a YouTuber. I'm not going to expose him right now. He's a YouTuber with 1.5 million subscribers. He preaches socialism all the fucking time. Socialism is base, Trump is bad, socialism awesome, free healthcare. Every time he or his girlfriend need a medical procedure, they drive to America and get it done in America. And then they go back to Canada to screech about socialism. You have to understand what we're dealing with.
Privatized health care so people cannot get the surgeries they need, the medication they need.
Everyone gets the medication they need. Obviously, it could be better. Obviously, I don't want people dying and stuff of diseases and whatever. But when these people say the medications they need, they're including abortion. All right? They're including transgender surgeries for children or even for adults. I don't want to force people castrating themselves personally. I don't want to do that. I don't want my taxpayer dollars to go to castration or child castration or abortion, baby murder. No, I don't actually want to pay for that at all. So no, I don't think breast augmentation. That's what they want. They literally want plastic surgery, breast augmentation, libtard therapy. Oh my god, my parents! I have religious trauma. I have trauma from being religious as a kid. You have duty is you see every patient, and he saw the patient and he treated her, and she was fine. I think she got into like a car accident or something. Fight or something like that. Treated her, she was fine. They let her out of the hospital. It didn't work, but I respect the attempt.
For illegal aliens, first of all, how are you going to be illegal on stolen land? This was colonized land.
Dude, if there's no such thing as immigration, then there's no such thing as stolen land. These people are retarded.
Second of all, undocumented people do not receive assistance. Why is that lie continuing to be pushed? Why do we think some human beings are better?
Like, it's crazy that we're still living in 2025 and people are still pushing this stolen land. First of all, it's conquered land. Right? It is conquered land. Oh, it is conquered by men stronger than you. Alright, that's one. Two, all of land throughout history was conquered and colonized. You think the Native Americans weren't constantly conquering and fighting and brutalizing each other? They were constantly warring. Multiple cultures that were constantly warring with each other. So to be clear, they were also conquering each other's land throughout all of their history. That's two. If this is stolen land, then you are implying that land could have owners. That people that don't own the land should be deported. So your logic is retarded.
Do you think that you're better than her?
No, I do not.
Okay, so why is it she's Latino? How are you going to say that a human being is illegal? Do you know how broken our immigration system is?
I think that every single person that reaches for we push this motion in the Congress. If you're watching, could we push a motion in the Congress that every single person that says no human is illegal gets to just show up and sleep on their couch? Can we please do that? Can we please orchestrate this? Like put it into law. You can get a homo hobo to sleep on your couch if you say nobody's illegal.
Believe me, if illegal migrants were actually getting benefits here inside the United States.
They are not. They are
Do
not.
a video right now, would you believe me?
Because let me see your fake news because it's not true. People do not receive assistance. That is not correct. And I would like to see your source. What I have to say is, well, they're getting benefits. They're getting things that shouldn't be possible. Things like this.
This is the leftoid mentality. It doesn't happen. Okay, it does happen, but here's why it's actually good that it happens. We went through the entire leftoid hive mind in 1 second.
Medicare to me isn't an issue that we should with Medicare, yeah.
Undocumented people do not receive assistance. They're getting benefits.
And because of what's called
Every single time. I'm telling you, man. These overly empathetic, it's this hyper-radical feminism of this culture. It really is. Every culture has its flaws. Our flaws is that we're way too tolerant, man. Way too tolerant of this shit.
called the filibuster, there is needed 60 votes to pass a bill to reopen the government. Right now, there are 53 senators that are Republican that are voting to reopen the government. Meanwhile, they need just 7 Democrats to vote to reopen the government, and they have already voted more than 10 times. However, they have not been able to get enough votes from the Democrats to reopen the government. So I can play one of the senators who has voted no each time to see what it would take for him to vote yes to reopen the government. Senator, what would you vote to reopen the government to get your vote?
We need to airtight guarantee that healthcare tax credits for...
They don't even know what they're talking about. They don't even know what they're talking about. They have no clue.
Insurance will be guaranteed. Americans need to be sure that they have healthcare insurance, and I will vote to reopen the government. There is a commitment to extend the healthcare tax credits.
We literally have Congress people that can't walk and talk. Like we need to shut down the government. Like cut out 90%.
That make health insurance affordable.
Illegal migrants are getting a lot of benefits. Do you believe that?
Undocumented immigrants are not receiving benefits under the ACA. It's prohibited by law.
Anyway, because your system is literally created with loopholes that they take advantage of. Dude, no one's buying this anymore.
Not happening.
And if you guys were to reopen the government, voted to reopen the government, do you believe Donald Trump would negotiate healthcare?
I'm sorry.
My name's Nick Shirley.
Okay.
Do you think Donald Trump would negotiate with you guys with healthcare?
That's right. We're the media now, old man.
Do you trust his word?
Talk about it.
Because he doesn't want to budge. And he won. And you all completely and utterly failed. Yep, correct.
Compromise is not a four-letter word. You're willing to talk. Unfortunately, Donald Trump is absolutely.
And now we are going to a protest talk with the people there about the shutdown. Before we go there, I want to thank the sponsor of the video, Opus Corp. And they've received benefit. This is a constant protest from one group. Let's see what you'll hear. Out there right now, Donald Trump is running for
I'm sure we're going to hear some absolute wisdom bombs. You think someone who's spending their day in
Hey, how's it going?
and contributing nothing to society instead of raising her children or taking care of her grandchildren.
Well, President, well, they used to say the buck stops here, right?
I'm digging underground to start my base.
He's in charge of everything.
It's not Biden's fault that he opened the border and let in 30 million people, but it is Trump's fault that the Democrats are voting to shut down the government. Like,
According to his own words. Yeah, he's the president, right?
Shutdown ends. The largest shutdown in history.
How do I think it ends? I think maybe the Republicans come to their senses.
Ah.
basically saying you should go kill them. I know that you're doing things, but what do you do if the fascists take over your country? Well, you have to go fascist, right? That's the only thing you can do. Fascists take over, what are you going to do? You're running your country, you have to kill them, right? So yeah, that's like this mindset. Kill Republicans. You know, boomer words.
Realize that they don't need to go down with the good ship. They come back to the negotiating table.
We see Republicans inside the Senate, and the congressmen, congresswomen, everybody else in the Capitol.
I don't know how long it's going to take, but eventually they'll be like
My guy, you got absolutely fucked, my guy.
If you were a Democrat, would you vote to reopen the government, or would you stand strong with all the obstruction?
I don't see any point. You can't negotiate with people. I think they have all the levers of power. It's within their ability to reopen the government. If they don't want to, then let them do it.
That's a non-issue.
Right now, we have the middle finger yelling at the White House, saying shame to the White House.
That'll change everything. They literally got constantly liberal white women to show up and waste their life. Like, it's insane right now.
Should they reopen the government?
And they'll just lie anyway.
Yeah.
No, it's literally the Democrats that are using the starving people as their levers. They admitted it themselves. You are in a cult. Actual liberal white women that are all retarded. Look, man, I've spoken California and New York. Two vapidly leftoid states. Why?
Hey, what's up?
Why? It's so obvious.
Millionaires and the common people.
It has been for decades. It's just gotten worse. He is the most blatant about it, for sure. But it has existed for past presidents, not just Republican.
What do you think about this government shutdown?
I'm happy the government shut down.
Fucking Joker.
Okay. Why are you happy the government shut down?
Because the people need to wake up.
Do you think Donald Trump, when Republicans and Democrats can sit down and discuss?
And those who aren't really interested in discussing great ideologies.
What?
Do you trust the government?
Like, dude, God, you do have a sense of humor.
I don't know. I think it needs to stay close until Americans wake up.
Should they abolish the filibuster?
Oh, no. No. That's the only thing that's saving either side. You know what I mean? Something to go through. The filibuster is what helps people take more time to get more research done.
With this government shutdown, AOC has been very outspoken about the shutdown. We just got access inside of this building, and we can go interview anybody. So I'm gonna go straight to AOC's door and see what she has to say. Hello, is AOC in today? She's not. Is she in Washington D.C.? Is she in Washington D.C.? AOC is not here. Dang it. All right, thank you. So we did just try to talk to AOC. She's currently not here inside Washington D.C. Unfortunately, because of the government shutdown, a lot of these congressmen.
Bro, AOC has a child mutilation flag on her door. Oh my God.
Congresswomen are not here inside Washington D.C. because they're not able to be here because the government is currently shut down. So that's why a lot of these offices are just empty because the congressmen and congresswomen are not here. They're not here. They're trying to work on some sort of resolution, but because they're not getting paid, they don't actually technically need to be here. So if resolutions are going to be made.
Wow, a lot of people on Kick coming in, telling me how great my content is.
And right now in America, over 40 million Americans rely upon SNAP or
I bet you they could do artwork for my channel.
inside the United States to get their food. And right now, because of the government shutdown,
Or can guarantee me 500 followers.
nearly in half, now only $5 million that will be distributed to the American people. Right now, we're here in a.
Now, before I go too far, I just wanted to ask you a question. All right, now this is a question that I'm just asking. This is not racism. This is just me asking question. Why is it that black people are on SNAP benefits 5 times more than white people? Please answer your question in a format that doesn't talk about systemic racism. Can you explain to me like what happened, bro? What happened? Before anyone says anything, this is my response. Before anyone says anything, this is my response. All right, I'm just talking facts. All right, this is what I have to say. All right, this is where we're at. Okay, all right. This is where we're at. Enough about my racist past. Let's talk about my racist future, says the CEO of racism. All right, I don't care. I literally don't care. But why is this a thing?
Lower income neighborhood here inside Washington D.C. area in Anacostia. We're speaking with the people about how the government shutdown has affected them. How do you feel about the government shutdown?
I feel sorry for the people that is involved, but don't bother me at all.
Have you guys lost any benefits? I know the people said to come here in Anacostia.
I won't receive food stamps, and I really need these food stamps because I only receive.
Okay, we were just talking with them. Alright.
Where you're at right now?
Yeah, in Anacostia.
Oh my God! Police showed up because a white man was asking questions. You've got to be kidding me.
Here.
This seems like a law-abiding area. I'm not tripping again. I swear to God.
You and a video on the government shutdown.
things that we're supposedly trying to fight. So it's definitely been hard press and hard hit on this end.
How come you feel like the government's not opening?
This whole concept of the government isn't giving me free shit and now we have to kill each other is actually, I know that poverty causes violence, obviously, but there's actually a solution. Get a job, bro. Get a job. You've got to stop, man. Like, I'm sorry. Right? I'm sorry. It sucks, right? But you know, in Genesis, God said to Adam, "From the sweat of your brow shalt ye bread." One of the fundamental truths of being get you know as to work. A job. Like, I'm sorry, man. At some point, you gotta take accountability for your shit.
It's the longest shutdown in U.S.
And
history.
again, I'm not blaming this guy specifically. This is a cultural thing that the government needs to fund me. The government needs to fund me. I should be saying thank you. Senator Kennedy, if you're watching this video, could you please institute a law in Congress that every single time someone receives SNAP benefits, they have to post a TikTok and put it on their TikTok and their Instagram account saying, "I made this video to thank the American taxpayers for funding this week's food bank. I wasn't able to do it myself because I didn't get a job, but I wanted to personally thank everyone that made it possible for me to survive." I think it would be a good idea if we get a thank you to everyone for people on food stamps. That's my opinion. It's not that hard to do. I'm not entitled to this money. It's coming to you out of the goodness of our heart. And realistically, you're welcome. I'm happy that you're getting the money. I don't want anyone to starve. I want everyone to get the money. I would appreciate it.
I think.
You know what? This will stop every single illegal thing. Say please and thank you, says JD.
We have an administrator or a president right now who's just not really to be bipartisan across the aisle. Unfortunately, he has his own agenda, and everyone else is paying.
The Obama care and shit. The Democrats want to give money to the
Think about it.
should only cover raw food. You heard it here first. SNAP benefits should cover water, fruits, vegetables, raw meat and fish, and eggs. That's it. It should not cover anything cooked, anything packaged, anything wrapped in plastic should not be covered by SNAP. Alright? It shouldn't. This is in order for you guys to survive. Any suffering. It is not for you to kill yourself on endless calories. Alright? What about milk? It's raw. Raw food, you can have it. Sorry, man. No Cheetos, no pizza, no DoorDash. None of that. Sorry. Buy raw materials and learn to cook. Alright? Like, we do not need to play this game forever. And we are stuck in this downward spiral. And I'm going to keep preaching this until one day things change. Who knows if they will. But I'm going to speak the truth even if I think it's realistic. It's super realistic to happen in the near future. Just like I don't think that unfortunately is going to be stopped in the near future. You know, and I'm specifically abortion that's not a health risk. Abortion is not a health risk. It's murder, in my personally. I'm going to keep talking about it even though no one really takes that seriously. As tragic as that is.
Shutting the down, there are individuals who are impacted who are not eating. If you think about it,
no starvation crisis in America. This is one of the great Democrats. Look up, all right? Now, I'm telling you this in advance. People tried to on Twitter. I got mega canceled for this one because they said I was lying. If you look up, is there a starvation crisis in America? Some people have food deficiencies. You know, 1 out of 5 children have deficiencies in regards to food or whatever. No one is starving. Deficiencies are not equal to starvation. No one's starving. Like, dude, no one. I'll make it even worse. There is no evidence of people starving in Gaza. Okay, there was food deficiency in Gaza. Don't get me wrong. There is no evidence of people starving to death there. None. Okay, in Gaza. All right. Soup kitchens. There are churches. There are your local places that will give you food. All right. We have an obesity crisis. We don't have a starvation crisis.
that when you think about the UN and the policies that we have in place in the UN, if a country did that, people were not eating, neither was holding off those resources, we would have a whole.
It's not him that's holding up the resources. It's literally the Democrats that were holding up the resources. It was literally the Democrats that voted to shut the government. Like, you have to understand. Because there are like world crises happening all over the place. Do you know there's mass starvations in Sudan right now? In Sudan, thousands starving. In Yemen, in Yemen, 377,000 people died. I think between starvation is a big cause. The UN said nothing. The UN only criticizes America and Israel. That's the only thing they criticize. Like, I feel bad for this guy because he's just misinformed. He has no idea what's going on. And to be honest, I don't blame him because most voters have no idea what's going on. They really don't. Like, you know, you could sit there and say, "Oh, the government's fault that people are starving." You're just not
different conversation. So I think it's definitely
Because over 40 million people will either lose or not receive their full benefits from SNAPs this month, which is a lot. That's over 10%.
Yeah, my hot take is, out of those 40 million people, the vast majority should not even be on SNAP, and they should get a job. SNAP should be people that are, you know, in actual financial crises that they can't get themselves out of. But if you are refusing to get a job and you are on government subsidies, honestly, fuck yourself.
Percent of the U.S. population is dependent upon SNAP and EBT and food stamps.
it's a major issue. I think financial literacy is like a bigger issue. I think sometimes
you don't say.
Just because of
you don't say.
oh no, that's another conversation. But I would say this short version: financial literacy is an issue. Education is an issue. If you have those things in place, you can take $5 and turn it into $100,000 with sound financial literacy.
Correct. I think this is one of the most discussed topics in America, is the fact that this is the best country in the world, and you could actually make it. You could actually make good life decisions. If you get a job, not even a super high paying job, you get a job. This dude's big. I like this guy. I like him. I think he's misinformed, but I like this dude. Realistically, all right, I'm gonna give you some Jew lore. You ready for some Jew lore? Get a job, all right? Take whatever you can that you don't need to spend. You put it in the S&P 500 stock, all right? That stock index, the S&P 500, and you fucking leave it there for 20 years. You will be a multi-millionaire, all right? That's just the reality. Splurging on Magic the Gathering cards and infinite fast food will literally be a top 1% if you take your paycheck and put it into the S&P 500. You will, in 20 years, you'll be in the top 1%. That's how shitty, right? That's how shit the country is in regards to teaching people how to actually make a living and make something for themselves. We're gonna have another financial crash. Of course we're gonna have a financial crash. It's gonna go back up, and then it's gonna go back up. Because, you know, all these rumors that you want your money in the stock market, as an example. If you don't want to do that, invest in real estate or something else, fine. I'm gonna give you some Jew lore, okay? So my grandfather, Holocaust survivor, by the way, he came from nothing. He, thank God, is super, he even though he came here with nothing, literally nothing. His family was all killed in Holocaust. He came alone, barely spoke, studied English every day, learned English. He still has like a Polish accent, alright? But you know, thank God, he built a family. He wonderful guy. Bunch of grandkids, great grandchildren. Anyway, when I was a kid, you know, like every Christmas month, Hanukkah month, whatever it is, and like you'll get, I will get, let's say my grandfather owed me $10. I remember this. I was like 6 years old. He would give me the $10. He said, "What do you do with like $10?" And I would say, "I'll go buy myself some Yu-Gi-Oh cards or whatever." And my grandfather would say, "50 Yu-Gi-Oh cards is $4. You still have $6 honestly, if you deport all the illegals, a lot of jobs are going to open up. Have you considered that?
But long live the man, freedom man.
How's the government shutdown affecting people here inside this area, in this neighborhood?
Let me say, in this particular neighborhood, I would say majority of the people rely on food stamps for food. Food banks.
What are we doing? It's insane. The majority? Oh my god. No wonder why they're going to vote for the left every single time. Keep them on a leash.
Or both.
Would you say if the government doesn't reopen, inside these neighborhoods?
Absolutely.
No, they won't. Stop. No, people aren't starving in America, okay? It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Like, you've got to be kidding me, bro.
Absolutely.
And who are people here blaming? Are they blaming Trump? Are they blaming the Democrats? What are they thinking?
I think everybody's blaming everybody. I think at this point in this climate, everybody knows that Republicans and Democrats all think it is the same.
And with what you said about so many people relying upon the government here, do you think this might be a wake-up call for people to realize that maybe we shouldn't rely so much on the government?
I was just having a conversation with my friend about that. The amount of people that is affected by this government shutdown and then homelessness is ridiculous, and that should people should sit down and think about that the government is not really reliable. So you should always have your people around.
You can't rely on the government to give us free shit our whole life for the American taxpayer that's actually working to get jobs. What is happening in the school system that they grow up with? Like, it's crazy. I'm telling you. Again, this is coming as a non-racist. I firmly believe God. And as a non-racist, get a job! What are we doing? This victimhood crap is killing you!
A source of income, some sort of a savings or backup plan, or have something going for yourself, a side hustle or something, so that you can get your.
What about a main hustle? Bro, what are we doing? Side hustle? Worry about a main hustle first. Get a job.
The government is not reliable.
You rely on the government for your income. That's not even what the government's food benefits are for. It's not to be your income.
The shutdown has proven that, and so now people need to start coming up with what do you call this? Contingency plans for themselves and their families for whenever the government fails us, like they're doing now.
Free sounds good until there's no more free stuff.
And then now you gotta.
Free doesn't sound good. All right, you will feel not accomplished. Get depressed as fuck and realistically get a job.
Figure stuff out yourself.
I'm just saying. I'm just asking the tough questions. Why is it that when Nick Shirley wanted to find people that were struggling on the government shutdown, why did he go to the black neighborhood? That's what I want to know. I'm just asking questions. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, man.
Roblox is a platform that needs no introduction, yet every time I talk about it, I feel compelled to remind people that this is like one of the most profitable things on the planet. This game has become more popular than oxygen, but I'm sure all of you already know that. There's not a soul on this planet that hasn't at least heard the name Roblox. You could live underground just feeding off of dirt, and somehow I'm sure the name Roblox made it down to the subterranean culture. Like, it is absolutely that big. But for some parents that stay in the know about the happenings on the online space, Roblox is a name that might send some shivers down your spine, because there is a big problem in the community.
All right, give me a minute. I'm gonna make coffee and everything. I got a bunch of shit I want to do.
foreign language film. And I think it deserved each and every one of those awards. It absolutely dusted titties at the Oscars last night, and for good reason. The movie's a masterpiece, and I can't recommend it enough. Now, I don't want to toot my own horn or eat my own cum, but I saw it coming. Back in 2019, you'll remember we did the Moisties, the top 5 best movies of 2019. We put Parasite as number 1. The Academy must be big fans of the Moist Meter because they absolutely agreed with me. The Academy straight bent over and goatsy themselves just letting Bong Joon-ho run a train on their award show, which he absolutely deserves. Bong Joon-ho is a creative genius who makes nothing but hits, and I'm super pleased to see him clean up these awards. It was not without controversy because you're not speaking English. Parasite, baby. Oh, are you kidding me? You're winning an American award, but you don't speak English? That's an outrage. You know Twitter went up in flames. But not just Twitter, there were some brave YouTubers that embarrassed themselves and ruined their reputation. So I'll start there because Twitter is not over everything. If someone came out tomorrow and solved every disease ever, people would still be trying to cancel them and fucking whining about it on Twitter. So we'll start with this brave.
It already was nominated and won for Best Foreign Film. So if Best Foreign Film is the equivalent to Best Picture for the foreign film, why is it then allowed to be nominated for Best Picture? Can someone explain that to me?
Yeah, actually, I think I can step in here and take that question on. Also, just want to say, love the way you pronounce the word equivalent. You say equivalent. It makes it sound like you're doing a really adorable senpai ooh kind of thing. Really cute stuff, man. But yeah, the reason why it can win international film and Best Picture is because it was so fucking good that it got nominated for Best Picture. As he calls it, sounding like he's straight out of the Rugrats cartoon, is that Parasite had multiple chances by winning International Best Film and Best Film. He believes that if a film wins International Best Film, it should not be eligible to compete for Best Film because it's only an international film and shouldn't be allowed to be the best overall film for some reason. And he keeps mentioning American films like 1917, but he fails to realize that 1917 is not an American film to begin with, so he's already way off his mark. Suck the ass of the Academy Awards or any award show in general, especially the Academy, though I disagree with the vast majority of their decisions over the last few years, but in this one in particular I really think they got it right, and I don't think award shows are all that important to begin with, by the way. I think they're just kind of a fun event to get together with friends and cheer on your favorite movie or actor, but people were really upset about Parasite in particular, and the vast majority of the people complaining haven't even seen the movie. They also admit to not even seeing Parasite or knowing anybody that's seen Parasite, so I don't understand why he's being so harsh on it and misrepresenting the films and his audience. He just keeps talking about Joker and how great Joker was, you know, it should have won is now bigger. It should have won every award that humanity's ever conceived, including a Nobel Prize, but he would have been fine with any American movie winning, just not Parasite. It's just ridiculous stuff. Last night, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and I were streaming the Oscars as a little watch-along thing on twitch.tv/moistcritical, and everyone in the chat erupted when Parasite won. Everyone who saw it probably agrees that it was the best movie of last year, against stiff competition with Joker, 1917, Marriage Story, but Parasite was just an incredible movie that did some very special things. This guy hasn't seen it, and he doesn't know anything about the movie, as he says multiple times. I don't know if it's because he can't read subtitles, which I find hard to believe, because it looks like he watches thousands of anime and reads hentai, or he just outright doesn't want to watch foreign films. I don't know the reason, but Parasite is a movie I think everyone should see, and especially if you're going to make a rant about it, you should at least know what the fuck you're talking about.
But out of everybody in the United States or the motherfucking America, how many people actually fucking seen Parasite? Okay? If you don't know what Parasite is, I don't don't give a shit about Parasite. It's fine. It won Best Foreign Film. You know what? Because it's a goddamn foreign film. Joker, and look, I don't care if Joker didn't win. I wanted to win, but it could have been Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Marriage Story, 1917, Ford v. Ford. I'm sorry, if you want Best Foreign Film, ballot to even be qualified to win Best Picture. Joker.
It's guys like this that make Joker such an embarrassing thing to talk about. He's like a Rick and Morty Season 3 Szechuan sauce meltdown fan. And I don't just mean in regards to the new Joker movie. The Joker as a character, I think, is just absolutely fantastic, and the new movie is spectacular. But it's so hard to fucking say that without cringing because of guys like this who just go ballistic on these drunken rants about the superior movie and the superior.
Okay, look at the United States of America right now. What is more important to our culture than the Joker? About a movie that talks about mental illness not being taken seriously, about how people in high schools look down and frown upon the poor, the poverty, and people with mental illness, how we need to take this more serious. But no, forget all these fucking social problems that we're touched upon. Let's have a better
Do you want to come in?
agenda, and let's go full
Oh.
blown, and let's give Parasite
That was mushier than you thought it was, huh? Oh, there you go, buddy. Oh, let me get that eye booger for you.
Internet, truly fucking devoid of all semblance of meaning. But this looks like the kind of about everything being woke. Ah, god damn it. Cereal. Ah, I can taste the SJW propaganda with every bite. It's just so silly. Yeah, obviously there's some shit that is pushing, political agendas or any kind of agendas whatsoever, where the decision is very clearly made just for the sake of that. This is not one of those circumstances. By any definition, Parasite is an exceptional film where the majority of people who saw it agree that it was probably the best picture. It wasn't like a shock that it could win. It wasn't like super surprising that came out of left field. There's nothing woke about it, yet people keep talking about how woke it was to have it win, and I don't get it.
They said Parasite, the first foreign language movie to win Best Picture. Pat yourself on the fucking back, Academy. Go pat your woke ass fucking self on the fucking back. But a film shouldn't be nominated for Best Foreign Film and then also have the opportunity to win Best Picture. Because none of the other Best Picture nominations had a chance to be nominated for anything else. Yes, the technical awards and all that shit.
Yes, that is a good point. Those technical words now you're starting to really make some coherent points. Now we're starting to get somewhere. I'm starting to see your perspective.
But if Best Foreign Film is the equivalent of Foreign Best Picture, then why is the film in our country, the country which we all fucking watch in the Academy, okay? We watch those fucking films. Why is Parasite then nominated for that? Again, how many fucking people in this country seen Parasite? I guarantee you probably 2% of the fucking population.
Parasite did play in America, so the movies also as well as a pretty large portion of American population, actually. It did over 160 million, so it actually kind of fucking crushed it at the box office, especially off of only an $11 million budget. That shit absolutely did great.
Okay, do we go to other countries and in their best pictures is fucking 1917 nominated? That's a legit question. Tell me if that's true or not?
Yeah, I think I can take that question. It is true. Yeah, American films do get nominated for foreign awards. Very common, in fact.
It's the Oscars. I am tired of these fucking agendas. Why didn't the best movie win Best Picture?
It did. This year it absolutely did, which is good. I don't know exactly what point he was trying to make here. I don't think he knows what point he was trying to make here, but a couple other YouTubers shared a similar thing. Really cheated or misguided as this guy. Well, paying attention to Twitter now. Twitter was a little more upset that it was Korean that was winning American awards. They were more upset about the language than the actual amount of awards they won. So obviously I'm not going to show you every single meltdown tweet about it, but there were quite a few. This being kind of a poster child for this stupid fucking a man named Bong Joon-ho wins half of the Oscars. 1917 acceptance speech. Great honor, thank you. Then he proceeds to
What are you
the destruction of America.
wetting up my
Initially, it sounded like
arm
he
for?
hates Korean people as a whole, and it would have been extremely brave to just say that outright on his checkmark Twitter account. So he went into damage control mode to clarify what he meant by these people. These people are obviously not Koreans, but those in Hollywood awarding a foreign film that stokes flames of class warfare over two films they thought were more deserving, simply to show how woke they are. That should be clear from the rest of what I tweeted about tonight's production. Woke has truly lost all fucking meaning, and also, if that's what you meant, why did you even point out that he was speaking Korean in the first place? If the issue you had was the class warfare and thinking the other two films deserved it more, why did you even point out the fact that he gave his acceptance speech in Korean? Your initial tweet is he wins award, he gives speech in Korean. These people are destroying America. At no point do you ever even say anything about class warfare, the other two films just being better. It makes no fucking sense. Your damage control is way off the mark. If you want my expert opinion, I think this guy just hates any language that's not English, because the tweet right before this one is complaining about Frozen being sung in other languages, calling it globalist trash. Imagine if this guy heard the SpongeBob Krusty Krab pizza song in other languages. He'd lose his fucking mind. He'd probably go set a church on fire. He'd go nuts. I can't even imagine how he responded when Parasite won Best Picture, because he was melting down at the screenplay. Best Picture. My God, you know there was chairs and tables being used in his household. It reads like a Alex Jones parody tweet, to be honest, but it's not. Great movie compared to Rain, and the meltdown that a lot of people are having is just ridiculously silly. That's about it. See ya. Speedrunning an intro here. I just learned about some of the most entertaining drama of 2024. I saw it through Evil Pineley's video covering it ago, and it is still going on. The CEO of a parchment paper business losing his mind and having this whiny temper tantrum meltdown, all because he watched a TikTok video of a girl being cooked a meal by her father.
When I told my dad I was going to be getting him the same pans that Gordon Ramsay has, he was so excited. I'm talking about the Hexclad pans, and today
it's a super innocent video of this girl's dad making a meal, and the CEO of parchmentpaper.com was angrier about this than he would be if he walked in on his wife having sex with another man. Though it is quite the stretch of imagination to envision this guy, this lunatic, with any kind of companionship in his life. So after watching this, he was infuriated, went on the actual company's business account, and left a mean comment, which started a series of events he couldn't possibly
pans that we had gotten. There was a comment on there where the person goes, "Must be tough living a life on easy mode." I also didn't think the comment was rude at first, so I responded with, "Lucky to have parents who make it possible." And they responded, "Yeah, we get it. You have no skills and family money."
That's already such a weird it must be nice living. It's just a girl getting cooked a meal by a how bitter and miserable could it possibly be to just see something like that and be like, I gotta give her a piece of my mind. That's usually used in reference to cam or something. Must be nice living life on recruit difficulty because men are giving you a ton of money just to be hot or something. And putting it into this situation where it's just a girl being cooked a meal by her father. So he said that he's parchmentpaper.com. So the Parchment Paper Patriot is really having a conniption. The poster responds saying, you know, it's supportive family, got lucky. She said she didn't even find it rude at first, which I don't know how you would see that as anything other than rude. But regardless, her response was super sweet, and he gets even more about that, fucking steams his ears, and goes, "Yeah, we get it. You have no skills and family money." What kind of projection is this? Holy insecurity. What do you mean you have no skills? All she did was show a video of her dad cooking her a good meal. It's ridiculous to assume that she has no skills. It's based on nothing. She could have bowling skills, nunchuck skills. She could be one of the most skillful human beings on the fucking planet. You have no idea. And then he's going, it's the family's money. You're suckling off their programs because your parents have money. What is happening? Do you have no skills because you probably order Uber Eats all the time? Are you just ruining businesses? Like, I mean, that's a pretty cool skill, I guess. But anyway, this is only the beginning of his rampage, and he just fully self-destructs over the course of the next few hours. It's like Chaozu from Dragon Ball Z, when Chaozu laughs at himself up, but the sacrifice was in vain because Napa barely felt anything. She obliterates this man.
And at that point, I'm just like, okay, what the hell? Like, maybe this account is hacked, because from a business account, that seems kind of weird. So I send them an email, and I'm like, hey, like, I think somebody's on your business account, like, leaving cyberbullying comments. Didn't say anything else. That was it. And then I get an email from the CEO.
I think anybody in their right mind would assume that that business account is hacked, because what little toddler would be shitting their pants, soiling their diaper over something as simple as watching a TikTok video of a girl being cooked a meal by her father? So I think that's very sound logic. Oh, this account must be hacked, I'll let the business know. So she reaches out, and the CEO himself, Brandon Howard, steps forward, saying, I don't consider stating factual information is cyberbullying, but if you're offended over a comment about having no skill set while getting to frolic through life with family money as bullying, I'd call the cyberbully police. Delete the comment and move along. Cheers. Brandon, I think the department we need on this case is the cringe police, because Jiminy Christmas, holy cannoli. Oh, he tried a facts don't care about your feelings moment there. What facts are we talking about? Her having no skill set? You have no idea who she is. All you watch is her get cooked a meal. I'm sure your parents did like it at some point, right? Maybe they don't anymore because you're probably insufferable to be around, so they probably cut you off. I imagine that's the case, which is why you're so upset over this moment. I don't see at all how to be just following through life, posting up for family money. That's a unreal logic and logic based on nothing at all. And honestly, she was like a good Samaritan here, like looking out for your business, thinking that you might have been hacked because of how awful this behavior is and how terrible of a way it is for your business, and then you double down and make things significantly worse by being this big loser. So I love quick split here from Big Baby Brandon to claim that she was offended over his comments. Worm was offended first over this called an ambulance because he can't stop crying about this video of a father making a meal.
Considering my parents literally grew up in mud huts, worked their ass off to get out of India, get us here, and get a full-time job and a side career, he goes back to the page and goes, cyberbullying us to tell us is actually hilarious. Enjoy frolicking through life and leave the rest up to us adults who create actual economic value without a trust.
Yeah, leave the heavy lifting up to the real adults, like Brandon Howard, CEO of ParchmentPaper.com. It's comical that the act hard here. Like, I don't know what he expected to happen. Claiming that she's like a trust fund kid based on nothing. Literally nothing. All just gobbledygook. All I saw was a video of her getting made a meal by her father. How could you possibly connect all of these weird dots? To me, it seems like the person who's really frolicking through life on easy mode is you. Respond to random people on TikTok and leave comments that just let everyone know that you're an outrageous asshole. Like, that's what it's boiled down to here.
They did send me a legal notice. It came from info@parchmentpapers.com, and it says that they are really worried about the safety of their team, and if I don't remove the defamatory posts on TikTok, they will be taking legal action, which I don't believe it's defamatory
because it's not. All she did was share his comments, his email, his statements, all from his mouth. This stupid douchebag is just desperate Hail Mary maneuvers when they have nothing else left and trying their absolute best to they themselves have poked in it. And it doesn't work, and it actually leads to him looking like even more of a clown, because she points out some pretty interesting things about this cease and desist.
So yeah, like, I don't believe it's defamatory. I also don't believe you have a legal department because you signed it incorrectly. It says legal department at parchmentpapers.com. You forgot the dot. Your contact information because you're using a template. And also, what's with the cease and desist? I thought it was CES.
Did some ayahuasca, right? He took the cease and desist and lost himself somewhere in the sauce. So apparently it was something from legal Parchment Papers.com, and then here's some more details on it, I suppose. before the email got sent out, his supposed legal department okayed this. If he does have a legal department, they need to be fired right now. They need to get fired yesterday, because that is a disgrace. That is not a legal document whatsoever. Fucking your contact information is right. See, you couldn't have made that any worse. This legal document he tried to send over is now more worthless than the parchment paper that he's built his life upon.
Another day, another email. This time, you decided to fix the typos. Congratulations. And you also told me you're fixing the typos. Very interesting thing for your legal department to say.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks. She is cooking him harder than the meal that her father cooked her in the first place that started all of this. I love how he proudly calls attention to fixing the typos. Like a student in class. Excuse me, teacher. I fixed the spelling mistakes in the cursive. Fix the typos just in case you couldn't figure out. We're very serious about this issue, as your direct actions to intentionally harm to us. Oh my god, the grammar is diabolical as well. And our company is not being taken lightly. We expect action to be taken within 48 hours. See attached. It's probably a picture of Brandon Howard's butthole here going spread goatsy on her. So, this is clearly again written by someone that is lacking a 4th grade education. Brandon, I think your first hire at parchmentpaper.com, or pardon me, parchmentpaper.com should be an English tutor for yourself here. This is bad. How you even attempt to run a business is beyond me. I guess they just let anyone into the parchment paper industry these days. But yeah, so Brandon again tries to strike back here, and again looks super dumb for it. But congrats on fixing the typo, idiot.
But desist at the bottom, I saw that it said so of course I had to call them and ask them, is this a real legal document? And they said no immediately, and they said this looks like a phishing scam and you should probably not respond.
Oh god, even RocketLawyer.com's shooting spitballs at Brandon now. Just saying that, no, it's definitely not real, a phishing scam, don't respond to it. Use the parchment paper for Brandon, honestly. It's almost poetic that the guy who owns a paper business can't read or write very well. I think it's poetic almost.
Anyways, then you decided you were going to start using my work email public to sign me up for corn sites, for Scientology, but you forgot that the would actually send you the IP where the accounts will leave from. But I do remember that on Trustpilot, when you had your address, suspicious, huh?
Brandon's out here collecting L's like they're the Infinity Stones. He is greedy for that shit. He can't stop losing. And I can't stop thinking about how he signed off that legal document about, like, having 48 hours to comply or whatever. Trying to give us a deadline. Like, this is the ultimatum. You've got to do it within 40 hours. It's gonna get serious if you couldn't tell. That's just so... Like, I feel like he must have watched Mission Impossible at some point. This message would self-destruct upon finishing. That kind of thing, and he tried to channel that into this document here to give us a sense of
talking about this at this point. Since my initial email to you where I thought your company was hacked, I have not you were laughing on the beach, and then you were having crybaby so much attention.
3 days old. After Brandon's biblical meltdown. And he's still going on about it. So this is a screenshot from his Crybaby special, which, oh my god, the irony almost makes me sick. This fucking guy lacks self-awareness to an almost delusional degree. He is the only one that has been crying. He started with the waterworks and the French cries because he watched the girl get cooked up by her father. He is the crybaby. And yet he's still trying to push it on everyone else like they're the problem. Our thousands of real customers will appreciate this. On sale, custom dimensions on demand. Boy, howdy, Brandon. Custom dimension parchment paper? I'm out the door. I gotta get on that right now. All these real customers are probably just excited by this. Nothing makes me believe in a company the real customers.
Letters were not working. You thought it would be a smart idea to reach out to my boss at the agency that I work for and ask him to remediate the situation for you. You thought you could tell my boss to tell me to delete my videos just because commenting from your business profile does not mean that you get to include my place of work.
Pathetic, slimy tactics from an absolute greaseball here. So he apparently contacts her boss to try and whine to him to fix it, which obviously didn't do anything. Brandon, this is so bad. So embarrassing.
When all of this failed and you thought it would be a great idea to send me one more email stating that you will deal with it as you see fit, whatever the hell that means, and then you decided to add this banner to your website, I'm sure you think that
This is when it gets so spicy. We do not support woke, feminist, cancel culture, hate mob groups who do nothing positive in our community. On his official parchmentpaper.com website, this guy has lost his marbles. He's off his gourd right now. He's going sicko mode. Brother, what are you even talking about? All she did was showcase your comments and made fun of you. What is the woke, feminist, cancel culture movement here? You made yourself look stupid and people clowned on you for it, rightfully so. You are the problem. And also, didn't you just try one of those cancel culture maneuvers by contacting her boss and her place of work to get her in trouble because of you and your beef with her? How can you lack self-awareness to this degree? It's almost criminal, I would say. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. So, he's got this now proudly posted on his website at that point, and I also love how he says that she does nothing positive for the community. When you came out of nowhere, the negative Nancy, just saying that she lives life on easy mode and has no skills and relies on her family's money, all just because she had a video of her father cooking for her. What are you talking about? What positive shit do you bring to the world, Brandon? Now, I will say, that section right there was so outlandish with the woke feminist cancel culture mob being on the paper's website. It's so over the top that I half believe that might actually be faked by somebody, and I also struggle to believe that Brandon would be competent enough to even put that on his website in the first place. I just don't think he has the capability to do that. And I really don't think he has a team around him. I think it's just him. So I think that one might not be real. But to argue against that point, his statements on the official Black Label Paper Instagrams echo that same sentiment about like the woke cancel culture mob and all of that shit. So there is a chance that it's real. There is a very good chance that it's real, but I do want to put it out there that I haven't been able to 100% confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is, because as of right now, it's not on the website. But he could have just deleted it after backlash.
But you continue to talk about it, you continue to make stories about it, and
Alright, give me a minute, I gotta go get coffee.
as if all of this was not enough, you decided that you were going to start making all of your stories on your Black Label Paper account involving your other company now for no apparent reason. Take down another company, why don't you?
So this is his other business that he's now calling in off the bench for this drama. I cannot imagine why he thought that'd be a good idea, but it's Black Label Paper. So all of his businesses are parchment and paper related, and I would wager a guess that the quality of his product is most likely atrocious, probably not even like worthy to be toilet paper if I had to guess. So he goes, all you fucking losers need to stop messaging us about a fake TikTok account made by her and her dumb ass minions because her fragile little ego couldn't handle a couple smart ass comments on IG about skill set and money. I've never had the commie bullshit app TikTok in my entire life. Face lie. Also, why would you be posting this on your business account again? Like, your real customers that didn't know about any of this are now being made aware of it, and you look so weak and pathetic in all of it. And tell that little, oh my god, what? Oh, I can't even read these. Holy shit. Fucking losers, I swear, it's been 2 weeks almost and still have to deal with this childish bullshit. You are the only one keeping it up, by the way. You are the only one that still is doing this and engaging with it. No one else is talking about it. This drama it's dried up. It's gone stale. But he keeps putting it on people's radar. He keeps serving this up on a plate to us. He's cooking it for us. And we're eating it. He's doing it. He's the chef. She is too immature to settle this privately, and I'm not going to let some woke hate mob ruin my reputation because they live in some mystical fairyland of make-believe and think because they have 20k followers they're doing something right. Clown emojis. I also can't help but laugh at how much he keeps trying to throw out woke, cancel culture, all of that kind of shit. Just a bunch of buzzwords that don't even apply here, because all that happened was she showed these comments from a laughably embarrassing CEO that he publicly made and then shared his email where he doubled down on it. That's it. It's all his fault. There's nothing else beyond that.
and he just can't accept it. He can't come to terms with reality because he lives in the mystical fairyland. Like, he's in the fucking Narnia. Nobody else. It's just him. Here's another one of his posts, this time on a really cute background. He talks about Business Insider and some articles reaching out for a comment. Some fragile ego wannabe influencer IG about their lack of skill set and frolicking through life, where she got so offended and cited the woke hate mob smear campaign against me to get me canceled. Fake accounts were made by her delusional woke followers. He just keeps sprinkling that in there as much as possible, just trying desperately. I cleared up the reality of the situation with all three media outlets. It didn't fit their narrative either, which was to further extend the adult children drama. So after 9 years in business, 3 business publications don't care about the good I've done and the help I give to people on a daily fucking basis. Yeah, I'm sure your parchment is invaluable. I'm sure you're doing a great service. You really seem like a stand-up gentleman. Their entire goal is just to hate people who try and do good. You really seem like you're striving to do good, Brandon. You really fucking do, brother. Yeah. What a saint. They demand respect yet do absolutely nothing to earn it and hate every person who doesn't bend over for their spineless agenda. If you're gonna try and shit on me, my brand, business, and companies, you losers need a job, hobby, life outside of TikTok. Fucking losers in their 20s with an 11-year-old intelligence, but yeah, I'm the asshole. Yeah, you are the asshole, Brandon. Also, you're the one with the 11-year-old intelligence. You can't even read and write properly. You tried to make a legal department, like, to cosplay as a legal department, and couldn't even get the emails correctly. Typos out the wazoo, and even in the ones where you fix the typos and even proudly proclaim that you fix the typos, you still make a typo. You suck.
Sure what your end game here is, and I'm not even sure that you know what your end game
Come on,
here is.
buddy.
But in your own words, I don't have time to bicker back and forth about some nonsense comments, nor is it my problem that you're offended over them.
Yeah, that about sums that up. I think she did a great job of just closing the book on it with that final statement there. Fucking fire. I think this whole drama has been so wacky. Like, entertaining, silly. Nothing.
Where'd Shoujo go? There you are.
Just a really insecure, sensitive guy who lost his mind and couldn't help but do as much damage to him and his business's reputation.
You guys get more activity than I do.
I had to talk about this when I learned about it. Huge thanks to Pinely for showing me this, because this is gold. This is some of that, like, top tier drama. You know what I mean? So I had to talk about it. That's about it. So, yeah. When you think of a hero, the first thing that pops in your head is probably like Spider-Man or Iron Man or something. But for me, when I think of a hero, I think of anyone who has to work in retail, food service, reservations, any job where you have to interact with a customer. Those are the real heroes. I have always said and always will say that any job that requires you to interact with customers is an absolute nightmare. Hell on earth. You're constantly experiencing the worst humanity has to offer every single day. Swallowing rusty nails would be less painful. And I think that's something that everyone on this planet can agree on. That rude customers are the lowest of the low. I have more respect for cockroaches than I do some douchebag that's melting down in public, yelling at an employee over something they had no control over in the first place.
Yeah, I get the Cheez-Its out. That gets a little Captain Orange going.
And today there was a video that was going pretty viral on TikTok about a guy who posted his own meltdown at GameStop.
Hey.
And it is so embarrassing, I couldn't help but just talk about it a little bit today. Let me show you it.
You got your own.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing? Listen, I'm recording you just because I've had the hardest time returning this. So if you tell me no, I'm gonna go ahead and sue GameStop.
I see this shit all the time. If you don't help me fix this problem that is my fault, I'm going to sue the entire company. Like, what do you expect them to do? Start groveling like, oh no, please, don't sue the company. Oh no, oh goodness gracious, oh please, anything but that. Shaking their fist. Oh, I'll be able to fix it. Oh god, just let me rectify this situation. Like, why do you expect the employee to give a fuck if you sue the company? Why is this GameStop employee all of a sudden gonna try and defend the company, the corporation, like, oh no, you will not. I will not allow you to besmirch the good name of GameStop like this. I will fix your problem immediately, now that you've threatened legal action. Like, they don't say so in the corporation. You know, this guy isn't John GameStop here. Like, he doesn't care. Who the fuck cares? I just can't
I just need somebody to tell me no on video so I can go ahead and sue GameStop.
A brief moment of self-awareness where he acknowledges that the employee had nothing to do with the situation, but then still continues to make a big scene out of it. Jesus Christ, it's so painful. I'd rather teabag a barrel of plutonium.
I'm just trying to get my words out here. I bought the PS5 bundle, and then they made me buy the bundle, which isn't even on my receipt. I didn't sign no contract under you guys' policy. It's just unopened things are returnable.
They didn't pass you the receipt?
Yeah, go ahead. I think you were in here recently when I bought it. So yeah, I got pressured into buying it. I didn't even want it. So I got 3 games and a charging case. It's up to the controller there.
You got pressured into buying a bundle, and now you regret it. What do you mean you got pressured into buying a bundle? What, did the employees throw you against the rafters like it was football hazing? And take the goddamn credit card out of your wallet to make this purchase? What the fuck do you mean you got pressured into buying a PS5? You're just sitting there trembling like, oh my god, they're talking about a bundle. Fuck, I'm gonna have to do it. Sweat pouring down your face. You like 8 years old? You come in here acting like a big man, but your issue makes it seem like you're just a big baby. Like, what the fuck, man? Jesus. And the whole issue is super stupid anyway, because when you buy a PS5, you get games with it. It's bundled up. And I think the reason, and I could be wrong, this one I'm not 100% sure on, the reason they bundle PS5 with games is to prevent scalping or reselling. So that way you're not just getting like the raw console to like resell for profit. You get games with it as well that drive the value up, so you spend more on like the entire package than you did just the actual hardware. I'm pretty sure it's like anti-scalping measures, though I'm not 100% sure. But when you're buying a PS5, you're never just buying like a raw PS5 anymore. It's always bundled.
I get you. Coming from where you didn't want to buy the bundle, but that's the only way you can get the system.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So for GameStop, right now we're only doing bundles for PS5.
Is that in writing? I know. So you're gonna put it in, huh? So you can't give me the refund for this shit right here?
No.
Absolutely massive props to the employee here, keeping a level head and just delivering a firm no. I love that. Lays out the facts. The only way you get the system is with a bundle. Not much I can do for you there, champ. You made a decision that you regret, and I can't help you. But stop blaming us. It's your fault. You're dumb, not us.
Like,
okay. When's your manager working so I can come and fuck with him? Because I'm gonna definitely come fuck with him.
It should be tomorrow.
Tomorrow? What's his shift?
He should be in the morning.
All right. And what's his name? I just come, I'm just gonna come fuck shit up. Like I'm telling you, I'm not fucking around.
The guy who got pressured into buying a PS5 apparently is gonna come make another big scene to the manager of the GameStop. How embarrassing. And this happens every single time. The customer is the one recording this. It blows my mind how every single time there's an event like this, it's always the biggest asshole that's recording it thinking they're right. He posted this in full confidence thinking that TikTok would be on his side, but instead all they did was steam his ham. They fucking slam dunked this guy across all of TikTok and on YouTube. I saw Jamari make a video about this as well. This guy's just become an absolute laughingstock, and it was entirely avoidable multiple ways. A, not making a big hoopla about you making a bad decision financially that you regret. Your fault. Take responsibility. Nothing GameStop can do for you here. And 2, not filming it yourself. You could have just not filmed it. And then 3, if you had the compulsive desire to film it, you couldn't fight the urge just scratching at your neck like, oh, I'm being an asshole and I gotta film it. Yes. Okay. Even after filming it, you could have just not posted it. Like, there were 3 ways of avoiding yourself being an absolute joke on the internet. And somehow, all 3 of those filters, you went right through.
This is, you guys are trying to upsell motherfuckers. I could have paid 800 on StockX if that was the motherfucking case. Oh, fucking Ratchet and Clank, are you kidding me? You know what this is, bro. I paid $800 for some bullshit.
Say if like you want a different game,
can you get me into a credit for all this?
Let me tell you about this, big guy. You do not want in-store credit at GameStop. They will give you like $15 for this entire PS5. It'll be $15 in like 5 coupons. In-store credit is the last thing you should be haggling for here. It is entirely worth it all.
Yeah, y'all trying to play me. It's a brand new game and I'm here to credit. Y'all
and seeing customers in real life, you see the worst fucking people. It's so aggravating. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a bit since the video was floating around, and that's really about it. So yeah, I know this isn't my usual setup, but don't panic. This is not a cause for alarm. I'm actually here by choice. What you're looking at is hours of hard work. For about a year and a half now, I've been teasing on it, and I'm finally gonna get the motivation to set up my streaming room and make it look really fucking cool, like a beautiful gamer's wet dream. And take a look. Did I lie, huh? I went from one empty room to another. It's like Squidward when he goes to that place to be all alone. So yeah, I just haven't felt like finishing this room today, but I will pretty soon. Maybe in another year and a half, we'll see. But we're here now, and I want to talk about something pretty important, and it actually has to deal with something that I was personally involved with. It has to do with Artesian Builds. That's the company that built all of the PCs that I've used and have at the warehouse for my friends to use for all of the editing and all of the production we do. I'm sure by now you've all seen the clips as well as read the headlines. Artesian Builds really fucked themselves in the ass. They put their own dick in their butt, and now, as of today, they're pretty much no longer a company. They're officially dead and buried. But how did we get here? What happened? Artesian Builds would always be streaming their latest builds, where they interact with their community as well as do giveaways and shit like that. And a little over a week ago, their CEO went on stream during a giveaway, and when the giveaway winner was announced, he checked their profile, and the name was too small to actually earn the PC. I'm not going to play the clip, it's very hard to sit through, but their CEO was just going on and on about being super small, not really benefiting the company, saying that their community isn't supportive, or all kinds of just horrible shit. It was a full-blown supervillain monologue, and not only is it extremely embarrassing and just downright fucking disgusting, but it's also borderline illegal. You can't just not honor a giveaway for no reason. You know, I can't run a giveaway and be like, hey, I'm giving away a water bottle of my spit or a jar of my farts, and then I announce the winner. I'm like, actually, this guy's kind of weird. He's a little stinky. I'm not going to give it to him. You can't do that. It's just fucking bad. And that's exactly what he did. He did it in a super condescending and aggressive tone. It really felt like he was personally insulted that the winner of the giveaway wasn't as large as he would have liked. So he was like really mean and nasty about it. He came across like spiteful. And he was delivering all of this as if he was in like the theater club doing some kind of show. It's like in the thespian troupe, he was given an assignment to act as a comically evil CEO, and he aced it. Because after doing this, he sank the whole company. They speed ran bankruptcy here. The company is, like I said, pretty much officially done. Around 50 or so employees have lost their jobs. And it all stemmed from this. This wasn't just like a combination of things. This was solely the CEO making a fucking fool out of himself and his company on this live stream during this giveaway. And then just came out, a few other things were revealed, like apparently the taxes may not have been up to code. I don't know a whole lot about that. That's alleged. It is alleged that their business license or whatever was revoked and assets were frozen and shit like that. I'm not too sure there, but you can trace all of it back to this live stream, this fucking blunder here. They got scholars mated by their own CEO. They speed ran dead company all because of this one live stream fail. It honestly would have been less detrimental to the company if Noah, the CEO, had just gone on stream and goatsied himself, just full-blown spread his asshole at the camera like, hey, PC fans, you wanted a new PC build? Well, how about a look at my colon instead, and then just spread his cheeks apart. The company might even still be around in that case. Artesian Builds was a company that grew off of partnering with creators as well as just creating a community around their personalities. Like, they streamed every build, they streamed pretty much every day, and they signed with pretty much every streamer on the fucking planet. They worked with the big boys like OGK,
Come on in.
Mr. Beast,
There you go, buddy.
and everyone like
You have a lay down there.
They had built a level of trust and a community around them. So when Noah does something like this, it completely breaches that. No creators want to associate with them anymore. So when the creators left, the consumers left, and Artesian Builds was left with their dick in their hand. They had nothing they could do anymore. It genuinely destroyed the whole company. Like I mentioned, I was partnered with Artesian Builds. I signed with them like over 2 years ago or somewhere in that ballpark. When I was like first with them, they had like 10K followers on Twitter and like 40 viewers per stream on Twitch.
and they reached out to me, and they just struck me as such professional and nice people. They were super sweet, and they obviously knew what they were doing because their builds slapped. I never had an issue with any of their builds or anything, and everyone I talked to, I didn't get any bad vibes from. I even talked to Noah a couple times, and I never once got the impression that he was like this, like what you saw on stream. So when this happened, I was equally as shocked and upset as everyone else. But I think it's important that people realize that there was like 50 or so employees at Artesian Builds. It wasn't just like the Noah show. So when he sank the company, 50 or so people lost their fucking jobs. And some of them, it was their passion. Like, they loved it. There's one guy at Artesian Builds in particular that I'm not going to mention any names, but he was actually the one who came up with the giveaways in the first place. And the whole idea behind it is he just wanted to give high-end PCs to people that might not have been able to open and just give it to anyone of any size. That was the whole idea behind the giveaways in the first place. The CEO, Noah, didn't actually create the giveaways.
Morning. Wipe that smirk off your face. Doing one job doesn't make us pals. Got it?
And what happened is Noah took that.
I got some shit. Get moving, jackass. This don't pay by the hour.
But again, it's important people realize there was a lot more people at Artesian Builds than just Noah. Noah ruined it for a lot of people who now don't have a job, and it only took a week. So it's not like a lot of those people have a backup plan either. So I really find the whole situation to be extremely sad. There's no excuse for what the CEO did, and especially with what he did after this happened. When this initially broke, he went to Twitter on the Artesian Builds Twitter account, and there were statements made that were just so tasteless. Basically, they were apologizing when this got pointed out to them. They had like a 4-tweet long thing that I'm not going to show here, but basically what it boiled down to them was saying, what it boiled down to was them saying, oh, we're doing one of our normal dope-ass epic PC giveaways on stream, and things got a little weird, and I'm sorry you guys made yourselves mad about it, but just remember, we're doing some fucking incredible PC giveaways on our Twitch stream all the time, so we're fucking awesome. You guys made yourselves mad, and we're sorry for that. But yeah, back to epic giveaways. It was a apology, and they were just patting themselves on the ass for nothing. Like, it was so terribly handled. So, not only was the initial clip horrible, but the immediate response was as bad as it could have possibly been. Then they released another statement, like on an official document, or what was supposed to be an official document, but again, this seems like it came just directly from the CEO trying to not look as bad as he was looking currently, and again, missed the point entirely. It was more non-apology, and they still never even honored the giveaway. They still never even, like, tried to, like, publicly say, we will just give the winner the PC. They just kept trying to, like, push that to the side, like, there's so many rules. Oh my god, so much was going wrong. The quantum physics of the Artesian Build formula for giveaways, so many numbers weren't adding up. The calculations were wrong. So that didn't go over well, and then Noah made an apology video, which was even worse than the other two. It just kept getting worse. Like, it wouldn't even be on the same topic. Terrible audio mixing. It sounds like you're so genuinely mad that all of this became an issue. But you have to recognize the actual meat of the problem. And what made it even sillier is he let out a giant sigh, like a big sigh. Going forward, anyone of any size can win a giveaway. Like, he was just so fucking mad that now...
Holy fuck!
The worst thing was, like, now you're gonna say that anyone can win a PC. It's like, I'm getting a little lost. It couldn't have been handled worse. The initial situation here was horrible on screen. No excuse for it whatsoever. And then the way it was handled afterwards could genuinely not have been worse. It was an absolute carnival of disaster. Just an overall really sad situation for so many people that were employed by Artesian or worked with them. I just wanted to talk about it because I was personally invested in this, obviously. and it just sucked to see it unfold like this, and it's something that I feel needs to be talked about. It's also like the only instance I can think of a multi-million-dollar company actually closing its doors because of a single horrible decision made on a live stream. Just an overall wild week for Artesian builds, and just wanted to talk about everything there. That's about it. So yeah. So best airsoft fights and flip outs. These are recent criminal in the Bits Spain. Am I gonna get DMCA'd? Isn't this My Chemical Romance?
It was an accident. Look, it is an accident. I was at back to you, motherfucker. What's up? What's up?
Jesus Christ! All right, I'm sorry. How tall is this guy? Is he like 6'5" or something? Like Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Thanks, resubscribe.
Fucking down, bro. You say this to the fucking. You're listening to the game, right? Huh? You're listening to the game. I know, but I'm not here. I'm telling you. I didn't know you were out. I said bang. I was out, dude. How did I know? Bro, I said bang bang to you. Yeah.
Let's go to the next one. A whole head shorter than the guys that we're trying to like gang up on.
Freaking hit.
Come on, this is a real man sport. Say fucking. Call it a fucking hit. Pussy, bitch.
Seriously? Like, what the hell? I was telling you. Yeah, that's why you go back to your spawn. You never said hit. That's why I kept shooting you. You can't just say stop shooting and say, oh, I'm hit, and you go back to your spawn.
He's making a good point.
Then you can fix that your spawn, though. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just, I'm hot. It's hot out. Just go back to your spawn.
The weather's bad. You're making me upset. Can you please leave?
Yeah, you didn't call your hit.
Yeah, come on. The sun's about to go down. I gotta go home and do homework. Can you please leave?
I'm 20 feet away. How did you not?
Spawn, please.
Call your freaking hit.
Yeah. Can you go back to your spawn?
Yeah. So you call your hit and you go back to your respawn. If you're not gonna go back to your respawn, just go.
Is he gonna pop him?
Freaking maroon. Jesus. Did you hear him pull hit? Did you just lay freaking back down?
In the prime unit.
Oh, frick, hold on. Make sure he doesn't move up. Like, what the heck? Go back to your spawn. Dude. Spawn, way back there. I went to my spawn. No, I ran back. I saw you.
What is happening?
Oh, what the heck? Dude, back off. Chill out. Go back to your spawn. Go back to your spawn.
What is this guy doing? He's like a glitched NPC. Just go home. Frick. What the heck? Oh my god, now look what you've done.
Back? What the hell are you freaking doing? Piece of crap.
Oh,
what the hell is your problem? Stop shooting at me. He broke my freaking sight, you piece of crap.
You're right.
Open up as you walk your fucking face, boy.
This is a stark contrast. Who is that?
Really? You're just gonna sit on my desk like that? Sniff my hand?
Hey, come on. I'm not.
Why would you do that? Why would you say that? Actually, it was me that did it. I did.
Neither am I 35.
How tall? It's like every protagonist here is so tall. The guy filming is like 8 feet tall. Oh my god, is this guy riding in on horseback? What was that?
Come on, dude. Oh, hey, bro.
Don't do it. Hey, don't give in to peer pressure. Don't call that shit.
Seriously?
airsoft since I was a kid. Does it not hurt anymore? I remember as a kid it felt like shit. These guys are tanking it. What?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It'll be, well, looky here, boys. We got ourselves a real life hero, and now he wants to be paid.
What is going on?
Yeah, he pushed my friend. Get the fuck out of my face.
Okay, this is Jesus Christ. It's like a fucking Polish slapping competition here. Everyone is so big. Holy
I don't like you, but, well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Go do the goddamn job.
My dad will sue you. I don't really care who's in the right or wrong. I'm just here to watch. I mean, I'm not on the side of evil or justice. I just like to watch. Oh god, it's chaos! It's chaos! The streets are littered with blood!
Dang it, I've shot you so many times. You didn't even hit me.
Wait, what? What do you mean you just meleeed you? I didn't see that. What? How did he melee? Do you shout melee? Oh, it's not working? Okay. Okay, so like you said, like slash. Tiger slash. Tornado spin. Kick. I remember one time we watched that airsoft thing where you're in a helicopter and storming a base. I want to do one of those. No, don't calm down. Beat some ass. Beat some fucking ass. I don't care if they're 12 years old. That means their bones will break easier. Let's go.
Their bones will break easier.
Oh. Oh, this is a full-blown fight. Holy, this ain't Super Smash Bros. Salty Ice Climbers moments anymore. This is a full-blown fight. Man pulled out a tire.
Oh, took a nap, man. I'm gonna need one of those later.
You heathens.
I'm gonna try to push another 6-hour stream today. I'm only 2 hours in.
Dude, what the fuck? And then it makes like the... Oh! Full auto airsoft sounds like a computer blue screen.
Stop it! What the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck, bro? Let's go, my god! Let's go, my god!
Oh, no one's safe. Oh god, the floodgates are open. Oh, right in his butthole, come on. He shits from there. Have mercy.
Don't fucking touch my gun again! He shot me first! Hey!
Is there no authority here? Where's the sheriff?
It is out! Like, oh my... Don't goddamn come back! Don't goddamn come back! Yes, sir!
Now you're banned from airsoft. Was it worth it?
He was the one who shot me first! He's gotta go, too.
Yeah, but you're 13. So now you're getting harassed.
Let go of me! Get the fuck off my field. He's the one who shot me first, you fucking fat retard!
Oh!
Get the fuck off my feet!
Oh.
Give me your goddamn...
Boop, boop.
No! You fucking do that shit again?
Is that Slade from the Teen Titans? A cameo?
You fucking do that shit again, and you're going to goddamn juvie, you fucking kid. He's the one who shot me first, and you guys made you just fucking shot me. Yeah, I know. Thanks for telling me. I'm so surprised. What put your fucking
I really, I shot.
Why would the kid upload this?
Get the fuck off.
Unless the court made him. This is so embarrassing.
Put your barrel saw.
I don't have a fucking barrel saw.
Then why are you fucking here playing?
There, whoop-de-doo, now get off.
No.
Whoop-dee.
Off.
People still say that.
Guys, it's okay. Now, I will walk you out. You're not controlling a
Get
gun in
off.
my facility.
Get the fuck off.
Stop disrespecting the Power Rangers. Just get off the field.
Yes, I can, because I'm responsible for the safety of everybody.
No, you're not. This is my property.
Yes, and I'm walking out with you.
Get the fuck off.
Come
Laser
on.
Brothers start.
You are leaving.
Get off.
Yeah, so Airsoft Rage kind of goes hard. You weren't wrong. That shit got a little intense. We got a little wacky in there.
Are you rushing all the way around?
It is more Airsoft.
Alright.
What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ, yeah, they fucking murdered it. Yeah, dude, what the heck?
Yeah, I got drinking coffee.
What does that mean?
I didn't feel like cleaning my Yeti, so I just grabbed a regular mug. This is usually the mugs I eat soup out of.
What the fuck just happened? What does that mean? Sounds like an adult. He absolutely is. No doubt.
Have you ever made an underground base before?
He could have just not posted it, but he did anyway. Like, it blows my mind. So what is the story here? So he had a shitty airsoft team, and the kid burned his patch on a grill.
One of the team members found this video, and I think
What was, real quick, what is the age range for airsoft teams? Why is there a 12-year-old boy on a team with the adults? Shouldn't there be like age divisions? Right? You would think? I have to imagine it's actual, like, crime. Doesn't hurt that much. And he full autos him with whatever.
I don't think my little viewer counter is accurate.
It has to be like some kind of assault or something. So what's the rest
Unless it ignores bots. That's the only thing I could think of is it ignores bots.
Is this accurate for the people who are watching this years later? Patches were made by his grandma who passed away, and plus Leo Chan spent almost $1,000 buying the kid's equipment and ammo, so basically he burned the
But that doesn't explain why I got 2 viewers on Kick.
basically stole $100 worth of stuff. So that's like the actual lore, or is that just from the comments? Okay, so they're both assholes. These airsoft videos are really like that's 2 in a row then, if that's true. That does kind of sound made up though. Like the patches were made by his grandma. I don't know if that's like you see that kind of shit like on Reddit when someone's backpedaling. Like the only reason I got mad is because my grandmother actually made my Reddit account name, so when I was insulted for it, I just lost my cool. I don't know if I necessarily believe that. Drama, fake tears, and shitty acting. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect YouTuber apology. I'm sure many of you are familiar with YouTuber apologies because this shit happens all the time. I swear to God, YouTubers melt down more often than ice cream cones. There is every single week 5
Yeah, I gotta.
YouTuber meltdowns where all fucking crying on
I blew a lot of money on my coffee maker. I'm kind of a little bit of a coffee snob.
but I don't think it's always fake. I'm sure a good bit of it's genuine with actual remorse. But when you call a camera to apologize for some petty internet bullshit and you're rubbing your
Like
eyes
Starbucks coffee is garbage.
trying to stimulate a clitoris or you're slapping your eyes like you're playing bongos, trying to look red and
I think it should be against the law to sell that swill to people.
comes across like shit and you look stupid. And the apology videos and breakdowns are always silly. I don't know how people can still think it's a good idea to start crying on camera, begging for internet forgiveness and internet points. Just accept responsibility, move the fuck on, because you're not going to forget about it in 45 minutes. Now what's getting me talking about this subject? Today 2 YouTubers had breakdown, meltdown, crying videos. One of them is Jay Station, who I just made a video about his fake girlfriend got for a performance he tried to put on. He made a follow-up video, you know, reviving my dead girlfriend. shit that's not even related to the subject. Just fucking say, hey, it was fake, I fucked up, move on, and the internet will forget it. Especially your audience, J Station. Your fucking audience hasn't even developed object permanence yet. They're not even gonna remember this stunt. You don't need a 24-minute long video crying the entire time about something. It serves no purpose, and it's just such a waste. Speaking of waste, you're wasting your time when you're not watching my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Come stop by, I'd love to see you over there.
My baby. Most precious little dance I used to make fun of him. I used to say like, oh, my dance like my spawn. Sometimes I think he got really insecure about it. I'm just so mean and everything.
This is from mukbang YouTuber Nikado Avocado. He posted this on the same day as J Stations, and I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this guy's channel when I made that video talking about why I don't like mukbang. I fucking hate mukbanging. I think that shit sucks fuck. I think it is bad. I do not like it when I watch it. I don't have any fun. I find it revolting, and I have nothing positive to say about it, and I don't respect it. Nikado Avocado became famous in the mukbang community for just his brutal attack of the calories he consumes during the videos. He snorts up those calories like he's snorting cocaine. It is actually genuinely impressive and revolting, and it is just not my cup of tea. I don't like mukbanging, but that is how he made a name for himself. And he's been all over some drama that I don't keep up with because I am not interested in learning about it. But he's been all in this drama and shit, and it all culminated into this video here, this climax for the anime arc that they've created. It sounds, from what I can pick up here, that his significant other left him, his husband or his boyfriend has left, and now he's touching
I have a nice Guatemalan coffee.
I don't know, he's getting all like
fresh ground. I have a coffee maker that grinds the beans automatically.
He's very clearly
So I buy the whole beans.
and yet for some reason he's felt compelled to put it all in a video on YouTube to share it with
I don't like dark roast. I like medium, light roast.
I really feel like YouTubers, a good portion of them, are infected with social media disease. They feel like they have to post everything ever online all the time, no matter how fucking sad. And this is just really sad stuff to watch this video. Just look at some more of this.
I wanna precious angel.
Again, I don't know this guy's situation or the drama he's involved in, but watching this video makes me feel very bad for him and the rough time he's going through. But why the fuck are you taking something so private and personal and posting it all online? And it's not just one video he has up, he has like 5 of these videos of him breaking down the situation. In fact, the day after he posted this one, he posted another fucking breakdown mukbang video where he was deep-fried feelings consuming gratuitous amounts of unhealthy food in another fucking mukbang incessantly and loses his shit over some missing french fries. Why? Why not take some time away and digest it personally, privately? Not everything needs to be just shitted out online just because you have an online presence or you share some things about your life online. Not everything needs to be open. You don't have to have a perpetually open door or open ass cheeks for everyone to just come inside and look at what's going on. And in Nikado's case especially, talking about wanting to shit, and someone in his life needs to step up and get him some help. Someone needs to make sure he does not keep posting these crying mukbangs and get him off of the internet for however long is required to help him heal and get through his terrible situation, and then he can come back to the internet in a triumphant, glorious return in a healthier state of mind. But crying on camera and posting these videos isn't helping him move on, it's not helping anything. So someone, somewhere, needs to help Nikado Avocado and all of these other people that just keep posting these crying breakdowns to just help them realize that's not the way of going about it. It's like a social media infection that is compelling them to just post all kinds of embarrassing things that they know they shouldn't, but they can't help themselves. Look no further than Boogie's Twitter. I've never wanted to talk about Boogie2988 because his situation is such a weird, peculiar, and really sad one. If you go on his Twitter for just 3 minutes and scroll down, it is
nothing but walls of text, thousands of tweets, all crying and whining about all types of different things. If one person leaves a negative comment somewhere on the internet, Boogie has found it and he is crying about it on his Twitter. Oh, and don't even get him started on Reddit. If you mention that, that's like mentioning Voldemort. It is going to be a full-blown red alert, full fucking throttle, full erection meltdown. He goes on and on about everything that even hints at him on Reddit. It's fucking absurd. He has so many fucking Twitter breakdowns, at least one every 4 or 5 days, and it should all just be solved if he stepped away from Twitter. Fucking delete your account or just not use it. Just fucking delete the app. God damn. If his mental health would improve significantly.
Yeah,
Fucking reputation and image would improve
I gotta start using my Twitter better.
engaging in all of this emotionally driven, impulsive posting and tweeting and revealing all kinds of crazy, very personal stuff, crying online. Just taking a step back and not doing that. That's exactly what Mikado Avocado needs to do as well. Not post all of this crying stuff online for the whole world to see. It's private stuff. It doesn't need to be personal or public. It's personal. Don't post everything online. Stop crying on camera. Stop impulsively making these super feely videos where you've got this raw emotion that you just want to get out there, but you're not stopping to think about it. It's not a good look. It's bad. It's embarrassing. Stop. It's never going to go over well when you're making these crying apology videos or these crying breakdowns. Just take some time off.
Shit.
That's all you gotta do. Just step back. Now that we've got that, now that I've got that on my system, I feel better. It's just I'm so fucking tired of seeing these trendy meltdown videos and crying videos that get fucking recommended to me on YouTube's homepage or make the trending tab. It's sick. It's a bad look and it's dumb shit.
Yeah, there are more podcasts on YouTube than there are stars in the night sky. Everyone has been convinced that they're a unique, special little butterfly and that their insight is invaluable. And now that there's so much access to radio, everyone gets this insidious little idea planted deep in their noodle that it's time to start a podcast. And my God, I tell you, it's a plague. It's a disease, a virus that's infecting the mind of the most insecure and insufferable people of all time. For some reason, once that AT 2020 touches their hand, they just scream their insecurity from the mountaintop with authority, proudly. And it blows my mind. But I've never seen insecurity projected quite
Hey,
like
buddy, you
what I'm
alright?
gonna show you today. So I'm
Making a lot of racket over there.
He hasn't scrubbed this podcast episode from the entire cyberspace. Just wiped
Come here.
it from
Let me
the
give you a
internet.
patting.
Like if this was a clip of mine, I would have paid every penny I have to my name in order to ensure this never sees the light of day.
Alright, there you
That
go.
This clip stays buried, like the fucking Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh. It is that embarrassing. Like you couldn't lock me up in Guantanamo Bay and torture this clip out of me, and yet he still has it on his channel. So the podcast is like a bootleg Fresh and Fit where they just get a bunch of women together and ask them stupid questions and then rate each other's beauty. And then he gets really offended, like visibly upset, and I really thought he was going to start bawling his eyes out, crying in the fetal position. And I watched a couple of their episodes now because I was curious if this was like an isolated thing. But no, this is pretty common. This is like a staple in their show from what I can tell, where they just have this section where they ask the women that they bring on to rate their beauty. Rate the podcast host's beauty.
Listen, ladies, we're rating just off physical appearance, just off beauty, okay? Same standards. Trust me, we're not gonna get hurt, okay?
That's the biggest lie ever told since the time Kellogg's tried to convince the world that sugar doesn't make you fat. So, the segment is rate our appearance, basically, which is some actual middle school, literal baby brain man-child behavior shit. That is insecurity at its finest. To have the women you bring on as guests rate your appearance. That's so stupid. I'm surprised they don't also play Spin the Bottle and Truth or Dare. And maybe they do. I've only watched a couple of their episodes, but he says that they're not going to get offended with the ratings. Well, do I have news for you?
Alright, cool.
What the fuck?
Alright, so now what I want you to do is, ladies, real quick, don't fucking waste my time. Rate the guys. Do me a favor, Josh. Stand up real quick, man. Everybody look at him once, man. He's not gonna stand up again, alright? So, I want you to rate me, my co-host, and then our fucking producer. Go, from 1 to 10. Just off beauty, go.
When he does these sections, it really seems like he's some kind of basketball basketball coach who's really upset at the team. Like, he gets very aggressive with all of it. Like, don't waste my fucking time. Listen, we're gonna do the drill right now. We're gonna do it right. So stand the fuck up, Josh. Look at him. Now spin around, Josh. Okay, good. Drop your hands, Josh. Good. Now rate everything you just saw. Now, don't waste my time. Like, I don't know why he gets like so upset even before they hear ratings. Like, he immediately goes into these sections combative. Like, and I watched the whole episode up until this point. Like, he's pretty blunt and like very much so most of the time. But for this one in particular, he's like angry. Like, even before anything happens, he's already angry.
Yeah. First you're rating me, and then go.
I'll rate you a 7.
All right, what is he? What about you? Go.
I would rate you a
Okay.
9.
Come on, he just fucking stood up, bro.
I don't even know what he's getting upset with here. She only took like an extra 2 seconds to take another look at the map. It's like he just lost a gold split speed run to this extra 2-second time loss. Like, it's not that big of a deal. He's so on edge. It seems like he just really hates the guests that they bring on. Because when he's talking to his boys, he's like much more jovial and joking and smiley. But the second the conversation shifts to the rest of the class here, like the group of women over there, he turns into like a drill sergeant and starts getting extremely serious and loud. So I don't know why they even bring on women to this podcast when they don't even really want them there. And I also don't know why women keep agreeing to go on shows like these, because half the time it's them just like saying, you're not good looking, and shit like that. Like, right after this rating section of rating the podcast host like all the women, and they literally give them 2s, 3s, and 4s, and make sure that they know that the hosts don't find them attractive. So I don't really get why women keep signing up for this shit just to get insulted by podcast hosts, and they don't say anything or do anything. Like, the women will insult each other sometimes, like, they don't ever push back against the hosts at all, so then they just walk away looking silly from all of it. Like, all of it is just a net loss for the women that go on these shows. I don't know why they keep doing it.
I'll say 9.
Alright, what about you over there? Go.
A 9.
Okay, what is he over there?
I would give him a 10 because he invited me.
Alright, so again, you sound like a stupid ass bitch. I'm trying to figure out why you rated me a 2 because we're not going off our interaction, we're going off beauty. Right? I don't give a fuck. He's light skinned just like me. And you just gave him a 9. You gave me a 2. You only gave me a 2 because of the whole interaction that we've been having, right? So do me a favor, get the fuck up and get the fuck out.
Thank you.
Yeah, get out.
Spoken like a man whose feelings weren't hurt at all and wasn't offended by the 2 rating. So he tries to justify it with, you only rated me a 2 because we had a disagreement earlier, which I guess they did, but even still, overreaction to get insecurity is palpable. You can fucking taste the salt here.
What the fuck?
Stupid ass bitch. Make sure she gets her bag and phone too. Make sure she doesn't take the wrong fucking phone. Dummy. Alright, cool. So now, again.
You can actually hear that lump in his throat start to form from all the emotion building up inside of him. Get out of here, stupid bitch. Hey, make sure she grabs the right phone and not someone else's phone, because she's so dumb she probably won't know which one's her phone. Dumb idiot. She's real stupid. You're stupid. I'm a 2. No, you're a 2. Unsurprisingly, this turned their own community into the episode. A lot of the chat messages pop up on screen, so you're just seeing things popping up saying like, damn, just because she gave you a 2, what the fuck? It's like, thought you wanted your show to last. Like, come on, man. It's because it's ridiculous. It's very clear temper tantrum for getting a 2. If you were someone that was actually getting pussy, if you were really grabbing ham and glazing donuts, one girl didn't find you attractive, you wouldn't care. You would laugh it off like a normal person. So one girl gives you a 2 and it shatters your whole ego, and you publicly melt down about it. That's such a bad and embarrassing look. And he tries to justify it, like I said, by saying, yeah, she only gave me
You didn't see me before before the show?
Yeah, but that's
I mean,
not that hard. Okay.
damn it, bro. Go ahead, rate him.
Podcast has now turned into like a hostage situation here. All the women seem on edge, and I actually just can't believe they didn't leave after that. Like, again, I don't understand why women keep signing up for this shit. Like, no one seems to be having any fun there. The hosts especially don't seem to be having any fun. This guy's co-host seems miserable, but he does lighten up a little bit when he gets to rate the other women and gives them like 3s, 4s, and 5s and all that. But it's so awkward and weird. The only explanation that I can come up with, the only rational way of explaining this, is that the reason women are signing up for this show or shows like it is because they're being paid for their time instead of an hourly wage just to go there and be insulted or bouncing stupid questions off of. It's the only thing that almost makes sense. So I'm on here to play a game of grade my friend's appearance for 2.5 hours. Podcast is called Unfiltered, yet picks a girl out for her opinion. And that is just such a nice, concise way of breaking down and the silliness of all of it. Again, I watched a couple episodes just to try and get like an understanding of the content. It's just, there's nothing there. Everyone seems miserable most of the time, or they ask the dumbest questions around, and they always just do a grade our appearance thing. Who wants to listen or watch that? Like, I as a viewer, let's say that I was a huge fan of this podcast. Why would I want to keep seeing what women say about my podcast hosts? Like, why would I care? There's nothing there. There's no entertainment there. Especially when one of them's super insecure about all of it, and he's gonna freak out if he doesn't get a 9. It just doesn't make any sense to me, so yeah. Just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya.
I saw a pretty remarkable meltdown today. A gentle sir was let go from his job at the UPS store, and he didn't take it on the chin like a champ. He self-destructed like a Voltorb here. Now, I understand getting fired is brutal, emotions are high, but for the life of me, I can't understand why they would let someone like this go in the first place.
Getting fired from the UPS store by this cunt loser, fucking loser, won't even fire me at the beginning of my shift. Wait till the end of my shift. Here he is.
He literally just hit a textbook soy jack. This guy is the epitome of soy jacking. He goes through every single possible soy jack in the span of 51 seconds. It's unbelievable. It's beyond impressive, actually. And the way that he brings like the camera close to his face reminds me of The Dark Knight with the Joker. And the way he keeps calling this guy a cuck-coward loser is a beautiful piece of pathetic artistry. In the moment, this probably felt very cathartic for him, just having this full-blown expulsion of the demons inside. He's going hog wild with everything, and I bet it felt like a great relief. Man, you shouldn't have filmed this. You absolutely should not have been the one behind the camera shooting this, because it gets really bad.
Darren, the cunt fucking loser from 1892. He's a fucking loser who doesn't know shit about running a business.
The way he introduces Darren here is some Full House shit. Darren comes in, I was half expecting like a clap track to come in there, because he takes off his glasses like he's posing to the camera. He's smoldering right now. Darren, I don't know how he was able to keep a straight face without just laughing, because this shit is unbelievable. So he calls him, a cuck-coward loser from 1892. I guess he's insulting him because he's old, which is interesting because I feel like the guy filming is actually older than Darren. The guy filming looks like an anorexic Karl Marx. I just can't imagine he's much younger than Darren here, and yet he's really going in on the, him being ancient thing. I feel like he's just really upset, fuming, the steam out of the ears. He's actually foaming at the mouth. He is rabid. It just seems as though his brain was scrambling in this frenzy to try and cobble together even if it didn't make sense. Here's Darren, Dickie Darren, aka Cuck McShartpants from 1892, back before aviation, the Wright brothers, more like the wrong brothers, because, brother, you're wrong for firing me, Darren, cuck loser.
Alcoholic, fat, fucking Joe fired somebody with 10 years to Joe won't train my fucking coworkers, and Joe puts nigger on the fucking radio, and Joe drinks next door, and won't tell shit
my coworker.
That was the most unexpected hard R I've seen in quite some time. The Game of Thrones Season 8 writers couldn't have subverted expectations that effectively. Obviously, I had to censor it to the best of my ability. But wow. So we've gone from Darren now, to now he's brought up this new character in the lore named Joe, who he is clearly not the biggest fan of. Didn't train his coworkers, so he complained about that, which has led to him getting fired. That's his game theory on all of it. That's his hypothesis. I don't understand at all where the hard R even comes from or what he's referring to here. He's saying Joe puts hard R on the radio? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? It's fucking craziness here. He is so angry. Like, he is angrier than Broly at Kakarot, like, before he becomes the legendary Super Saiyan.
Because he's a cock fucking loser coward, just like Darren, the cock fucking loser coward. Coward loser fucking punch.
That ending is absolute cinema. The way he goes from like this heightened emotional state to he's, point he's about to pass out. He actually, I'm not kidding, has foam around his mouth. He is spitting so much. And then he goes to like this like almost clarity moment where he starts to simmer down. He takes a deep breath. And then he walks away calmly. And he just leaves and then turns the camera off. And then he posted it online. I can't believe he posted this shit online. If any future employers see this, it's gonna be pretty rough for him, I would imagine. Because you just had a very public freak out, as well as just dropping the hard R in the middle of it. And the thing is, like, these videos probably, have this very cathartic, like, confronting their boss about it before they leave. And in a lot of cases, you're on that person's side because getting unjust. And maybe in this case, maybe there wasn't a good reason for him to be fired. I don't really know. And he starts this by saying that he waited till the end of the day to fire him, which I'm a little split on because on one hand, you at least get another full day's pay, but on the other hand, you just wasted a fucking full day. For this, I had to talk about this. It was quite the meltdown. And the soy jacking, wow. See ya. Bitboy's scam while he was on the and him having a meltdown. I totally forgot about that. Yes, I did. Hold on, let me pull that up. That was so shameful. Bitboy, you'll remember the douchebag on YouTube who's the crypto bro who peddles like he's just a prolific, untrustworthy person in the crypto space. Tozy called him out in a video talking about the shit that he's done. Bitboy had his feelings all hurt, so he tried suing a Tozy for 75 grand or something. And he ended up getting laughed off the internet, so he retracted the lawsuit. But he still makes content, and recently, at his, I don't even know what this is. I guess the BitboyCon, I don't know, convention to celebrate Bitboy's clownery. A woman went on stage and confronted him about it, and he doesn't hold it together very well. She man, fuck you, you're a fraud, your shit's bad, you're stinky, boo, Bitboy, boo. And he's like, oh, you think I'm a fraud? Well, where's your pull up the shit? And she's like, that. So she goes to Zach XP, who made a huge thread not too long ago, it was back in January, that pointed out so much Bitboy's garbage. Like, poking holes in everything Bitboy has pretty much done, really. It's such a thorough beatdown of his whole career. She, Bitboy It doesn't matter at all. His defense was, oh, it's old, that's a year old. So you were scamming a year ago then. Like, it doesn't change anything. All of the information is still accurate, even if it's a year old. You still did this. It doesn't really change it, so it's a bad defense. BitBoy's sweating, getting a little swamp-assy, and then it gets real rough.
When you do
She brings up pretty big BitBoy L today. But if you go to his Twitter, he's still a man. You know, he still thinks pretty highly of himself. He's still, you know, he's not disappointed in the man he sees in the mirror. He still talks a big game. From only 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Too big to care at the gym, baby. Yeah, getting swole out of here. Call a woman a child molester. Thinking about it. Bitch boy. Yep. After the Atoshi drama, everyone started calling him Bitch Boy Crypto, which I think is a great nickname. He did address the drama, kind of. In one of his jokes, it took like 5 seconds to say, snot-nosed YouTuber that I was suing, but lawsuit's done. He was the good one. I decided it's not even worth it. That was the only acknowledgement of the case that he ever did. Bro's pushing 50 and called BitBoy. I know. Like, if he wasn't such an asshole, I would actually find all of this adorable. Like, he's very cool. Like, I've listened to him. I watched the Toji's videos, so I did a little dive on him. He's very cool, knowledgeable on there was I pulled this up on stream. I don't know if I'm able to find it now because it's been a couple months. Someone did a breakdown of all of the things that he told people to invest in, all the crypto. Like 7 months. And on every where he lost 60 to 90% of their money, only 2 of them returns were like 2 to 3% returns. 2 out of like 90 recommendations. Like, he's just fucking terrible at everything he does. Even if he's not blatantly scamming, he is still giving the worst advice in the face. You know, fuck it, I'm gonna try and find that thread again because it was so good. Oh, here it is. It's the first thing that came up. Original thread. This is to him with the person went through all of his like recommendation crypto moonshots, and these were the returns. So they went to the video, and then they went to where it is now, and only 2 of them were green. The whole market was down. Is that why? I mean, even still, like, it's all of it, I guess, Ripple, or just fucking crazy moonshots, or just like blatant scams that he was peddling. Again, this isn't all of it, this is just one of the screenshots, but no, it's not just the market being down. If you'd like to see BitBoy and all of his douchey videos, there's actually another angle of this train wreck. I'll go ahead and play that for you, but just the end here, because the audio quality is also a little clearer.
You do this. Go and check all the evidence. Oh, okay, so you're a child molester. You're a child molester. You're okay, can you let me complete now? No, I don't have to. I don't have to back it up with evidence. It's just something that I said. You know what? Child molester. She's a murderer. She's a murderer. Look at you. You're shaking. You know what people shake? Those are psychological evidences. You know when you're
your drunk uncle embarrass themselves on Thanksgiving every year, but somehow BitBoy has an audience that must hate money. Because by following his advice, they're just perpetually flushing all of their cash down the toilet. And speaking of flushing things down the toilet, BitBoy has once again ruined his reputation to anyone that's not in his cult-like following. What he was trying to do here is child molester and you can slap labels on anyone without proof. But it doesn't really work because she did bring proof and evidence to suggest that you have had a history of shilling scams, which you have. That's not defamatory, that's not slanderous, that is a provable fact. You have shilled projects that have turned out to be scams. Now I want to quickly show the thread that she was referencing, the Zach XBT thread, because it's actually a very insightful thread into the character of BitBoy and how he does business. So if you're interested, you can look that up and take a bit of a dive on the history of BitBoy. Zach XBT was also the one responsible for tracking the return on investment from BitBoy's suggestions, and he even clarified that he did the year-to-date calculations pre-market crash. So all of this was without the market being in the shitter. Pretty impressive resume from BitBoy here. It looks like 1 out of every 1,000 he shills might give you a 5% return at best, and a 92% loss at worst. Great. What a remarkable joke. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about him a little bit because I thought it was a very silly video. The shit was unchecked. Wizard 101 was hacked. One of the largest cyber crimes this world has ever seen. Wizard 101 was subject to naughty messages, potentially from a disgruntled employee. There's theories forensic teams are already on the case, trying hard to crack it and figure out what exactly happened here. Perhaps this was a ghost. Is the aftermath of this on Friday. RPG that I'm sure all of you are familiar with. It was extremely huge back in 2008. I'm sure all of us have dabbled, but maybe many of you didn't stick around. But it does still have a dedicated community, and a lot of them had to witness something that no human being ever could. Horrifying server messages such as this. Now, just by looking at the game's trailer, I'm sure you're able to guess that the majority of the community here is on the younger side of things. It's a game that was marketed towards children, but it still, of course, does have adults in the community. And as I understand it, it's a pretty well-maintained game. And popping up with some wild shit on there. And it seems like an employee went rogue. They may have been fired or let go, and they went out with a bang with one last hoorah. Now, shortly after Doomsday here, the Wizard fix this issue that they were having. It was kind of like when he gets all the acceptance letters from Hogwarts, and the parents are desperately trying to stop the letters from coming in through there. That's what Wizard 101 staff was trying to do against this one rogue hacker or employee. They did manage to stop the bleeding, but you know, it did cause some damage. There's scarring here. This wasn't a victimless crime. People had to see some very alarming server messages. Just to further explain what exactly happened, players were getting sent messages from the game itself, so little server notices that pop up on the side of the screen. And usually this is a message from God. This comes directly from the staff, usually, as I understand it, so it'll be things like maintenance, just basically things directly related from an official capacity. But they use this system to just start pumping wild messages in there, such as this one for white message, which it's kind of a banger. You know, I think this one goes kind of hard, but I knew they could do better, and they did. So let's go through some of them. Now let's spread these magically delicious cheeks and take a bite. This was one of the first messages players received, I believe, so an immediate red flag that started tipping people off that, you know, maybe something's awry at the Wizard 101 headquarters. You know, the office is maybe in peril. So they got this message saying email support at wizard101.com so I can get a raise. You know, that's not something that Gandalf would say, right? Like, that's not very in line with the theme of Wizard 101. That's not bad either. You could write this off as, a little goof. But then from here, it gets a bit... So I'd like to show you what about this, and they hypothesize that this ought to be a marketing stunt. And I don't want to take that completely off the table, but I think that would be one of the boldest strategies I've ever seen to use dick and balls, fuck, and this game is shit as a marketing strategy in a game that's mainly aimed at, like, 10-year-olds. I don't know how well that would go over if it turns out this was a plan. I just struggle to envision a world where parents give a round of applause to the marketing manager at Wizard 101 who comes forward and says shit like, yep, hey, I was the man behind the camera the whole time, hey, this was my idea, so... You remember when all your kids were getting messages in their inbox that just said fucking balls? That was me. That was my idea. I know. I fucking know. I graduated top of class. Anyway, Wizard 101, free to play. Let's go. Let's go. Tell your friends. It seems really unlikely to me. But anyway, let's get back into some of the other messages. This one's my personal favorite. This one just says, the next world is my boss's asshole. And I'm honestly considering downloading the game. So if it is a marketing ploy, it worked on me, because now I'm on the edge of my seat. Are they actually going to put the dude's cold in the game? Because that would be an incredible landscape to explore. So this is getting me hyped. I think this is great. The DLC content drop for Wizard 101 is just some grown man's butthole that you cast spells on like hemorrhoids in. It's such an amazing concept. In another message, they said, King's Isle is the worst company I've ever worked for. King's Isle is the developer behind Wizard 101. So this one's kind of like the immediate gotcha moment, like, so it is a disgruntled employee. But it's still important to note that it could just be someone that was able to hack in and they're just framing it like this for the sake of an interesting narrative. Or it could be someone completely unaffiliated with the company that's just doing this to stir up shit and just do it for, a bit of a gag, troll a little bit. And it might not be an employee, though I do think it most likely is. I also quite like this one, the wizard police are after me. I like to envision a world where he is on the run, but he's taken his laptop with him, but he's still constantly sending messages while he's being hunted by Wizard 101 security. It's a beautiful disaster. And it's really not that big of a deal. I don't think too many people in the community were upset, but it does seem like Wizard 101 took it very seriously. Even taking the servers offline to address the problems. I don't think they've made like a formal statement or anything on it yet, not that I've seen, at least not as of right now, making the video. But I imagine in the coming days they will talk about it, like they kind of need to, like explain, was it an employee, or were you compromised? Like what happened here, huh? I just want to know. I need the closure. Who's done this? Who would defile such sacred land as Wizard 101? But anyway, I think this was a net positive for the game because it put the game on a lot of people's radar again. Like I said, most people knew it from back when they were kids, not realizing it was still around. And, I saw a few people say, I'm going to try the game out now. So it could have been a Galaxy Brain marketing plan. I just still really doubt it. If it was a little less intense on dick and balls and fuck and shit, I'd be more inclined to believe that it was all marketing. Or email support, or, the company's bad and I'm on the run. Then I'd be like, okay, that's more likely. But in its current state, I think this is either someone hacking in the control or an employee that got upset. Either way, though, a pretty fun situation. That's about it. So, yeah. I know I already made a video yesterday making fun of Hawk Tuah Girl and the team of parasites that surround her like locusts, latching on, trying to just siphon as much money out of her as they can, like babies trying to suckle milk from a nipple. But I missed one of the most entertaining I've seen in quite some time. So, Haley Welch has her goof troop that instructed her on this rug pull crypto scam that she pulled off yesterday. And last night, this unholy trio of buffoonery started a Twitter space to explain this giant rug pull and talk about how it's not actually a scam and everyone's wrong. And I missed a very important component, and thank God CoffeeZilla recorded all of it because it is a masterpiece meltdown. CoffeeZilla just made a video going over the entirety of Hawk Tuah Girl's
crypto scam. It is an incredible video that I cannot recommend highly enough. It is a thorough breakdown of all of it. It paints a very clear picture of just how malicious and evil this was with everyone that was working on it and exactly how it all went down. So definitely check that video out. And in his video, he went into the Twitter space before I did and got to catch this amazing specimen going ballistic. The alpha goober of the Hawk Tuah Goof Troop, his name is Doc Hollywood. Well, he had some colorful words for everyone that went into that Twitter space, and that Twitter space is where neurons went to die. Listening to these worms trying to scam was like listening to Courage the Cowardly Dog try and explain to Eustace and Muriel that the stranger that just showed up at their door is not a good guy. It was comical. It was amazing. But I missed the best part. Thank you, Coffee Villa, for preserving this.
Anyway, everyone thinks that, oh, everything's a rug. Everything's a rug. Everyone's here to you. Nah, we're here to onboard real people outside of this spaces, right? The people here, you guys are already y'all are ahead every day thinking everything's a scam. And you know what? You guys are right. Everything is a scam, but not this.
Everything is a scam. Your mom, your dad, your dog, they're all frauds. They're using you. You can't trust them. The only thing you can trust, the only thing on God's green earth that isn't a scam is Hawk Tuah coin. You know, the thing that runs in 20 minutes and everyone lost all of their money, except for some people on the inside and some snipers. Yeah, that is the creme de la creme of real, legitimate business. If you can't trust Hawkonomics, what can you trust? Let's say you like with the Hawkonomics good reputation. You don't spit on that thing. You don't trust that thing. Well, how can you not trust this face? Doc Hollywood himself, with Hawk Tuah Girl and Sidekick. I'm not familiar with the characters in the Hawk Tuah extended universe, so I don't know who she is that's also getting educated on meme coins by the god, the Adonis, Doc Hollywood. Even his name is badass. It's so cool. Doc Hollywood. That actually just sounds like a scummy character from a cartoon. And he is cartoonishly scummy.
Not this. We did not spend 6-7 months of our lives dedicated to trying to do something cool, right? To do something different.
I'm going to be pausing a lot because each statement made me giggle harder and harder, and I couldn't believe that he was even saying shit like this with a straight face. What new thing did you do? What was different here? You made a rug full crypto. That's as old as dirt. Cavemen were probably tossing that idea around before they found fire. It's that old. Like, people have seen this exact scam. And the reason it's persisted is because it is still successful. Somehow, Palpatine returns, and they keep falling for it over and over and over again. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? It's unbelievable that people are still putting their ass in their asshole and just going hog wild, dumping money into a Hawk Tuah meme coin, thinking that somehow it's going to be a good financial decision. But you know what? Let's take a magic school bus ride into this guy's barren wasteland of a brain and just tinker around with the fairy tale that this wasn't supposed to be a rug pull. We'll take a trip to the alternate dimension in the multiverse where this...
It was a good evening until you came in. What do you want?
What thing did you make, brother? Doc Hollywood, you made a meme coin. You and Kin Billy and other goobers on the planet.
Oh, I got just a job. Good luck. You better not make me regret this.
You made a meme coin to...
What the hell do you want this time?
Like, what are you talking about? That's like me saying I invented water by putting it in this glass, as opposed to like whatever glass you might be using. It's the same goddamn thing everyone knows. It's like, what?
Not dumping on you. Not bundle sniped. Not 100% of the liquidity or whatever was bundle sniped by the team and propped up charts. You guys are not the target audience. Sorry to say, right? This is not the target audience.
Who's he talking to?
The target audience, which is why I'm even doing this, which is what's cool about it, is it's not in this spaces. And listen, most of you, we don't want you in the community. Let's be real, right? You're not great people. I know y'all, right? I see some friendly faces in this audience.
This strategy is bold. This is an advanced maneuver. He's trying that Reddit/nice guys move of, well, actually, I was too good for you anyway, bitch. He's trying that on everyone that just lost money on this crypto scam. We didn't want you guys anyway. We weren't
Shit, man.
for
I
you
treat
guys.
you that good, and you don't even fucking tip me.
You and better off without you. So scram, Buster. Get out of town.
He's having a meltdown. You know, you guys, I'm gonna say y'all, you guys, right? There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill.
What's the matter? Can't find what you're looking for?
Are in crypto, you're most likely mentally ill, and I'm gonna count myself as mentally ill for even being here right now.
When I first heard that, I burst out laughing like Santa Claus. If
Thank
Mrs.
you
Santa
very
was
much,
over
and
there
now
kicking
you
his
can
belly.
go fuck
I
yourself.
can't believe he said that shit. He's just like, all of you in here are mentally ill. And me, by the way, because I'm here in the loony bin with all of you. You're all bad people, and you're mentally ill. Like, oh, what the fuck? Nothing says trustworthy business quite like one of the main people behind it having this public temper tantrum and ordering some french fries in a wambulance to come pick him up because he can't stop drowning in his own tears in a Twitter space where he's trying his absolute best to somehow defend this by not defending it. He didn't answer any questions or provide any evidence or proof that somehow explains that this wasn't a scam. And I am still dumbfounded that Doc Poopsock Hollywood is even trying to defend all of this. Because typically crypto rug pullers will vanish. They will just disappear and you will never hear their name again. He is doing everything he can to go out of his way to be in the public eye here. That's the real innovation here. That is the only new thing that Cock Hollywood is doing. Just openly putting his name and face on a full-blown red alert scam. That is incredible. That is unheard of. I don't know why. Maybe that was part of the contract to deal with Hawk to a girl that he would be the fall guy. He's got to be the sacrificial lamb for this whole thing. So now he's just part dancing on the stage. Stand back, Haley. I'll take it from here. Like he's some kind of superhero out of a comic book. I don't understand it, but I'm very entertained by it.
We're trying to actually have fun. We're trying to do something cool. We're trying to give meme tokens away for free to people who have never had any crypto before, any meme token.
What in tarnation? I gotta stand up and take a lap. What? How is that cool? What? He's making it sound like he's some kind of like he's a saint for this act. That's like me saying, I just trimmed my pencil, so I'm going to do something great for all of humanity. I'm going to give some of this pencil shavings away for free to everyone around me. It's meaningless. No one wants it. It's worthless. How is giving away Hawk Tua coins a benefit to anybody at all? That shit is a curse. That is walking around with a dunce cap on. In fact, it is literally a curse because once you get the Hawk Tua, you might be susceptible to buying more Hawk Tua and you would have lost all your money on it. Like, it is the worst possible thing you could give somebody. And it has no actual value. It's worthless. It's beyond worthless.
And you guys should be kicking that ass. Because
an actual 10 out of 10 finale, a magnificent closing line. You all should be kicking this because I'm trying to do something dope. And he is. He is the dopest. He's doing kickflips on his skateboard. He's smoking cigarettes. He's looking at boobies. Like this guy. I mean, he fucks. This is a man we're talking about here. And at the end of the day, no one's really giving him enough thanks. Like, they're not giving him the flowers that he deserves. I love that. I love that perspective from him. Well, yeah, all of you lost your money on my meme coin scam token. Yeah, you all lost money. And not one of you thanked me for it. What's the deal with that? You're all bad people and you're mentally ill. Imagine some stranger walking up to you, punching you in the nose, stealing your wallet, and then wondering where his thanks is at. Why is no one slobbering on my meat for this huge scam that I just pulled off? Hello? Why am I hearing crickets? Really a big piece of shit. But man, his meltdown had me laughing. I just had to share it with you. Check out CoffeeZilla's video for a full breakdown on the scam, everything about it.
because I've just been seeing small ones of these. That's a different animal from what I have been catching. This is more of a size. Whew. So the coloration on this is actually quite different from the small ones. The small ones have a very dramatic red belly, which on this, so that's sort of faded away to this rather light orange. But the biggest difference
Never take advice from this health expert.
Exercise. It makes you happier, healthier, stronger, able to live out your final years on this earth with dignity and freedom. Exercise is just such a wholesome and helpful thing. But there are some people who think that encouraging exercise or even talking about it is toxic. And one of these people was just hired as a public health consultant. This is...
Oh, this is real. It's on Dr. Phil. Holy shit.
Is Virgin so far. You may have already heard that the city of San Francisco brought her on a
So she's from San Francisco. Huh. Life is full of surprises.
Months ago as a consultant for the public health department. Right. The problem? Well, as you see in this video, Virgie is not a very big fan of health. And recently, extreme.
This is like in Parks and Recreation when Ron Swanson got hired to be the director of the company or the government agency just so he could make it not work. Really? It's like a double fucking agent.
Virgie's been hating on exercise. Guys, I've been really trying not to talk about body positivity anymore. I made my point. I'm not trying to beat a dead body. I'm really supported by the body positivity and health in every size of it. They're silly. They don't make any sense. They're just not logical.
It's hog logic. That's what it is. It's just hog logic. You shouldn't even think about it. It's not even worth talking about.
The best way to win the war against that is to give up the fight.
But the public health department thing... Comment made me wonder...
You must have a lot of stock in McDonald's.
Absolutely. So I go check out her Instagram and I see she has this problem with exercise. So I'm like, fine.
No way. I can't believe it. What is this?
So I guess today we're catching up with Virgie's fresh takes on exercise, health, and weight loss. And childhood. Virgie was actually recently on Dr. Phil.
Does anybody disagree that weight stop, childhood obesity? Do you disagree with that?
I mean, I just think that it's a very big...
How the fuck did this happen? This is crazy.
phrase, right? Like at the end of the day,
It's a
right?
big
Body diversity
well,
is a real.
It is a in a way.
There are naturally bigger people. There are naturally smaller people.
So yeah, the first up is an overview of her new job. You may have heard of this, you may not, but Virgie Tovar is prominent.
So she wrote a book and says you have the right to remain fat. Then why is she using a photo of herself on the cover of it where she's skinnier?
Doesn't cause everyone else around me anxiety. That's the way I think about it. And that doesn't mean you have to like run marathons, but I think that trying a bit is your moral duty.
Being fat is bad. If you're fat, it's bad.
To everyone has to agree with that philosophy. your philosophy if you have a role in public health. Like, if your job is literally to increase the health of the public.
I do think that it is a problem, and it's a conflict of interest, that you hire somebody whose job is to help the public be healthier, and they don't want people to be healthy. Like, I think that's just a bad idea.
You should have basic interest in health. Because if you
Yeah.
don't care about health,
Bad
go set up a casino and cigar stand over there. But you probably shouldn't take a role in public health. I
No.
feel like that is extremely fair. But it says her job is to remind officials about stigmas faced by overweight people while they are developing public health initiatives.
What, like not being able to fit in the plane seat? Like, what is stigma? Like, what do you mean?
Now, at first glance, I see nothing wrong with hiring someone to be like, hey, just focus on engaging and healthy behavior. That's a very helpful message. That could
Sure.
be the message that some people need to hear in order
Yeah.
to do what they need to do
Agreed.
to be healthy. Get yourself well, be active, try to make progress, and just do what you can from where you're at.
Right.
If that's the message that Virgie was hired to promote, I see that as a positive thing, even if I don't agree with the rest of her ideas. But when I looked into it, Virgie's opinion actually seems to be the opposite.
Well, of course it is, because it's just another fat gluttonous retard that's sitting around and wants to promote their ideology so they can justify their disgusting lifestyle. That's the reason why. Everybody knows it. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. This is what they do. And the reason why it's almost all fat women that are doing this is because the entire fat acceptance movement is a huge psyop to try to make men want to date them. But they don't want to.
And nowhere is
You see one of these like fat acceptance movements, it's 95% women.
her ideas. So let's just take a look at her Instagram. Let's start first with this Instagram. Virgie recently conducted a weight bias training to a group of government workers. In this training,
Does Elon know about this? Like, this is our tax money. This is state funds. I mean, Gavin, who's going on Gavin Newsom's podcast next? Can we please have them? Can you make him react to this? Make a tweet right now. Me?
included the following 4 tips. Ending weight/food bias at work. Helping to decrease stigma around food and bodies at work means doing less of these 4 things. Number 1, talk less or not at all about how you or others eat at work. Okay, this is all.
I see. So she wants that to happen because she's fat and she's eating food at her desk and it's disgusting and people don't like it. And so she wants to make it a rule that you can't do that. See, in order to understand hog logic, you have to think about the prime motivating directive behind it. How can this enable the person to eat more food? As soon as you think about it from that perspective, everything else makes sense. It's so easy to reverse engineer.
Already a pretty big ask of her coworkers, I think. Obviously, by this, Virgie really means don't talk about your diet. Do not talk about keto, paleo, carnivore, veganism, calorie counting, protein consumption.
Can't talk about and this is the other thing, right? This is another fucking Karen that's trying to tell everybody else what they can and can't talk about. And this is the bottom line. It's another, like, unfortunately not self-appointed, dumb bitch that's going around trying to use a position of authority to tell other people what they can and can't talk about. It's annoying.
A way that suggests that you are moderating what you consume, which is a major double standard because let's be real here. What would Virgie's opinion be if Nancy from accounting brought cake to the office? It's so bitch. You know that talking about that office cake would be completely fine and perhaps encouraging. Well, unless someone asks for the smallest slice.
Related?
At the party.
No, this has got to be a else, I think.
Publicly, Bear's life is too large.
There's no way that taxpayers in California are paying this woman to give seminars to fucking trauma dump that people are telling her that her slice of cake is too large to birth the child. How does this happen?
Declare publicly that Bear's life is too large.
Like, there's no way that Virgie is outlawing talking about food in general because she spent half of her Instagram.
Can you imagine that? You work in the government, you have to listen to this shit.
Okay, next. Number 2. Podcast is not at all about Number 3. Podcast is not at all about exercise at work.
So you're not allowed to talk about exercise. Again, so you have to why is it because other people can have conversations about exercise, and she feels self-conscious being present in those conversations because she doesn't exercise. So if you have to understand the hog logic, it's all directly relationary. It has a direct relation to enabling them to feel good about indulging in being fat. That's what it's all about. That's the entire beginning, middle, and end.
So this is why I wanted to make this video. Every single person should be annoyed about this. So just exercise at work. First off, that's like saying about the weather. If the weather made your health better in every single way. Exercise is just so unproblematic. It is literally one of the most promoting behaviors of all time. Depending on who you ask, sleep might be number 1, but exercise is evaluate. If you exercise a few times a week, really exercise, even if you don't lose a pound of fat, you will be a way healthier human being. Weight loss is hard, and not everyone will achieve it, but if everyone just committed to exercise, it would be an absolute game changer health-wise. And if someone is being hired to represent overweight people in the room and not pushing this message, it's just silly. A health expert discouraging discussion of exercise should not exist. Wait, maybe
It's ridiculous. It's such a crazy inversion of logic and rationality that it's shocking that it even exists.
Have it wrong. Maybe Virgie is encouraging people to exercise. She recently held a Reclaiming Movement After Diet Culture workshop. My heart is so full after hosting the Reclaiming Movement After Diet Culture workshop today. Fat phobia, diet culture, toxic fitness culture try to convince us that there is a line between legitimate exercise and illegitimate movement all the time, like laugh, breathe, cry, hug our house, run to get the last slice of pizza.
I don't think she's running to get the last slice of pizza. I don't think that's happening.
Bend over to give our fur children a pet.
Our fur children? Oh, it just keeps getting better.
Etc., etc. Distinction between running to get the last slice of pizza. More concerning is not only do these things not qualify as exercise, they don't a workshop that in theory would be just encouraging people to do what they can.
Exercising, but me laughing and eating pizza isn't legitimate.
From where you're at. But with Virgie, we can see that she lowered the bar from exercise to just movement, but then didn't even meet that bar. Let's go through
What a
this, okay?
surprise.
Laughing. I mean, you can call
You're
it
moving your
moving,
face,
it's not
right?
really voluntary though, so it's kind of on the line. Breathing. Definitely does not count as movement.
I think for fat people it is harder to breathe, so for her it's probably exercise.
I mean, there's been times
Yeah, let's be
that's
honest.
called movement, I guess. Hugging our pals. I'm not going to qualify that one as movement. You're stationary most of that. Running to get the last slice of pizza. Ironically, this is the most movement that is on this list.
And it's also probably a lot.
Making teeth, again, you're stationary for the entire thing. Doesn't count. Bending over to give our fur children a pet. It scares me that Virgie's experience
It's like this is made on purpose to be annoying.
with day-to-day bending over qualifies to her as movement. Past that, pleasure, fine,
Great.
exist. Virgie, there is a
Existing.
clear line between exercising and existing. Okay. That exists is on the list. Considering that a lot of the time we're existing, it looks like this. And this, I am going to go ahead and declare that is not movement. If you added up the steps,
I would say so.
You really would think that the entire point of a workshop like this would be like, hey, you know what? No matter where you're at, you can do stuff.
Sure.
Go for a walk. Go outside and play with kids, your pets. Keep your house really clean. Pick up a sport with your friends. Years ago on the channel, I covered a story of a really inspiring person named Jesse Shand. He was like 600 pounds, he could barely stand up, and he started exercising, he literally just walked around.
Said that at your weight, you could just literally walk around and lose weight. I laugh, I had to admit. But
Then you
let's try
started
that, dude.
flopping.
And that honestly was not only movement.
I think that there's so much toxic positivity and like a lot of women where like they enable bad behavior like this. And I think this is a really good example where like I think men have a much easier job holding each other accountable for like unhealthy or bad practices. Women is a bit of a conspiracy theory. But I've always thought that women encourage other women to gain weight. Everything because they know it's going to give them like an advantage in like biological reproduction. Like it's probably that's probably totally fucking insane for me to say, but it makes sense.
That was exercise. He got his heart rate up, he was sweating. It was exercise, and like he beat his leg. We all
Wow.
a little bit
That's a
that
lot.
is moral.
That's crazy.
To find ourselves one day in a better place in life. And so I think that would really be the focus of today's video. Here's some clips from longevity doctor and author Peter Attia on the value of adding a little bit of exercise to your life.
What's the difference between 18 and 20? Are they doing zero exercise or doing just a bit?
Going from zero activity to just 90 minutes a week is about a 15% reduction in all-cause mortality.
So if you just fuck around for an hour and a half a week, you're 15% less likely to die from some bullshit? That's crazy.
And if you go from being completely sedentary to just doing 90 minutes a week.
Looking at the health system, you know, purposeful, but not really just walking. Interesting. Walking the dog. The data on dogs. So upset. So the health benefits of light activity, light exercise. I mean, are the main things.
Sedentary to just doing some movement, not existing or pizza type movement, really changes your health radically for the better. So you think reclaiming movement would be to promote this message.
Movement by let me get this straight. So this is like you're reclaiming physical movement by
Literally,
right.
What if trying for more movement each day? Definition of movement. Some of Virgie's finest work. Well, paying her unfair. Although I did see that the commission was worth only like 12.
Vote no. How did this happen? 88% of people don't want this. Why is it there?
Virgie actually breaks it down further, and it honestly just gets worse. The premises of the workshop were: number one, we are all born movers. The universe is always moving, and so are we.
The planet is moving, so I'm always moving. So we have actually gotten into intergalactic, transplanetary hoglogic. I didn't even know that we could. This is impressive. No, this is crazy. Let her cook? I guess so.
She's literally saying that we're already moving because the planet is rotating. That's what that says, right? I'm not just the universe is.
Oh my fucking god. How is this real?
Always moving. That's what I said. She's like, well, yeah. The workshop is for certain people that exercise is unnecessary because the planet is rotating. This is why it's just too out there for me. I just don't. University after university has invited her to come and speak. She's given multiple speeches at Berkeley, well respected American.
What?
You're like, or is what this person's saying actually not making sense? Exercise is the rendering of movement into productivity and outcome. Usually that outcome is modification and disciplining of the body.
Holy fuck. Did you get this from ChatGPT? No, you didn't. Because if it did, it would have made more sense. Exercise is a construction.
A way of claiming the body as your responsibility rather than the responsibility of the collective. Exercise is a construction that is designed to generate blame, and that is why it can feel so loaded, so awful, even though it's just 1 foot here, 1 foot there, 1 arm here, and 1 arm there. I don't know where to start. There's so much.
This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
This is the perspective of someone who seriously couldn't possibly imagine exercising.
And you have to understand that these people are so selfish and so self-centered that they literally think that the planet is rotating in order to help them exercise and lose weight. Like, they actually think that the world revolves around them. It's incredible.
Or any other you have a heart and use a muscle. You have a brain. I think thus far in society, terrible PR. I think something we do a terrible job of in society is bringing home the message that exercise is not just a weight loss thing. It's barely a weight loss thing. It's a life thing. We all need to do it whether we like it or not every single day. In Peter Attia's Outlive, he says we'll actually have to train in order to do the following basic activities when we're like 7th grade. Go for a nature hike through a hilly area. Pick up a grandchild. Carry in your own groceries. Lift a suitcase into an overhead instrument on an airplane. Open a jar. Have sex. Climb stairs without assistance. Isn't that insane? We won't be able to do any of that basic stuff if we don't train for it. In other words, at the time when most people...
Yeah, no, there's plenty of people. No, it's true. There's plenty of people. They're fucked up. Like, they're all kinds of fucked up. And they're not even... I've seen people that are 60. And they're needing to use mobility scooter at Walmart. And they're over there on the Cheetos aisle. Just falling out. I mean, that's it. They don't make it to 40. Nah, there's... Most fat people... Most of them crash out around 45 to 55. That's usually what happens.
To retire, they will have 0 quality.
You guys ever notice how the only fat person that's really old that's famous is Santa Claus and it's not really? You guys ever pick up on that?
If they don't train for it. And if you're very overweight or obese, which is Virgie's audience, is who she's been hired to represent, you're actually going to need to exercise even more. And I know a lot of people aren't motivated, but if you also just want to do it yourself in general, like today, exercise is insane. If you want to have your best
Like, I started exercising. Like, I exercise pretty much every day. As soon as I end my shift, I immediately go for like a 20-minute, like maybe a mile and a half walk. that the only reason I'm exercising and doing more is because I'm lazy and I'm not putting in enough effort, right? That's enough? Right? Like, I'm not. Like, I have weights, I have resistance bands, I have other forms of, like, body weight exercises I could do. I'm just not doing it, right? And so it's not society's fault. It's not McDonald's fault or anything. It's just simply my fault because I'm not making it a priority, right? You feel better? I do, actually. After, like, exercising, because, like, so this is the difference, right? Is that, like, whenever I was a kid, I was very athletic, right? You guys might not believe it, but it's true. And I spent 8 hours playing video games, 8 hours sleeping, and 8 hours being physical. And I remember when I cleaned up my entire house, whenever I was banned, I actually felt great. And I was being physical and doing active for like over 5 hours a day. I felt great.
Today, you need to exercise today. I was actually reading this other book, Spark, about benefits of exercise. There's a school in America that has these students exercising first thing in the morning, but like it's one of their classes, and they're doing really hard exercise, and they're finding that the kids that are taking this class first thing in the morning are crushing the rest of the day. I'll do it in the future. It's actually wild. And it's really
I think that's the correlation, not causation situation. Because I would assume that students that take the exercise classes are probably more predisposed to being conscientious about themselves, which would mean that they're more conscientious about, you know, like obviously school. And also, I think there's a trend that people that are wealthier and have more money generally put health as a higher premium. And so you're going to have a lot of conflating variables with that. It's just my opinion, right? I mean, it's just like this is like, actually, it doesn't really matter, but like, I'm just, you know, bringing this up. I guess that's how I feel like whenever somebody does that to me.
Same with healthy eating too, though. If you want to have your best day today, not to mention when you gotta eat healthy today.
Yeah.
Mood, energy, memory, learning, just general like quickness and zippiness of your brain is all governed by movement and food and other stuff. But those are important. So yeah, Virgie, cough.
There you go.
The entire concept. It's clear to not like it, okay? But if you hate it this much, you have to do some inner work.
Well, hey, if you hate exercising and you love eating food and you want to be fat, that's great. You're gonna die. Go ahead. Do it. This is America. You can be 600 pounds, you can sell 600 hits, you can make $600,000 a year, and you can do whatever the hell you want to do. It's America. That's right. That's freedom.
Probably should not hold a position in public health of any kind. Like hating on exercise because of your experience with diet culture is like hating on
Somebody's saying, do you think that the government wants this woman doing speeches so that people die before they collect Social Security?
vegetables. Oh yeah, that's right. Virgie and her friends that both get hating on vegetables too.
Die, Gail, die! You vegetable!
Dude. This is so fucking ridiculous. How is this real? It's like this should be a skit from like, again, like Portlandia or something. This has to be a joke.
Not only that, but Virgie has had some really terrible takes on childhood obesity recently.
Let me guess, it's okay.
And I can't show you too much of their conversation because Dr. Phil is notorious for copyright striking, but I'm gonna take the risk for Virgie's views on childhood obesity. Dr. Phil had Virgie Topor on his show along with this like fit pro-health medical doctor, and at some point
Bro, you know, like Dr. Phil, I'm gonna be honest, I love Dr. Phil. I think Dr. Phil is so fucking based. So let me get this straight. So Dr. Phil, Baldy brings on this like fat, you know, San Francisco health assistant or health professor that thinks that exercising is bad. And then he also brings on this super attractive doctor to just make her look like a fucking idiot. Oh God.
And at some point, he blatantly asks Fergie if she disagrees with the idea that we should end childhood obesity.
Does anybody disagree that if we can stop childhood obesity from a health standpoint, that we should? Does
anybody disagree? I can think of somebody who disagrees.
anybody disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
What do you think Virgie says to that? Well, she basically just flat out refuses to answer the question, just kind of stutters.
I just think that it's a very big phrase. Right? Like, at the end of the day, right, long-term dieting sets
I think if your kid's morbidly obese, it should be child abuse. If your kid's a little chubby, that's just the way it is, right? And there's a little bit of biological diversity that people have, definitely, right? But like, you talking about 100 pounds? It's child abuse, bro. Like, yeah. Like, can somebody, I tweet that, send that to RFK. Because like, why don't he, can you just make that a rule? They can make that a rule, right? Yeah, like, no, calm down. No, I'm serious. Like, why not? Child abuse and grooming charges? Yeah, I'd say child abuse for sure. Child neglect or abuse? Yeah, definitely. You're not wrong. Yeah. Too subjective? No, it's not. There's your healthy weight for your size and weight, and morbid obesity is being 100 pounds above that. That's child abuse. It's simple. Like that. There it is. Like it's not this. See, this is what hogs do. Is that they have these, they create an apparatus of lies that they live in. And it's built off of like compounding lies.
People up to gain weight over time.
It's wrong by its freedom. It's not freedom, it's a child. A parent is responsible for the well-being of their kid before they're 18. If their kid is causing problems, it's the parent's responsibility to solve that. That's the way it works. The kid has the freedom to grow up with parents that take care of them. That's what I would say.
Like, at the end of the day, right, long-term dieting sets people up to gain weight over time.
About dieting.
Long-term dieting sets people to gain weight over time. Guys, what kind of logic is that?
Go straight up ask her, if you could push a button and end childhood obesity, knowing all the health and life problems that it causes, would you do it?
I love Dr. Phil.
If you can push a button and keep a child from
But we don't
experiencing obesity, that's not.
She's not going to put an end to childhood obesity because childhood obesity is the result of body diversity. Childhood obesity is natural.
That seemed to me like a question that anybody would say yes to. If you could stop childhood cancer, would you say yes to that?
Well,
Bro, he got her. He fucking got her. This is terrifying. The thing is, for like for the better part of 10 years, we were prevented from being able to say the truth about food. And we were living in a Karenocracy. And this type of disgusting, gluttonous, self-serving, selfish behavior was normalized. That's it. No longer. We are done with that. Thank God. Karen's against the Matrix? Yes, we have to break out of the Karen Matrix.
when there's actually body diversity, right? Like there are people in this room, little children who are naturally in larger bodies.
Ma'am, you really...
They're naturally in larger bodies. It's like I was going to make a car joke, but I was like, wait a minute. No, you can choose to buy a Miata or you can choose to buy a van. It doesn't even make sense with a car. They're born fat. It's disinformation? Yeah, I guess so.
We're not going to put an end to childhood obesity. So yes, Virgie had a rough
She
time.
went through it herself.
We're not going to do it.
Body diversity is a real thing.
To suggest that childhood obesity happens because of the body diversity thing, it's just not rooted in reality. Like, it's so silly that I would not be talking about this seriously if San Francisco didn't hire her and Berkeley didn't invite her to speak. Like, somebody has to say something. Like, obviously, we're not all genetically the same.
It's all this entire movement and everything surrounding it is a massive cope by fat women that are trying to psyop society into thinking that it's not disgusting. That's the entire thing. That's what it's all based off of. Every single part, except its movement, works to serve that goal.
We have different reasons for being different body sizes, but body diversity to the tune of children being more
because they haven't developed the muscles. It's sad. I know. Really? No. They need to do something about this.
You don't want to run an agenda about discrimination and ignore health.
You're wanting to run an agenda about discrimination and ignore health.
No, I don't want to help it. I don't want to ignore health at all. I'm saying that
you do it because you want to run it.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
A social agenda.
Probably shouldn't hold any sort of role in public health, even if it's only for $12,000. I present you this. So I found this article on her old blog where she discusses interrupting an obesity research conference.
What that means is talking to her and her friends when they're at Golden Corral.
Her friends ran into a meeting of researchers and scientists discussing improving the obesity epidemic and interrupted the whole thing by playing music and yelling, "Correlation isn't causation." And then Virgie was escorted out by a woman who said shame on you to her, to which Virgie thought, if shame belongs anywhere, I thought, who are at this conference. You mean the scientists trying to help people with obesity? Thinking is so obviously
Yes, obviously the scientists should be ashamed of themselves.
flawed that at some point on the show, even a 14-year-old clapped back at her.
Not the same thing. Race and the size of your body are just not the same thing.
So yeah,
Wait, she said no, they are not playing into that bullshit that like minorities can't lose weight. What the fuck is wrong with you?
For this video about a person who quite literally disowns the entire idea of health, being hired to a public health position. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll
It's
see you
Ron
in the next
Swanson. It is. This is absolutely. This is 100% Ron Swanson being hired to do a job. I'll link it to you guys. Yes, this is amazing. I can't even believe this. Good video. What a fucking video. Fat people are a race. Choose another word. Anyway, this is unbelievable. I don't know how this happens, guys. I really don't. it's nuts. Body type 3. Body type 33. Can you please explain how the fuck this happened? Let me explain how the body positivity movement happened. The body positivity movement happened because you had a bunch of women that got together that wanted to create an apparatus that enables them to continue being gluttonous and overweight. And so they've created and this is, you keep in mind, a lot of the women are white adjacent. There's a very big component of, I think, white people that are oppressed class. Am I wrong? And I know, like, oh, you're not supposed to say this, but I'm saying they try so hard. They try so hard to figure out some sort of way that they're oppressed, that they're the same, right? It's painfully true. It is. And it's just, and again, you look at the Tesla riots, you look at the fucking, look at all these things and everything. It's like, how many points on the graph do you need to make a line? Because you certainly got a lot more than two. And so, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And, yeah, fat people are fat because they overeat. Doing a school run exercise. And, yeah, it's just, I don't know what to say. We change the strategy. I mean, I do think that's genuinely what it is. Is that it's also another movement that, like, you know, like white women and people, and a lot of these women are like, they're like from places of like relative privilege, and so they have like a guilt for that, and so they create a way to make themselves feel like they're so they can feel better and less guilty about their privilege. That's basically what I think is happening. And I understand that, like, a little bit kind of harsh to say, but if I'm being honest, I think that's actually what's going on.
This body positivity influence with the rest and couldn't finish the top guard. This is the same woman who's been demanding airlines flights free saying out of nowhere she vanished off the internet. What people didn't expect was her getting arrested. All kinds of attention online when it comes to sharing struggles in life through their time, including the subject of today's video, 9-year-old Jalen Chaney, also known as Jada. And she is no stranger to having her content go viral, and it's not always due to the reason that she probably wants. As content centers around advocating for plus-size inclusivity, and well, as we know, how the internet can help you.
FedEx has cargo planes, they make planes with extra room. Okay.
Jada often criticism, but now she's gone from starting petitions for free airplane seats to starting a GoFundMe for religious costs, or at least support was deleted. Because up until February of this year, Jada routinely posted on her TikTok and Instagram video plus-size inclusivity and her huge fight to get free airplane seats for plus-size travelers.
So she just wants to get free airport. Like, it's crazy how much fat people, all they want to do is take up space. All they want to do is just take up space. Isn't that wild? That's all they want to do.
That's based on seat widths of 17 inches.
Yeah.
It's safe to say that people aren't like conflict in their personal life, and it all leads to a now deleted.
Jesus Christ, bro. Like, I mean, I don't understand it. Support healing and safety. I like how the term is healing and safety, it's not health, right? It's not health and wellness, it's healing and safety. You know what that means? It's probably about as effective as thoughts and prayers.
GoFundMe. But then suddenly in February of 2025, J-Base's social media account went radio silent. And fans were left wondering because no amount of negativity or criticism have ever stopped this woman from posting before. So
usually when fat people stop posting, it's because they die. So this is different.
Speculation began spreading throughout her online community, with some people going as far as claiming that Jalen had been arrested following an incident at a Washington hospital.
Why?
And as it turns out, those claims were very real, because not long after, arrest info from Jalen surfaced online, and it didn't paint a very good picture of her. Because we're talking about criminal trespassing.
How could she trespass? How could she How could she do this? Nah, this is impressive, bro. Like, what? Damn, bro. Like,
resisting arrest and assault.
Damn, like,
those are just the craziest charges because it turns out J-Bay racked up about 7 total charges and a bond of about $2,500.
Seven
Until this week,
charges?
we really had only news articles and speculation to go off of what actually happened.
Yeah, so what
but on
is it?
October 16th, body cam footage of the arrest.
550-pound influencer and fat activist. I feel like there needs to be another term for fat activist. How about fat advocate? Because I feel like activist is a bit misleading.
Arrest was published online, and yeah, it basically confirmed how insane this arrest was.
But remember, I'm watching you detaining a disabled woman who's been kidnapped.
You're under arrest, so we're not detaining you.
Do you think that if you're a certain weight, you should just get charged twice because you're the size of 2 people? So, like, for example, like, let's say you're trespassing and, like, you know, you're in an area you're not supposed to be in. Well, if you're the size of 2 people, shouldn't you be charged twice for I feel like that's what, I mean, you have to have the punishment fit the crime. And
you're under arrest.
I have the right to an attorney.
Yeah.
I have the right to
You sure do, and you can also
it's
make
mass.
a great thing to start with.
It all started when staff at Trieste Medical Hospital called the Kennewick Police Department about an escalating situation. They allegedly informed police that Jay was not there for medical reasons and was acting causing disturbance. But when officers arrived and issued her a warning for trespassing, she literally just ripped it up in front of them, stating that she was using her own report.
Okay, here we go. Alright, there she is. Can you imagine being a police officer and having to deal with this shit? Having to micromanage these all fucking day. You gotta sit around and this shit all the time. By the way, everybody thinks that, like, somebody's gotta be like, oh, it's mean to say. Nah, these nasty, disgusting, selfish, fat pieces of shit sit around and they promote other people to take part in their suicidal lifestyle. They want to advocate to make the entire world convenient for them as they kill themselves. No, bro, like, no, this is gross. It's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting, and advocating for it, it's ridiculous. Nobody can go and act like this is normal at all. Just massively selfish.
I'm not leaving. Witnesses? I need a witness.
That's fine. You've been advised. You can rip it up all you want. That's not going to change you when you know you're trespassed. So.
Yeah, okay, you want to rip it up? That's fine. Okay, well, that, yeah.
It's all my evidence. Everyone. Okay.
Yeah, make sure.
You guys, please.
Right. Okay, not all influencers are insane, but I think that none of them seem to be. So in this body cam footage, she seems to just say that she wants to be arrested. And I guess you should really be careful with what you wish for.
Yeah.
And the officers, they've been telling the news outlets that Jalen is very unpleasant to deal with. And now,
Very unpleasant to deal with. I believe this.
we actually have footage.
I
to
do. I
prove it.
believe this.
Run off like the you are. You're on prison, mother. Am I under arrest?
Yes, you are.
Where's my rights to that?
You're not being questioned about the crime right now, so you don't need to do that.
Rights. Remember, I'm a disabled woman. God, the Lord for the
I ask the Lord for the strength to get it.
Yeah, I mean, it is safe to say that she's being as defiant as possible, praying to God that she sues the cops and refusing to stand up. So it also reports that she said that she tried to threaten
stood up, we could help you get in the
I
car.
can't stand up.
Okay, so it seems to be a
So let me get this straight. Okay. She won't get up and get in the cop car, but she's so fat that they don't want to have to pick her up because they need a special apparatus to be able to lift her into the cop car. Remember, this isn't Pokemon, and you had the Snorlax that was in the way. You had an impact, you don't know what to do. What do you do, bro? Like, yes, be like, look at food. There's food in the car, come on. Come on, get in the car.
theme with Jay. Just how other people can do she's had multiple.
Wait, so she now, instead of wanting to get 2 seats now she doesn't even want to have to move around. Now, everyone else has to move her around. Roll this hog around.
Footage, Jalen is doing everything she can do with his officers and lay on the ground.
I don't think that she's really doing. She's not doing. I think by doing nothing, she's doing everything.
Choosing to move, and I guess just like hoping this would be enough hassle for the cops to just give up.
Honestly, it's a pretty good strategy. It is. Now, if I was the cops, like I would view this as like a puzzle, right? Like a science experiment. It's like, how can we figure out how to get her in the car? Like, do we need to call a dump truck? Do we need to call an excavator? Do we need to get a forklift? Do we need to have a separate vehicle? Like, how do we solve this problem? Right? It's like a, it's like you think about this from a educational perspective.
Strategy, but then I guess he tries to use their efforts to help her against them, claiming that she was being essayed by them.
That is the last thing. Bro.
The last thing that we will ever do.
She also has a lot.
Oh my god. Imagine that is your job. And like the thing is, after you finally get this hog back in the pen, you gotta go back out to the zoo. It's like, and now there's, Curtis has got his Curtis has got his dick out at the 7-Eleven. And there's a family there. And you gotta arrest them. It's like, oh my god. This is your job.
To hit him in the face, but missed. So she basically lacked the ability or accuracy to get it. Because things could have ended a lot worse for her if she actually connected that point.
Yeah.
But I guess the cops were laughing the whole time. The cops were swinging at them. It's honestly kind of funny. And they really just want to get her property, and for some reason, she keeps digging herself in a deeper and deeper hole. Why would she working with her for so long, they realized they couldn't even fit her in the cop car. So they ended up box truck or box van and lift her up into the truck.
Okay. Get her on her back and then we'll kind of make sure we have it set where we need to.
Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah. Get it going. That's it? Okay. I have no idea how she's trying to get received when she can't even fit in the cup. And I mean, people would maybe sympathize. Whoa! This is crazy. A little bit more with her if she was such a heavy attitude. Like, how do you turn a simple trespassing into multiple felonies? Well, things just got worse for her in custody because Cheney was appointed a public defender who filed an order in March for a competency evaluation. And the claim was that Jordan was suffering from mental disease or possessing no fucking retarded. The capacity to understand the claims against her, or at least for her to assist in her own defense. And in her defense, she was found incompetent on March 11th. Then 3 days later, the court signed an order allowing Benton County jail officer to use force to move her to a hospital after she refused. Oh shit. That's another crane.
It came to light in May that she was suffering from delirium due to sepsis, PTSD, and unspecified personality disorder. Because apparently,
multiple personality disorders.
apparently during an evaluation, Jalen confessed that she recently called off her engagement of 6 years. She accused her ex, Jaco Ard, who is also a plus-size influencer, of being abusive and trying to end their lives on a business trip because she found out who he really was.
Okay, I don't even want to know. I don't even want to imagine. I don't even want to know.
Obviously, there were a lot of things going on here in her personal life that could have helped led to her having this mental breakdown. People online have once again started weighing in on their own ideas of what might have actually been the final straw for Jalen, with many of them pointing to the theory of Jacob cheating, allegedly with another man, which, if this is true, is likely enough to make him go a little bit crazy. Maybe not punch a cop crazy, but I also understand why you wouldn't be at your best after finding out.
Right.
Not that excuses anything, but according to certain staff members, during his stay at the hospital, Jalen would apparently refuse to comply with treatment.
I would have never guessed either. So let me get, what's the next one?
Call light and ask for multiple sets of clean linens just to throw them all over the floor. And among other
oh my god. Jesus, guys. Just a bitch. She's just a fat bitch. Straight up. She's just a fat bitch.
Her strange behavior, she also regularly claimed
But
to
I
be
don't really
pregnant
want
in
to say.
labor or having a miscarriage, despite negative pregnancy tests. And it got so bad that staff started to interact with her only from the hallway or in chairs. Like, it was so rude and unruly that they had to keep their distance from her, which is
They gotta talk to her through a wall, bro. Like it's one of those hospital situations. Oh my god.
It's pretty crazy considering the types of people they normally have to deal with. Wow. Getting all this information was submitted to the court in May, and the deputy prosecuting attorney filed filed a motion to dismiss this case. But J-Bay was eventually released in May and has since been keeping a low profile online, with the only incident coming from her father, Jerome, who told reporters that her daughter was doing well following her release.
Doing
and I mean,
well?
honestly, I guess that is
At
really
what?
all you can ask for in situations like this. Because as of right now, it's unknown if J-Bay will ever make it left off. But at least she hasn't deleted or privated her pages like many other influencers would jump to do in her situation. So that could potentially
It's just,
point.
bro, like some of these people, like it this is what I said. It's unbelievable what the fuck is wrong with these people. Like they are out of their goddamn and a lot of these like I the fat influencer thing, I hate that shit.
Morning.
Like, it's so
If you try to say it's a good morning, there's the goddamn door.
all they want to do is take up space. That's it. So, at the end of the day,
Look, Buckhead, I don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Get the job done.
this is what it all comes down to. Everything. They used to say gluttony is a sin. Now it's an influencer stereotype. It's a whole genre.
To her not being fully finished with social media.
Yeah.
Although, maybe Jalen is just keeping her previous content up in public in hopes that it continues to further her cause, even without her being active online herself. That being said, though, now that this footage has surfaced, maybe Jalen will speak up about the situation from her perspective and give us a little bit more insight to why she did all this, because it's safe to say this was not the side that she was portraying when she was originally trying to raise funds to defend herself.
Because all the people that do this shit are just nasty, obnoxious bitches that just behave this way on social media. There's a reason why none of them have any friends. Nobody wants to be around them. It's not because it's your friend. I got plenty of friends that are fat that have tons of friends. It's because you a nasty ass bitch. That's the reason why. You a selfish, gluttonous, nasty ass bitch. No one wants to be around you. You probably smell bad. No, like, doing things with you is annoying. You probably don't have friends to push you around because you can't walk. Like, it's just everything about you is like, being around you is like playing a video game on a harder difficulty. Right? It's like instead of being able to play, you know, like Una Masume, you have to play Quap. Right? Like you gotta worry about moving your knees and your legs and shit like this. Like everything is a struggle.
But hopefully this break allows her to get the help that she needs.
It's
But
a
other than that,
liability.
subscribe if you're new here, drop a like on today's video, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video.
That's wild. Like I have no idea about any of this shit, man. I really didn't. I did not know about any of this. This is insane. And bro, they're gonna ban you. They're gonna ban me. Like the thing is that I do think the fat acceptance thing is fucking disgusting and it kills people. Like I've got no problem with people saying that they want to be accepted for what they, you know, like what they want to do. But the problem is that whenever you're trying
Oh, I guess I was muted. Holy shit, I don't know how that happened. Shoujo's sleeping down my legs, and Buddy is totally crashed out on the computer chair.
It's fucking disgusting. Nobody should be doing it.
Have you ever built a base underground?
I don't want to see anybody around it, and anybody that does it should be looked down on. And really, I mean, again, I think smoking cigarettes is probably a great example. I think there's a great parallel to this.
I dug down as far as I could, and I started my base there. I started underneath a mountain.
But for some reason, you have these fat fucks that want to sit around, take up space,
Building a base like I'm a comic book supervillain.
rest of the world, and they want everybody else to apologize that they created the problem for themselves. Nah, bro, like absolutely not. Like it's just. It's the amount of selfishness. The only reason why there's a large fat acceptance movement is a psyop by fat women to normalize being massively overweight in society to guilt men into dating them. That's the reason. Like if you go look at any of these fat acceptance groups, it's 95% women. That's the reason. And like again, like now people don't want to say this. Nobody wants to say this. I'll say it because it's true. And all you have to do, by the way, I don't want you to believe me. I want you to confirm what I'm saying. I want you to look at it yourself. And you're going to find out that this is absolutely a fucking fact. This is 100% what they do. And I have no problem with the acceptance. It's the encouragement. Well, it's not. No, bro, because it's more than that. It's because they don't want to just simply be accepted. They want to be seen as like, they want their lifestyle to be seen as equivalent to a thin person's lifestyle that's healthy. Like, that's the problem. That is that they want to psyop the world into thinking that what they're doing is normal. They want it to be normal.
Yeah, I'm going with the underground base this time.
And they want society to change in mass
I don't.
in order to literally accommodate them, right? And so, like, that's basically the problem. Like,
I don't know how I'm gonna design it, but
the way that you want and not get made fun of, then that's fine. But that's not what they want. They want, number one, to have no accountability for their body size. They want also to have society accommodate their body size. And they also want everybody to like them for their body size. So not only do you have to also physically comply with them and financially comply with them. They are what they are. And it's disgusting. Obnoxious, fucking hogs that you could ever imagine. Is because the way that they act, the way that they look is a manifestation of the way that's the truth. I don't see how telling, like, you're telling cops that, like, who the fuck does that? That's sick. It's sick, bro. Absolutely sick. And that's my opinion about it. That's what I think about it more than anything else, right? And I know that some people might not really have to say let this shit happen and it's worse and worse. So that's what it is. And so that's really the way I look at it. Some people are really disordered with that. Not able to lose it? Yeah, sure. Yeah. No, there's like a handful of them that are suspicious, but like in general, that's not the case. It's very, very uncommon. No. I've never no. Stop trying to change the world and fix everybody.
God damn.
Disabled. Stop it. Like, I don't want to put around with this. This is a ridiculous, this is like fucking acceptance and tolerance, gone wrong. It didn't make sense. Yeah, stop putting around. Like, you don't enable this shit at all. It's the same thing. Everything I say about being fat, I could say about it. And again, everybody would agree with me.
Alright.
I don't get a problem with fat people. I like food. I just don't actually about pay taxes and don't bother anyone. Well, then I don't have a problem with that. I don't care if you want to be fat or not. But if you want to go around and advocate for being fat and say that it's normal and say that the world needs to accommodate you, then that's the thing that I have a problem with. You want to be a fat ass? Fat asses. That's not a problem at all. That's not the issue. Like, I don't live like I live like a fucking animal, but the difference is that, like, I'm not going out and, like, genuinely advocating for, oh, everybody should be drinking soda all the time and only eating beef jerky, Chipotle, and gummy lifesavers, right? Like, that's the difference that there is, right? Is that, like, I'm not advocating for the lifestyle. You can live whatever lifestyle you want.
God damn.
The moment that you start putting drain on society and
you go outside of your life and you affect the people around you and society as a whole, and especially whenever you intentionally try to affect it, that's what I have a problem with. And that's what I think everybody should have a problem with. So that's the problem. That's the issue that I have. Because it's the best service and everybody's using it.
Every time.
Oh, these people falling from.
Fuse forth this platitudes, nonsense, and the severe misunderstanding. Just video games as a baseline. We have Microsoft CEO coming out talking about how video game companies are no longer competing against one another. No, instead they're against TikTok. And the only way to be able to compete is with better margins. Why are you guys like this? I swear, the video game industry and video games are so easy to figure out. Just make better games. And I'm
And also, here's another thing. Make games. So many video games now are like... It's like a cutscene corridor. You're walking down an office building, and it's like, all right, turn to your right. Okay, so there was an explosion, and the planet got destroyed. And then, okay, next door, turn right. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, they're not making video games anymore. They're making movies. It's so obnoxious. Drives me crazy.
Some people that are going to say, LD, it's not that easy. And to which I respond, well, then you shouldn't be making video games. If you make a game that is good enough that I can't put it down, that means I can't pick up my phone.
Yeah.
Then we have Amazon out here lamenting their long-awaited exit from the games industry, tail between their legs, revealing a 15-year-long plan of buying a game platform, of building these studios and making games,
Everything
buying
failed.
Twitch. All of it was
all
to fuel
failed.
their ambition to take down Steam by buying them out of the industry. But all the while they're failing, nobody's learning any of the lessons that need to be learned from any of this. So today, we're going to be talking about just how deluded these CEOs are and how little they actually still does nothing.
We don't want the new update. We don't want the big crazy change. We don't need the improvement to the UI. It's fucking fine. Stop messing with it. Just keep doing it. That's it.
One dirty little book is gonna ruin everything. But before that, I heard that you were having trouble finding gifts for this holiday season, and it just so happens I got your back.
What gift?
You ever seen a pen do this? Today's video is sponsored by Novium, the creators of Rubber Pen Interstellar, a pen that literally floats in midair. No tricks, no electricity, just precision-engineered magnets keeping it suspended like it's something out of a sci-fi movie. It's made from aerospace-grade aluminum. It feels great to write with, and it's insane on my desk. The Interstellar even won the Time Award for innovation, and there's a premium version with an actual meteorite embedded in the tip, meaning it holds something that is older than the Earth itself. It comes in colors like space black, Neptune blue, and Mars magma, and the packaging alone
Does
makes
the red one spin faster?
the perfect gift for yourself or anyone else that appreciates something a little different. If you prefer something a little bit more customizable, check out the Hover Pen Future, which lets you switch between a pen or a ball tip, still keeping that same futuristic design. Right now, you can get
You watched 3 consecutive streams and sparked a watch streak. I'm not sure what that means.
Legendary, or click the link in the description or pinned comment. You can also use the on screen to go straight to the website with the discount automatically applied.
I think this is like it is. This is as seen on TV all right now, and you're gonna get a pen that's older than the Earth. This is what YouTube ads need to be. Little things like this. This is perfect.
Ovium for sponsoring today's video. For a while now, I've been wondering, contemplating why we have seen such a sharp decline in quality from AAA games. Where a lot of these harebrained decisions are coming from, how quickly this
Because they hired a bunch of retards to make video games. That's the reason why. It's fucking obvious, isn't it? I mean, I feel like it kind of is obvious.
Industry has just been carved up, commodified, part and parcel of it. Every single move is being made to just make things that much more. I've been trying to just track this mindset down, get a handle on it, and I kept hearing about this book that's titled Press Play: Why Every Company Needs a Game. Most notably by Xbox. And get involved in gaming, not to make games, but to fuel their revenue, drive engagement, and to monetize attention in the digital age. I haven't even finished this book yet, but the opening chapter of it just tells you everything that you need to know. They start by celebrating Burberry and Balenciaga for selling cosmetics in crypto games.
We are so cooked. Oh my god. Attention monopoly. Yeah, this is crazy.
They framed the decline of cable television as an opportunity to be able to keep consumers constantly engaged with brand content through interactive worlds and video games. And they actually...
Who is this for? People that are, like, it should be illegal to sell this book. It should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to sell a book like this. People are gonna read it, they're gonna make something stupid. They're gonna hurt themselves.
They claim that this is why Microsoft doubled down on gaming, and it's why they spent nearly $70 billion buying Activision Blizzard back in 2023.
Yeah.
But not once, not a single time, do they ever describe players as anything other than consumers, these flocks that need to be herded towards more ads, more spending, more manipulation. There's no talk about why people enjoy or what makes the experience worthwhile, because that's just not the concern anymore. Not for these executives, and I think that we can see that mindset perfectly reflected in Microsoft's own CEO, Satya Nadella.
So I think that's what happens, right? Is that, like, yeah, they're not even thinking about what the consumer wants. They're not thinking about what the player wants. They're thinking about how to make the most amount of money possible by selling these fucking games. That's the issue. We want entries in a spreadsheet? Yeah. It's like, that's what's so, like, what's so crazy is that all these games are video games. Things like Mega Bomb, or games like Ball Pit, and you have so many of those indie successes that don't go and waste everybody's time. Little tasks. Raw, direct, short-form, fast-paced gameplay. That's all people want. And for some reason, it just can't be delivered.
That's the way we are thinking about gaming.
These big companies can't do it.
Now we're the largest publisher. Yeah. After the Activision. So therefore we want to be a fantastic publisher. Similar approach to what we did with Office. We're going to be everywhere in every platform. But most importantly, the game business model has to be where we have to invent maybe some new interactive media as well. Because after all, the gaming's competition is not other gaming. Gaming's competition is short-form video.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. So here's what you need to do, bro. Y'all have this problem where you keep making video games that are cutscene simulators that aren't fun to play. So if you want to have people not put down not put down your game and look up TikTok, make your game consistently entertaining and consistently engaging. And
that was a nice shot.
Sign games and make games that it's like you watch a 3-minute cutscene, you walk from one door to another door, you have a 2-minute cutscene, and then after that you have to teleport somewhere else, and it's a 5-minute cutscene. Unless that's the end of the game, that should never happen. Unless it is a story game with no gameplay.
And so if we as an industry don't continue to innovate, both how we produce, what we produce, how we think about distribution, the economic model, like best way to innovate is to have good margins. because that's the way you can fund.
Not competing with other game companies. Now that is a strategy. It's not one that I'd recommend to anybody else, but it does make a lot of sense coming from the premier publisher of some of the most, I'll pick it up on sale games in the industry. When you stop competing with your priority shift and your quality shifts with it. I cannot be the only one that looks at nearly every new Xbox release and says, yeah, that's a video game, instead of saying, damn, that's something I need to play. How exactly does that fit?
A lot of the games that are in Xbox nowadays, I don't really feel like are that great.
Well, they don't.
Like,
They're not really
holding out
innovating
Dark Ages. I thought that
video
game was
games.
gonna be really good, and I just really didn't
Like these open world sandbox games, like 7 Days to Die. This is the next phase of first-person shooters. I mean, before games like this, first-person shooters were all the same. I mean, there's no difference between Call of Duty and Halo. I mean, they're just, it's just different skins. I mean, there's not even that big of changes in weapons. I mean, every single one has a pistol, every single one has a sniper rifle, every single one has a small machine gun, every single one has a large machine gun. It's every single one has a rocket launcher, every single one has grenades. It's there's no innovation in gameplay. There's a type of game, and then they just reskin it 50 times.
How disconnected this leadership is. Their focus is completely shifted.
Yeah,
Instead of building great
he's just
games,
sitting
they're
here
also
sticking
trying
his
to
tongue
make
out
sure
at
every
me.
single screen can run some version of their ecosystem. It's all about service expansion.
His
tier
royal
access, add-ons,
orangeness.
subscription padding, more studios to be able to feed that pipeline, and cuts anywhere that do not serve that loop. When you're not competing with other studios,
Good
you are no
morning,
longer
my
competing on
ass.
quality.
Buy
You're competing
something,
with social
then it
media.
might be
All
a
you're
good
really doing is
morning.
chasing engagement, and if your content
Quit
isn't
gawking.
any good,
Either buy something or
neither
piss
is your
off.
engagement.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the problem is that the video games are just simply not engaging. This is a big problem that I think games have now, is that they are just very simply and very
Cheap.
obviously
Didn't we agree your first job was going to be free?
Alright, first of all, this isn't my first job.
All I can spare.
with Assassin's Creed Shadows.
I like how you just pulled random
Oh,
jobs
look
out of your
who's
ass.
tired of eating out of... Get moving, jackass. This don't pay by the hour.
I was like, I asked myself, I'm like, what am I really doing this for? Why am I really here? And then I was
Bro, just get it over with already. This is the slowest, most painful exit
Well, he's
I've
kind
ever
of
seen.
squinting
Best
at me.
console isn't
Oh, he's
even
got
a
eye
console,
boogers.
It's a hybrid console PC, reportedly shipping with Steam already integrated, which from a
brilliant decision, by the way. Xbox is actually making a great call with this. I totally
He does
support
that.
this
He'll just sit there and stare at me.
That sounds fine, a mid-range build for people that want to get easier access into PC gaming, but it completely kills the point.
Puts his hand on my
Xbox
chest.
As a platform, if Xbox games are already on Steam and Steam is going to be included with the console, then what exactly is Xbox supposed to be? Steam winning yet again by doing
I think honestly, I feel like Steam has integration with it. They're probably going to have it integrated with Game Pass, and so you're going to be able to
Yeah, I
play
gotta head
games
back to the
with it
base.
on Game Pass and also with Steam, because they know that you have to have Steam, and also these games run on Windows. Because part of like Microsoft's video game strategy is to also create an ecosystem that is continually money too. So like it's an entire ecosystem that if you take Windows out of it, you can really see how everything fits together.
so
That's what I think
tired
they're
of the
gonna do.
circle that these guys speak in. We're competing with the attention economy. We need better margins. No, you need better games. You want people's attention? Make something that you can't put down. Most developers are already doing it by creating something that nobody else has made, or by building a culture of quality.
Oh, god damn it, I did not mean to do that.
The attention economy when the next From Software game comes out. Tell me how that works with the next Larian project that's going to drop. When Sandfall does it, there are studios that are out there that are commanding attention because they deserve it. Look at Baldur's Gate 3. Most players have hundreds of hours in that game. It's a single-player game with no...
It's massively fucking popular, and I think that it's shocking how many people still regularly play Baldur's Gate 3. It's insane.
new content in 2 years, and it is still pulling 70,000 concurrent players on Steam. They act like we don't on a monthly basis see multiple games break through and find massive audiences. Oh, maybe that's because those games are half the price and actually
Well,
worth.
also, like, if you look at Arc Raiders, for example, Arc Raiders, you just immediately
Alright, I
start
think that's
playing
right.
the game. You immediately spawn in, you're playing the game. There's
Well,
a
that big
cutscene,
purple square you
there's a cutscene.
you summoned blocks a lot of stuff.
That's it. And that's all it is. You're just playing the game. So many of these developers want to become, movie directors. You're not Kojima. Stop it. Just make a video game.
Their fucking time. Then he goes on to say the best way to compete with short form content is by having better margins. Right, because nothing streams great games like an arbitrary 30% profit target.
Yeah, let's a 30%.
You getting comfy there, guy?
That is really
You getting comfy? Huh?
Well, do you think what's going to
Huh?
happen with SteamOS once PC releases?
You take yourself a nap, huh?
I think that Windows has such a massive hegemony over people's expectations that SteamOS will probably only be adopted.
Those are claws in my chest. Those are claws in my chest. Ah, that kind of hurt a little.
Of PC users. Because people have grown up using Windows for 30 years. Windows, and also Windows works. That's another thing too. Windows does work. It's not like it's a bad operating system. I mean, yeah, it has issues, but I'm sure SteamOS will have issues too.
Number that is so divorced from reality, by the way, that it doesn't even exist in this industry. Most of these publishers are operating on razor-thin margins. Nintendo floats around 20% on a good year. PlayStation's under 10. The only company that I know of that's around 30% is probably Valve, and that comparison is a joke. Valve is a platform that makes games as a hobby. Xbox is a platform that needs games to survive. You cannot hold yourself to that same metric without destroying everything that makes this medium work, and of course,
video games pretty soon. I think that there's probably going to be different versions. Of
Alright,
video games
does the
that you
claws
play.
have to be in my
Inside of
skin?
The free versions of the games, there will be real estate inside of video games that is reserved for in-game advertising that players see, but then they can maybe pay extra money to opt out of. That's probably what I think is going to happen. Like if I was a money-hungry accounting demon, that's what I would do. Please don't say that. Well, that's smart, right? Wouldn't you do that? It's already happened. No, but to an extent, you won't play the game. You won't play that game until it becomes the game that you're going to play, and then you're going to play the game. I know people say, "Oh, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it." People will accept it. They will. They will accept it.
Only way that Xbox can sniff 30% margins is by gutting itself from the inside out, raising prices, raising workers, cutting
Just the way it
corners,
is.
and shoving unfinished games through the door to be able to save a quarter's worth of cost. Since 2024, they have laid off over 10,000 employees. Xbox Game Pass is
so far.
Risen in prices. They delayed the $80 price hike, but that's still going to be coming. They've slowed down their console production.
$80 video games? Are you kidding me? Holy shit.
Because their sales are down nearly 30% year over year, and Outer Worlds 2 somehow launched with worse.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The reason why I don't own an Xbox right now is because there are no good exclusive games on an Xbox that I can't just play with a PC. So Xbox allowed itself to be cannibalized by the PC gaming market. So why would somebody who has a PC that does gaming on a PC also buy an Xbox? Well, you buy a PlayStation 5. That way you can play everything. It's just logical.
Optimization.
And that's what Xbox really needs to overcome. And by the way, this is a consumer-friendly decision that they're making. It's a great decision that they're making for me, for you, for all of us. It's great that they're doing this. W to Xbox. But how are they going to make money from that? The console itself has to be valuable. The same as the Switch is valuable by its innate value of being portable, right? That has an innate intrinsic value. Xbox is basically just a box like PlayStation that plays video games. That's not valuable.
In Borderlands 4, which honestly is a feat in and of itself. And for what? What is any of this for? It's definitely not for the players. We don't even respect the Xbox brand anymore. Nearly every major release under their umbrella has underperformed or just
But the best game that you guys ever made was that you just made. There was these other guys you paid to remake it. Yeah, but you guys really did great there. Good job.
Game. This is what happens when you stop caring about competition, when you stop caring about the games, when you start treating your audience like a reoccurring revenue stream. You turn one of the most creative industries on earth into a soulless factory, predictable, devoid of life, safe, and still somehow failing. I hope that you guys realize that none of this actually matters.
Stop with the claws.
None of this even interests them. That book that I mentioned earlier, Press Play, that's the playbook. That's the only thing that these guys care about right now. The opportunity that represents. Other
buddy, stop!
Advertisers are salivating at the mouth, desperate to sink their claws.
Why are you doing that to me?
They see it as the ultimate frontier, a space where they can feed you product hundreds of hours at a time. Who needs
used to it was like Chester the Cheetah skateboarding Super Nintendo game. You used to have a game where it was like it's a Pepsi video game and you drive around collecting Pepsis. And it was cool.
The 30-minute TV slot
Yes,
when
we're
you
devolving.
can instead just live inside an ad. And they're not even being subtle about it. Juice Van Bergen, a business analyst and industry insider, said it outright. With Game Pass growth slowing down and regulators closing in on microtransactions,
This is always a big problem, is that every company is beholden to the idea that they need
Oh my
to
God,
continue
hang on.
growing and continue making more money. So the problem is that there are two ways to make more money. You either find more customers or you increase the price of the product. Eventually, you will hit a market saturation point. Every company hits market saturation, where the amount of users levels off. Whether this is, and this is also true with anything. It's true with streaming. It's true with, you know, YouTube. It's true with making money generally. It's true with like anything. The pizza delivery minigame and then Yakuza. Yeah, exactly.
Publishers are now pivoting towards advertising as their new cash flow. Zynga and Square Enix are already partnering with Gatsby to be able to inject ads directly into their mobile titles. And according to the New York Times, Xbox employees are now testing an ad-supported version of their cloud gaming service.
Oh boy. Oh boy, who's excited? Ooh.
That's the off-ramp. That's where they're headed now. Away from creativity, away from quality, straight towards the goal. The goal isn't to make better games. It's to make you stay long enough to be able to sell you something else. You guys aren't wrong that they're competing with social media. That's true for every single entertainment platform and format.
This is not a game analysis, and some of them are a Venn diagram where the circles are closer together.
Out there right now, hundreds of billions, if not trillions of hours being spent doom scrolling social media. You guys sit here and watch me for 20+ minutes talking about video games, ranting about video games. But the solution to that problem is not more services. I can definitely tell you it's not more advertising. It's just make better products, make better games, make something that grabs people's attention. But seeing that Xbox is a company that largely has been making games that nobody's really all that interested in, they're just going to fail in all of their ambitions.
Yep.
You know, I don't even think that these guys are even talking about the attention economy. Even though that's the discussion that they have, that's what they're kind of talking about, I think what they're really focused on is the indirect revenue that they could be making off of advertising. They are looking at the
That is the new big thing. And you are going to see by a Pizza Hut nowadays, and now it's maybe a Culver's, or it's a chiropractor place, or it's a veterinary place, or it's a bookstore, but it's a Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut. KFC same. And because of that, you have a totally interesting types of architecture and design. And I think that the same exact thing is going to happen with video games, because in the same way that the resale value of these buildings drives the lack of innovation and architectural design and uniqueness of these different buildings, I think that the ability to force inject ads into a more fantasy or a more modern or sci-fi area inside of a video game is much more monetizable. And because of that, it's going to create a positive feedback loop around creating video games that way, because they will be easier to get funded because you can expect to make revenue from more players. I know. Sounds like a sad world. Ghost, you're right. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. It's obvious.
Media companies, so when they say we're competing with these social media companies, you're talking about how these guys have super low headcounts, barely do nothing, and all of their money is made through advertising. They see that and they want it.
Clip
I
that,
think
by
that
the way,
back in
whenever people write
2024,
articles about it.
ad spend was some odd $1 trillion or over $1 trillion. They want a piece of that pie, and advertisers want access to this industry, and that is a
Hey, hang on, I need more
combination to
coffee.
have together. I don't think that it's going to work.
Well, it's a problem because advertising already works. That's why you're playing the product. You're already the fact that you own the product and you're using it means that the advertising worked.
I just don't see it happening because maybe it'll work in some spaces, but with the declining quality of AAA games and the increase in competition that we're seeing from independents, most people are just going to turn and go in another direction. Why do you think I would want to sit around and watch ads in a video game, let alone pay for a game that would have advertisements in it?
Yeah.
Well, I could maybe see that kind of thing working in the free-to-play space, sure, but chances are that's way too narrow for the kind of money that these guys want to make.
Well, even in free-to-play games, a lot of that is problematic too. It's not like it's a huge amount of money. The majority of money they make is from microtransactions, to the best of my knowledge. Because also a lot of the people that are free-to-play games are extremely popular in third world regions. And in a lot of these free-to-play games in these third world regions, the ad pricing is much lower. Would you rather advertise to somebody that has a country with GDP, an average annual income of $5,000 or $50,000? Well, I wonder. It's obvious.
That's not what they want. They want it everywhere.
South America,
they want to hold
East
nothing.
Asia.
Notice how this conversation has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with video games. Or even really video games as a business. It's just musings of these executives and their plans for the consumers and how they plan to usher them towards more sales and more revenue streams.
More and more ads.
In that ambition, I just don't think that these guys understand anything. I think that they are so blinded by a veil of cash over their eyes that they can't see anything past the opportunities and are completely ignoring how this industry works, why we want to play these games, or what we're actually interested in. And I think that that is a recipe for disaster. And the funny thing is it's one that's already played out. I have a tendency to forget that Amazon is even involved in the games industry outside of Luna.
Yes, so did they.
A failed version of the already failed Google Stadia, and Twitch, their streaming platform that's basically running on fumes at this point thanks to poor moderation and even worse management. Twitch has mostly just become a haven for botted views, debauchery, dog shocking, and manipulation at this point. But
don't forget sexual assault.
Amazon has made and published games.
Wait.
They even have their own storefront built right into the Amazon website. And if you've ever clicked it, you'll find Jackbox sitting next to Rope Hero Combat Spider Battle, Naughty Schoolboy Escape, Breaking the Chains, and My Spa Salon Massage Simulator 3.
Oh, God, what the fuck?
Oops, sorry.
What the fuck?
Turns out that's the games and app store. If you want premium titles, then you need to actually specifically search digital games, and you'll get a listing of the games that you can buy, but not actually play through Amazon. You have to launch those through their publisher's own platform. Oh, no, maybe you can actually use them in the Amazon Games app, which is another service that they have that has...
Oh, wait, they have an app, a launcher too? I didn't even know about this. Oh, just what we needed. Another thing that I have to have login credentials for. Thank God. Why can't things just be saved locally?
5 games that I've never heard of, and no search functionality. But you can buy games from the Amazon Store's website and then load them into the Amazon Games app, and then you can play them.
Oh,
now I know what you
that's
guys are
easy.
thinking. Do they not realize how stupid that is? Why would anybody do that when you can just go buy those games directly from those platforms, or better yet, from Steam? And exactly. that's why
Morning.
nobody
Now
uses
that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
players search for games in their own app because, well, that means that you would not
Let's
go to their
get this
website where they
over
could just
with.
do other stuff.
Well,
Now,
yeah, they're just stupid. The people that run these companies, you need to understand something. A lot of the people that are in leadership positions inside of companies are functionally fucking retarded. I've had to deal with some of these people myself. They're loser retards that don't know anything. And if they didn't get in through some form of nepotism or some sort of luck 20 years ago, they'd be living under a bridge. And unfortunately for all of us, they're an executive at a company. Some of the guys that work at these companies, especially the financial guys, they're smart. But a lot of these design and principle and like philosophy guys of like where the company is going and like how to design a product, these people
It's
are
like
fucking
literally no helmets.
They have no idea what they're doing at all.
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself.
Space has never been about players or games or even convenience for that matter. It has always been about corporate aspirations trying to corner yet another.
I got some shit work for it's a deal. Disappoint me, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of a rope.
Their publishing efforts collapsing to their near inevitable exit from the space. Amazon has proven time and time again that you cannot buy your way into video games, unless they're a little hard. Amazon's failure is
No,
not
you can't. The problem is that whenever you buy a piece of shit, people aren't interested in eating it. That's the problem. You bought Lost Ark, Blue Protocol, you made New World. Well, those games aren't very good. So that's the problem, is the games. And these games had tremendous marketing. Amazon totally failed twice. They failed with Lost Ark, and they failed with Lost Ark, because it's made by a Korean developer called Smilegate. It has lost popularity for a number of years. Like, I've heard that in Korea now, MapleStory is beating Lost Ark again. Take me back to Volton. Those were the days.
Not something that has happened suddenly. This is something that's been going on for years. It's been years in the making. Back in 2016, they had took to the stage at TwitchCon to announce that they were supposedly going to be making their grand entrance into big-budget video game development with games like Breakaway, Crucible, and New World. 3 projects that were meant to prove that Amazon could stand alongside some of the industry giants, and instead, each one of those games ended up crashing harder than the last. Breakaway was quietly canceled after a lifeless alpha.
Oh, I didn't even hear that.
Crucible actually launched, but then was unlaunched a month later and then deleted from history.
So wait a minute. Did Crucible die so Concord could be aborted? I think that's what might have happened. I didn't even know about this.
History, and New World was the latest one and the best one, and it lasted the longest. People thought it might have
Concord Alpha
actually work,
I had no
and
idea.
it slowly bled out, and Amazon finally ended development altogether. That's kind of always been the pattern.
They never listened. The people that were running the game didn't listen.
With these guys, it's a lot of big talk, poor execution, a lot of money wasted, and a lot of messy endings, and it's defined Amazon's entire history in games. After nearly a decade of trying, all they really accomplished is, well, nothing. And the craziest part is that none of this was ever about making games or video games themselves. Yes, the act of making games was never for the purpose of making games. Their entire plan was to disrupt Steam. That's what former Prime Gaming VP Ethan Evans had admitted earlier this year.
They want to have they want to be able to get the 20% that Steam is getting. It's pretty simple.
That their entire goal was to take down Valve's platform, and their reasoning, we're bigger and we can do it.
Yep.
Reading Ethan Evans' post directly from LinkedIn, as VP of Prime Gaming at Amazon, we failed multiple times to disrupt the platform Steam. We were at least
the reason why is because of distribution and production. So basically, back in the day, big companies could bully their way into spaces that they didn't really belong into because the amount of distribution was very limited and the channels were extremely traditional and very much legacy channels. Like, for example, getting your video game on Super Nintendo was a lot harder than getting your game on Steam. Anybody could download and word of mouth, which is just of advertising.
Goliath lost. The 15-year attempt to challenge Steam started with the of Prime under my leadership or
because
any.
You weren't thinking about improving the game. You're improving the user experience. That's the reason.
One else's. The first way we tried to enter the online game store market was through acquisition. We acquired Reflexive Entertainment, a small PC game store, and tried to scale it. It went nowhere. Then, after buying Twitch, we created our own PC game store. Our assumption was that gamers would naturally buy from us because they were already using Twitch. Wrong.
You should have integrated better with the UI. You could have maybe done this if you could have integrated better with the UI and had it directly transition to Amazon.
Finally, we built Luna, a game streaming service that let people play without a high-end PC. Around the same time, Google tried the same thing with Stadia. Neither gained significant traction.
Way
the whole
too
time,
early.
Steam dominated despite being a relatively small company compared to Amazon and Google. The mistake was that we underestimated what made consumers use Steam. It was a store, a social network, a library, a trophy case, all in one, and it worked. At Amazon, we assumed that our...
Most importantly, it wasn't it was not invasive. Steam is not invasive in the way that the Epic Game Launcher, the Battle.net that plays your people don't want user acquisition to fit into their larger business model, fitting into your business model. The users just want to play their fucking games. So every single you are putting yourself at odds with your customer. And whenever your business model customers, but we underestimate assumptions before heavily investing in solutions. The truth is that gamers already had a solution to their problems, and they weren't going to switch platforms just because a new one was available. I think that's a very good analysis. Steam doesn't have any problems, so why would people change? True.
We needed to build something dramatically better, but we failed to do so, and we needed to validate our assumptions of our customers before starting to build, but we never really did that either. Just because you're big enough to build something doesn't mean people will use it.
Exactly.
Man, that last line really says it all. Just because you're big enough to build something doesn't mean people will use it. It's the most honest thing that I think I've ever heard a tech executive say, and they somehow still don't understand what it means. We fail to understand.
I think that a lot of these guys understand stuff well in retrospect. Like they know how to evaluate mistakes, but they don't know how to turn that evaluation into a good decision-making process for the future. And I think that's the problem. It's like, I think, you pretty much nailed it. Like, you're not right. Like, there's a few other things, but yeah.
And user habits. No kidding. You guys fail to understand people. You fail to understand games. You fail to understand why players are even here in the first place. And I said this earlier last year. Evans was so close when he had said gamers had already found a solution. The problem is they don't realize that the solution that players had found.
There's a lot of NFTs are a great example of this. NFTs were a problem. Your business model is being a solution looking for a problem. Not a very good way of making decisions.
To them, you are the problem we are solving. Their way in the PC gaming space with money and marketing, but what they never understood is why people use Steam. It's not just a storefront, it's a platform built on trust We trust that Steam is looking out for our best interests, and also
Steam-
it's
they've-
pretty
that's Steam
damn
forever.
convenient. I think that Gabe Newell had a quote where he had said that the best way to beat piracy is just to provide a better service.
That piracy is a service issue, which I think in a lot of cases is true. Like a lot of people, like for example, if there was a very easy to use Nintendo version of Steam, I would download it if I could just go on and play any Nintendo game on Nintendo Steam. And I understand that they have a version of that now, but it's just not very good. So that would be crazy. It would be, and you can. Yeah, they have a version, but it's not perfect, right? And price, yeah, and the pricing is very high for a lot of these old games. And also like for a lot of things, like you have regional pricing, which is another thing too. Where like a lot of South American players, for example, they don't have as much fucking money, right? It's just the way it is. They don't have as much fucking money, and because of that, they need to have cheaper prices. So if you want to hit the South American market, you can't be selling a game for $60. That's just how it is.
Yet here you have Amazon putting out a storefront with 12 extra steps beyond just clicking buy and playing a game. I wonder why you failed.
Or 6.
Valve is not some faceless corporation that's chasing quarterly growth targets. It's a company that is ran by people who actually understand the medium. It almost always is in favor of the developers or the players. Keep in mind that these guys have banned ads in games. They've held developers to their release schedules and more. They give creators real tools. They don't.
And also because Valve sees the value in this. Not only are you holding them to a higher standard, but whenever a person has a bad experience with a video game, they have a bad experience with Steam. So when a video game is a scam, you know who they contact? Steam support.
And dime their users at any given
Obvious.
chance. They just treat the ecosystem like it's a living thing, not a cash register. Meanwhile, Amazon thought that they could just buy up a storefront, buy Twitch, throw some cash at some streamers, and make some live service games that are constantly pumping engagement, and that would make them relevant. But
So
nobody.
this is another big issue that like a lot of companies have, and you know I'm a streamer, so it's like why would you self-report? But it's true that you can't pay streamers to make a game popular. You can pay streamers to show people a game, but there are a lot of games that, for example, like I played that game, and the video that I did of it got like 1 million views, and it was super, super popular. But the truth is that like there weren't really that many people like streaming it besides me, and the game was good, and like they didn't have any marketing really besides that. And after I played it, the population for the game went up like crazy, right? Uma Masamune is another one too, right? They didn't pay anybody. The game just grew and blew up in America because it was popular and it like it had this gimmick to it that I thought was really funny, right? And I thought it was funny, and it also played relatively well. You know, it was a good gameplay loop, right? And so the big problem that a lot of these developers have is that they think that they can rely. This is what Diablo 4 does: is that these big companies think that they can rely on stupid, uninformed like players to just buy the games up anyway.
Because it wasn't good. That's the one thing that these guys can't seem to get through their heads, and it's that aren't selling something with the customer in mind. I think this is the end of Amazon's adventure in gaming. While we've already talked about the platforms that they built and the games that they've developed, do not forget that these guys, their publishing record is the brown Midas touch of modern gaming. Lost Ark, Throne and Liberty, Blue Protocol, all these games brought to the West under Amazon's banner, every single one of them disasters in their own way, inflated player counts, botted numbers, performance issues, relaunches, and suffocating monetization. Each one of them a reminder that their interest was never in the player experience, only in extraction.
Yeah, exactly. And each of these games, like for example, New World had so many problems at release that they could have listened to the players for, but they chose not to. They chose not to listen to the players, and they went and they did what they wanted. And it was a failure because of that.
Honestly, I am so glad to watch these guys fail because it's the same road that Ubisoft went down. It's the one that Microsoft is already walking. The creative voice, the empathetic voice, the one that actually understands the player, has been completely replaced by executives who see art as leverage and culture as an algorithm. These companies think that they're competing for...
The problem is that they're not entirely wrong, but they don't understand that you need to have something that is appealing at a core level that people actually want to play. it's actually true that yes, a lot of people, like, algorithms matter a lot. Like, being able to get videos out and make sure that your game is seen matters a lot. But it doesn't matter how much of that you do if the game isn't good. And that's the big problem, is that so much money gets invested into marketing when a video game that's very good will eventually probably do well. Many of them eventually do well. Maybe not immediately, but eventually. And you really, I mean, spend more money on actually making the game good.
Attention, what they're really competing for is patience at this point, and a lot of these guys have already burned through it. Players do not want to be managed, they want to be inspired. They want games that capture them, games that make them feel like they were meant to be played by them. Spending money on a platform that is convenient and respects them, that's what players want right now. And until these companies start to remember that, or at least realize it, until they understand that games aren't made for engagement, they're actually made for real people, they're going to keep failing one after another. And
this is a big problem with, I think, a lot of media on the internet, is that media on the internet becomes itemized and turned into a hodgepodge of numbers and algorithmic decisions. But the reality is that people usually, it's the same with YouTube videos, right? Like, a lot of people make YouTube videos just to fit into the algorithm. They make the exact same content. They talk about the exact same things all the time. And I understand, like, to some extent, every YouTube channel does this because very few YouTube channels cover everything, obviously. But what I'm saying is that videos like H3H3 vape, kind of experimental, random videos like that are a lot less common nowadays. Because it's much easier to just simply continue pushing out the status quo content that will make people happy on a general sense, right? It is. And I think this is the case with a lot of things. And you see this with video games, you see this with movies. That's why we keep getting these Spider-Man movies every single fucking year, right? New Transformers movies. What do Spider-Man and Transformers have in common? Kids usually watch the movies, and they also have a lot of action figures attached to them. So the idea of selling this movie also has another component of merchandising to it. It's kind of what I said before about Pizza Hut, right? Is like, again, like, why is it that all of these different movies are being made that, you know, we don't see as many hunting movies, right? We don't see as many, you know, Risk Cutters, A Love Story, or, you know, Inception, right? I mean, obviously that was made by Christopher Nolan, so you probably see a couple more of those. But in general, like, you don't see as many of those movies, but you do see a lot of these movies that are based around merchandising, IPs, and other things like that. It's because they can make money inside of a larger scope.
Making videos on them. It is wild for me to hear one of these executives come forward to tell people that their plan essentially had nothing to do with video games or even players for that matter. It was all just an effort to be able to conquer Steam and hijack their revenue. This is like somebody that wants to coach professional sports that's never played the game or even watched it for that matter. You know nothing. You don't know anything about the game, the players. Yeah. Nothing. It's just somebody that's just trying to go through the motions and believe that they're going to get
people that try to buy their way into an industry without understanding it. I think that, like, for example, remember when Michael Bloomberg tried to run for president? That didn't go very well. Even though he had like $20 billion and he paid everybody to support him, it didn't make a difference because it was a bad product. Fundamentally, it was a bad product. And you cannot solve that problem with money.
The outcome that they want just because they spent money on it. But that's just not how any of this stuff works. It's faking it till you make it to the corporate level. I told you guys, they have no idea what they're doing in some of these games. You don't have to listen to me. He laid out their entire plan. Twitch was a part of that plan. Looking at that platform, with as many issues as that platform has, it's not profitable. Moderation is terrible. It's constantly in negative headlines all of the time. Why would you hold on to that platform anymore? I feel like we're probably...
I think that Amazon has a tremendous value with Twitch. I think Twitch gives Amazon a de facto hegemony over the entire Western market of live streaming. It does. It is a massive, incredibly valuable platform. But the problem is that they don't utilize it in ways that they should. So that's what I'm saying. It spreads propaganda. Well, it's not about propaganda necessarily. It's about how it fits into their content ecosystem and their product ecosystem. In the same way that, remember what I was saying before about how Game Pass fits into Xbox, which fits into Windows, which fits into, you know, maybe Azure Cloud or something else like that, right? If you're doing cloud gaming, and you have all of these services that are fitting together inside of an ecosystem. In the same way,
A little
Twitch
troublemaker,
fits
that's
into
what she
the
is.
Amazon ecosystem as well. And I think that Twitch does have a lot of value to Amazon. It's just that Amazon doesn't really capitalize on it, and I think the people that are running Twitch are generally incompetent. That's what I
We're
would
going to
say.
be hearing some news on that pretty soon, especially
A lot of
with
wasted
layoffs
potential.
that I've
Yeah.
seen them have. Especially when a lot
Huge
of those
wasted
layoffs are coming
potential.
from key leadership as well. But I can't imagine they're going to hold on to the company. I just don't.
I think
see
they
it. I mean,
will.
I could maybe make the argument.
I think that they will. I'm fairly certain that they will, at least for the foreseeable future.
that it's a loss leader for Amazon Web Services. I think I've heard Asmongold make that argument before, but with how politicized and polarized that website has become, there's no way. It's only going to have a negative effect anymore.
Well, the problem really is that, and this is the issue, it's that the politicized and polarization of Twitch is an extremely top-heavy issue.
Yeah, girl?
So basically, it's me, Hassan, and like 5 other people that are causing all of the social media outrage problems. But the issue also is that we are the ones that are representing the platform because of the way that the platform...
If you want some congratulations, here's your reward,
goes to Twitch
sucker.
is going to see one of our streams at the very top, right? And then they see that, and they think it's the entire website. The fact is,
I don't like you. I'd say it's been an honor to work with you, but it would be a lie.
doesn't have this problem. It's because the YouTube algorithm allows people to ignore content that's problematic or annoying much more easily than the Twitch algorithm is basically just the more popular you are, the more visibility you have. So the problem is that when something is really popular, but it's also very controversial, that is what's effectively being represented on the website on the front page. So really, and I don't know how Twitch can solve this problem. You know, front page or something like that, or hurting, you know, bigger channels. You're going to have those bigger channels leave to YouTube or Kick. So like they're kind of stuck in a catch-22 with this. But the truth is that the problems with Twitch are actually very, very centralized around a small group of people, right? Like, so for example, if you look at, you know, all of the combined viewership from every problem viewer, let's say, or problem channel, is, let's say, 120,000, right? 120,000 average viewers. If you look at this right here, that is less than 10%. That means over 90% of the content has nothing to do with it. But the problem, and YouTube has so much politicized content, it's everywhere, right? But the reason why it's not an issue is because you don't see it. Whereas on Twitch, it's on the front page. That's why everybody keeping talking about hot tub streams all the time. Hot tub streams are less than 1% of the traffic on the entire website. Really. It was less than 1% of the traffic. But if you read Twitter or you go on TikTok or Instagram, people think it's half the whole website. It's just a misrepresentation that's created by Twitch's algorithm. That's what, and again, that's Twitch being bad.
It's funny that Amazon talks about how they were trying to compete with Steam, but these guys never understood or learned the golden rule. Steam is not an angel, okay? They do some heinous stuff. CS Skins, as an example, an entire microtransaction ecosystem that has its own economy that's attached to it, like nobody has ever seen before.
Insane.
But they never compromise the quality of their games or the convenience and quality of the service. You never do that. And that's what these guys make sure that they never do.
Yeah, exactly. They never make the product worse in order to make more money. And I think that that's what Epic Games does a lot, is that you get all these pop-ups, you get these updates and everything, and this sounds really good from the perspective of Epic Games, but like as a user, whenever I get a pop-up like that, I want to uninstall Epic Games, because I don't want a pop-up. Why would I want a pop-up? That's annoying me.
This is sales 101. You can pull some heinous stuff. You can do some gnarly things to customers. You can drain their wallets. But the product and the service always come first. Right. If the quality isn't there, if you aren't selling them,
That's
they're
why you
here.
have those gospel games that do super well, even though people are spending hundreds of thousands
blinded by money, and because they're blinded by money and other opportunities, it's made it more difficult. You know, looking at Xbox's situation, if Xbox was making Arc Raiders, if they made Expedition 33, if they made Baldur's Gate 3 or Elden Ring, do you think anybody would be complaining about increasing prices? Do you think anybody would be? Do you think
People don't have a problem with the prices as much as they have a problem with the quality. Like, if Expedition 33 was $70, everybody would be buying it. Same with Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it's a value proposition that's the issue. Most of these video games are not worth $70 in the eyes of the community. That's it.
Do you think that they would have any problem holding attention with the attention economy? These guys are so stupid. Anyway,
yep,
that's all I have. Hope you guys did. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel. This is like some of my favorite topics to be able to cover. But follow me on Twitter. Catch me in the next one. Stay cool, stay relaxed, and stay safe.
I think another really big issue, and this is something people might not talk about, is that Xbox doesn't really do a very good job managing their game studios. Like, they made Hi-Fi Rush, which did really well, and then they got rid of that studio. Meanwhile, 343 Studios has made 3 bad Halo games. That is your main flagship franchise. Halo and Gears of War are Xbox. Those are the premier prime Xbox video games. And if you can't make good games for those two, nothing else matters. That is the only thing that makes a difference, right? Like, I bought an Xbox to play Halo. I bought a 360 to play Gears of War. That's it. And so 2 bad Halo games, Infinity was peak. Apparently not according to most people, right? And then we can give it a like. I mean, I agree with pretty much everything you're saying on this, right? While they're talking about some other random fucking bullshit, I was losing my mind getting mad about this. I was just not mad at it. Yeah, they didn't even react the right way.
In the context of Asmongold, but the only thing that is confusing is that not all React content is actually done. Some of it is blatant stealing. The Asmongold has a fantastic video titled React content that are completely related to the subject. In fact, in his video, he even mentions how Asmongold reacted to one of his videos affected his viewership negatively, but how he spoke to Asmongold and Asmon agreed to watch his videos a few days after the release in the future.
What I realized is that if you're a big creator who's going to react to someone's video, you have to wait at least 4 days for it to be pushed in the algorithm naturally. And that's what Asmon and I talked about and agreed on.
Yeah, he and I were totally good. Like, I like the Act Man a lot. We've talked about that and other things too. DMs, yeah. No problem.
This happened.
The Asmongold was about the positive impact reactions like Asmongold have had on his channel.
Some might say, but X-Man, he's stealing views from you. Those views belong to you. Maybe they do. I can't say for certain, but what I can say is a lot of people who are subscribed to my channel would be subscribed if Asmongold never made these videos.
Although I agree with aspects
Positives and negatives. I think that's the truth. Is with React content, there are positives and negatives. Each case is going to be a little bit different. I personally think that if you make the argument with React content, I actually, and this is going to be maybe controversial, I don't think that you can make that argument towards video games. Because I think that watching somebody play a video game because the argument with React content is fundamentally that React content exists inside of the ecosystem and then therefore cannibalizes views away from the original content. And it effectively acts as a market replacement. I think that a lot of people watch video game playthroughs instead of buying a video game themselves. And I think if somebody does that, you also have an instance where a person who is performing much less labor and much less work is getting a disproportionate benefit from somebody else's labor and work that in some cases is a market replacement for things that work. So I think if you look at it from that perspective, React is
people prefer to watch React content over original videos. Behind
Some people do. Some people don't. Like for a lot of people, like that was actually one of the reasons too why there's a lot of videos that I don't really react to them right away, because I don't want to accidentally cannibalize views, because I know how the YouTube algorithm works very well. And that was one of the other like kind of secondary or tertiary reasons why I didn't react to Ethan's video right away.
every single view
It
is a
depends on,
real
yeah, but
person.
it does depend on the video. It really depends on the video. And also, like, if I have a relationship with Ackman, for example.
Living their real life by choosing how they spend their time. The argument that Asmongold interferes with other people's ability to make money is a massive over-exaggeration. People who watch Asmongold as the collective for itself. I would consider myself an Asmongold enjoyer, and I have absolutely nothing to do with anyone else who watches Asmongold's videos. I just choose what I want to do with my time as a casual guy going about my life.
What you do not see is every time any reaction video appears where your video would have otherwise appeared. Any time where your videos would have gone except it then went to a reaction video.
Your recommendeds are based off of the things that you watch. So if I wasn't watching it, then and you weren't watching the original channel, it would have never been recommended in the first place.
You also do not see every time a reaction video is chosen by a viewer instead of one of your videos.
Now, I'm not saying what Dark Viper is arguing is entirely untrue. There are people who would have watched some of these videos without first having seen them through Asmongold, but there's absolutely no way of knowing this, especially to what extent. If it were as simple as Dark Viper AU puts it, then I don't think reaction channels are the real issue anyway. Consumers...
I think it's a net positive, right? I mean, content. I mean, I think Mr. B
choose how they want to spend their time, and that's ultimately what drives viewership. Dark Viper tries to dispute this argument in his video by explaining that just because there is a market for it doesn't mean it's a good thing. In my opinion, this argument is possibly the most important on the subject, but Dark actually didn't give a strong enough point to argue against the market deciding on this.
But shouldn't the market decide? No! There is a market for every terrible thing you can imagine. The existence of demand for something does not justify meeting that demand through exploitative means.
The primary message behind Dark Viper's video is that React content is objectively bad or objectively immoral, without giving any hint of acknowledging its nuances. I believe it's important to conclude that React content as a concept has subjectively and objectively good or bad sides depending on the context. At the end of the day, we, the consumers, are in charge. We dictate who profits by where we spend our money or our time. Yes, it's never good as consumers to support something that is but this is the idea that React content is just outright bad. I think what Dark Viper is saying is ultimately in good faith, and there is a lot of truth in this video. I recommend watching this video as it does have a lot of good points depending on context. There are a lot of bad actors out there that actually do just steal content without even giving any credit. This does exist, and I am all for breaking this culture where possible, but I disagree with the argument that all of it should be made destructive.
I think that there is definitely a spectrum. Like, with us, like what we gameplay, I do my own videos sometimes. You know, there's a spectrum. People are unhappy with your videos. You know, no questions asked policy with that. And the only exceptions that I make are a topic that is me, right? If I am the topic of the video, you might not want me to. But, like, that's the spectrum, yeah.
The privilege of having Asmongold react to the very first video I made, the current state of AAA gaming, about 4 or 5 months ago. Because of this, and Asmongold following up by watching 4 more of my videos, my channel exploded. I even memed him about this.
Pretty, isn't it?
Incels and chads. There it is. Yeah.
Subscribers aren't really the driving force behind YouTube's success anymore. The algorithm now prioritizes videos with strong watch time relative to their length.
Yeah.
Every time Asmongold has watched one of my videos, thousands of people have popped in to leave a like, comment, or even subscribe.
Look
Which is
at that! Wow, what a surprise! The obvious thing that any reasonable person would know would happen happens.
also wrong, but then naturally they click off and go about their day as they should. It only takes a few seconds for them to do this, but in the background YouTube is tracking how long people are actually watching the video as they visit my channel. When thousands of viewers only stick around for under 10 seconds, YouTube's algorithm starts flagging the video as not worth recommending. At the end of the day, YouTube only cares about one thing: advertising
money,
which comes from what?
Money,
so
money,
yes,
money.
this is a negative, but in the long run, React content can still be incredibly beneficial. While the initial burst of traffic from a big creator's reaction may not convert into consistent viewership,
Oh, how wipe that smirk off your face. Doing one job doesn't make us pals. Got it?
that would have otherwise never discovered you. Even if a
There's
lot
been a number of channels that I've watched, and they've received a pretty big boost by like.
Well, come to think of it, I do. Good luck. You better not make me regret this.
Happen as well. And yeah, I think anybody could assume that.
percentage of viewers don't stick around.
Yeah,
a
for sure.
small fraction will. Those who genuinely enjoy your content beyond the reaction will come back and watch more of your videos and engage with your channel over time. These are the people who become part of your core audience, the ones who comment regularly, watch your videos, and support your growth. Beyond that, exposure from React content can also boost credibility. When a well-known creator reacts to your work, it signals to their
legitimizes you.
audience that you're
Yeah.
someone worth checking out.
Exactly.
In my case, having Asmongold react to my videos helped give me credibility as a voice in the gaming space.
I'm gonna be honest, like this guy, he's really cooking with this video. I actually think this is probably one of the best dissections of like the philosophy behind why these things happen in games that like I've seen. This is really good.
This kind of recognition
And that's also one of the reasons why all React content isn't created equal. And I think also that's why a lot of people watch my videos. It's because I talk about it in a way that's positive. And I also try to actively look for videos that I think will be beneficial. Like, I generally don't hate watch a lot of videos. Now, obviously I do sometimes, but, you know, regularly no. Has anyone ever offered to react for clout? Yeah, a lot of people ask me to react to their videos, and sometimes I do. Yeah, sure. Like, if someone sends me a video, they say, hey, do you want to watch this? Like, this is a really good video I made. I think you might like it. Your community might like it. Yeah, people ask that a lot. For sure. Like, why wouldn't they? Have you done it for money? I've never reacted to a YouTube video for money. So the answer to that is a technical yes, because I've been paid in sponsorship to react to a trailer of a game, and that was sponsorship. But you're asking, has another YouTuber paid me to watch their video? The answer to that question would be no.
and has opened
technically yes, but
sponsors
functionally
opportunities that wouldn't have otherwise been possible. I also think that a potential fix would be a system where YouTube splits revenue from React channels, creating a more collaborative platform. But this is not wishful thinking. A quick side note on this: I've recently been seeing people say that Asmongold React videos are just nodding or agreeing or raising their eyebrows the whole time.
Asmongold gets involved. That's right. The guy that will play a YouTube video and casually raise his eyebrows and says the word like the person the videos in the room with him.
Anyone who actually takes a few minutes to see that that is just not true. If you look at my video side by side when React made one, he clearly adds to Savior 3.0's video, into the premise that Asmongold is the most person he has ever seen.
That's partially true.
Values. He seems to basically any type of argument him to his opinions. He doesn't have.
Well, that is this good for me or not good for me? It's good for me? Okay, then I like it. It's bad for me? Okay, I don't like it.
Have any moral legitimacy, it seems like, from a lot of his advice and a lot of the stuff that he talks about.
Is there an example?
It seems Asmongold views values as baseless and doesn't hold religion or morality with much regard.
True.
might sometimes communicate the usefulness in the individual and society and benefiting society and all that stuff. But it seems like most of his arguments seem to flip-flop because he is literally living in a tiny little echo chamber of basically a Redditor, addicted gamer who somehow got famous.
There's almost no...
Okay. A tiny echo chamber. I think it's a pretty big echo chamber, personally. But, you know, that's all right. And a Redditor. Okay.
No evidence in his video that he has actually ever watched Asmongold's video, because he even states that Asmongold pushes his lifestyle to his massive audience, which clearly couldn't be further from the truth.
The problem with that is he doesn't have any educational insight, he doesn't do any self-development for himself, but he's preaching educational ideas to the masses.
I'm preaching educational ideas? That's interesting. How can I do that? Well,
This
I
is
mean,
very...
to be fair, this was a guide on how to cook a steak. And I think it was a good guide. It was. It was a great steak. I remember eating that steak. Such a good steak. One of the best steaks I've made. Probably in my top 100 best steaks.
Destructive, and it reinforces, you know, nihilistic tendencies to his audience. And
It was. Now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
I would say these are people about integrity and morality, and he's reinforcing these ideas to them because he doesn't have any.
It's ironic that you would say that, because if he actually watched my videos, he'd actually know that I'm the streamer that has the most integrity.
Unless you're paying. Watch yourself, stranger. I know some fellers that break legs. I sell to anyone, even morons like you.
Exactly. It's true.
Education himself.
Now, to properly dissect what he is saying, yes, Asmongold
You
has
cheap-ass son of a bitch. That's all you're gonna buy?
He embraced nihilism in its traditional sense. For those who aren't aware,
Name's not important. Well, let's get one thing straight. You're not working with me. You'll try anything. Get the hell out of my store. It's for real customers.
is meaningless in the grand scheme of things.
I think that these are top-down ideas that are given to you by the elites, and I think that if you look at most people that are in like an advantageous position, those people don't follow any of those morals or ideals at all.
But at the same time, he also seems to balance that with a more pragmatic or
The first time that I went to Blazer Laser Tag, my dad, he pointed at the rules on the wall. And I was like, he says, "You look at that." I'm like, "Yep, I see it." He says, "That's what you have to do to win." I won. I did. Immediately it was.
absurdist outlook, arguing that if life has no built-in meaning, we can still create our own.
Because it's not like an aimless life. I do what I want to do. So you have goals? You have some goals. Yeah, I have things that I want to do, right?
But he by no means has ever encouraged...
Alright, I'm logging out. I gotta take a shower and do a little grocery shopping. I should be back. I'm gonna come back probably in a couple hours. I've been online for almost 6 hours now. I gotta get some real life shit done. So I will be back.
For the most part, I always am